Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this match day 8 here in Barcelona. It's going to be a marathon session for Raval Sporting today. Got 3 games. Let's see how they get on. Got Falco back. I wonder if Awais Ahmed is going to be awake this morning and show us what he can do along with Adil Sawa. Good morning. Balle, balle, balle. Good morning, Maxi. How are we today? He's fantastic. He's a bit cold. He's wearing his shorts this morning. It's a little bit chilly. He's talking somewhere. Do you want me to put the other ones on as well? Very good. Good morning, people. How are we? It's a nice day here today. Going to be nice and sunny. Balle, balle, balle. Michael McCann is standing in the middle there with a hamper in his rucksack, full of food, no doubt, from the canteen. I only have a glass of pineapple juice in the morning, so he gets my share without doubt. Good morning, Jack the Pate. He's still talking, Michael McCann. Good morning, people. How are we? Vanessa, okay? Okay. Good morning and welcome. Match day number 8, European Cricket Series, coming to you live from the Olympic Montjuïc ground. Well, we've got an exciting contest for you here. First up, match number 29. We welcome back Falco. Falco have not had the best of series so far, and they're up against Raval Sporting, who have got a marathon of a day today. Got 3 matches to play, and, well, if they could get wins in all 3, they stand a good chance of making Friday's semi-finals. Umpires Safwan Naeem and Abdul Khan, and in black here today. It's a beautiful sunny morning, but it has to be said, as always, a heavy dew this morning, so ball's going to be quite difficult to keep dry for the fielding side. Raval Sporting, I'm Rico Full, and I have great pleasure of being joined by Michael McCann. Good morning, Michael. Namaste to you.
Good morning, Rico. Good morning to all of our viewers, or afternoon or evening, depending on where you are across the globe, whether you're keeping an eye on your dream team, watching on Fan Code in the subcontinent, or across the rest of the world on Sports Flick. It is fantastic to have you with us as we build towards Finals Day Friday. We've been on a slow cook, much like a roast dinner, if that's a cooking metaphor that brings you culinary delight. We're getting towards Finals Day Friday now. This is another big game in that build-up.
Shubdeep Deb starts with a wide. First ball to Awais Ahmed.
Awais Ahmed, of course, the MVP in the first ECS Barcelona in October, back here for the Barcelona Bash.
And that's another wide from the bowler, just struggling to get his line right here at the moment. Yeah, like I say, they're going to have a rag or something out there with him. Good news for Raval Sporting is their captain, who's sort of not been around 100% to play all their games. He's playing all 3, Ishan Patel.
Well, they've got to get their best players on the park today, because today is the day for Raval Sporting. It's now or never stuff. Haven't had a great start to the competition. 1 win from 4. As you say, Rico, 3 wins in a row today against Falco, Badalona, Shaheen and Fateh, and it all looks so different.
Abhishek firing that one into Awais Ahmed's pad. So Awais, normally very strong in that area, a little bit cagey to start with this morning. He knows that this, in comparison to the form he was in the Barcelona Bash 0-1.
Is that what we're calling it now?
Yes,
Change his name every time.
0-1. We just, new day, different name. He wasn't at his best this time round. In that one, he was awesome. Top of the runs. He was in great nick. But so far here, hasn't been. His timing's been off. He's chipped a few balls to fielders to get himself out. And, well, the same could be said about his partner, who's now on strike, Adil Sawa. Both these batsmen will want to score big runs and get them off to a great start.
Yeah, both of these openers averaging under 20 for the tournament. Sawa with 87 runs at 15, which for a man of his talents he'll be disappointed with. But he'll get a few there.
Yeah, that will go all the way. That's a nice shot. Got on top of it. You see the ball coming up onto him, tucking him up a little bit, but had the vision and the timing really to put that in the gap. And early on in the power play, when you've got those gaps in the inner ring, it goes all the way for 4 runs. So the first boundary of the day coming off the bat of Adil Sawa. And straight away, after that shot being played, Khuswinder Singh is going into the ring in that area. Abhishek. Oh, he's got a slick, he's gone, he's got his man. Oh, he's pumped up, isn't he? Doma, take that, he says, jumping in the air with delight, finds the edge of Adil Sawa's bat. Well, he gets the boundary, and then straight away, this is a lovely ball, moving away, catching the edge. That is beautiful. Excellent bowling there from Abhishek.
Decent catch by Kshitij Patel away to his right. Just kept a touch low. Sawa's poor tournament continues. 5 games in. He's scored just 91 runs across those 5 innings. And out comes another man who is on struggle street with the bat for Falco, Ijaz Ahmed. He's been out 5 times in this tournament, scored just 40 runs at a positively pedestrian strike rate of 93 runs per 100 balls, which even in the T20 game would be considered slow, never mind in T10. They need something much better from him here.
Abhishek, once he's got his line right, he's been deadly. There you go again, on the spot, moving away. Nice work.
And as if that didn't sound bad enough, 3 of his 6 innings this week for Ijaz Ahmed have been ducks.
Well, he's certainly up against it, isn't he? So he's had a hat-trick of ducks, Michael, and he comes out here in this cold, sort of damp, dewy morning.
Do you know what the best thing is as well? In regards to the hat-trick, he's got a golden, a second baller, and a third baller. We'll be desperate not to keep a sequence like that going through the competition. 7 for 1, I should say, after the first. And it will be away Ahmed on strike. There's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He's Falco's top run scorer in this tournament. 115 runs at an average of 19 with 150. He scored their only 50 in the entire competition so far.
Manish Mawani comes into bowl now. He would have been encouraged with the movement that Abhishek got there. And if he can get the same sort of movement away to these batsmen, he's going to be a tricky contender as well.
Well, it's a great time to bowl. There's probably more dew on this outfield than I'd say we've seen on any other day across this 8-day competition. And there's a bit of that dew on the pitch as well. New ball's going to swing.
Well, the ball swung, the batsman swung.
Like a rusty gate.
Ijaz is still on 0, trying to get his first runs. In 3 innings he's had ducks, as we've just heard. Is he going to try and hit his way out of trouble? Well, he's tried.
Oh. I'll get a bye. Do you sometimes get that moment? The batsman's been on naught and gets something on it where they try and come down and point to the bat and suggest that they got bat on it.
Ooh,
but
now
he might be able to do that there. Clearly a bye, but maybe not.
Well, we're just going to check what that is. It looked like to me so we're just clarifying what the signal is there from the umpires. They have a little chat. Well, I'm guessing that went all the way for 4 byes because the umpires have signalled that the batsmen have to go change. So Ijaz Ahmed goes back to the striker's end.
So 5 penalty runs for hitting the helmet. That's what has just been given. That's in the half volley slot.
And that's a nice shot.
5 penalty runs and now the boundary. That's got him going.
That's got him going indeed. It has. A nice shot. And now I can understand why Ishan Patel, that ball before, was screaming and shouting. Obviously he noticed straight away that the ball has gone on to hit the helmet.
So it does count as a ball. No additional runs from it. Just the 5 penalty runs. Nice little cutter from Manwani. So that was what all of that commotion was about. So the bye that we saw them run does not count to the score.
There you go. That clarifies why the batsmen had to go back to their original ends.
Blues Clues mystery solved.
Oh, that's fired away beautifully outside the off stump. He was given a little bit of width, and he does. Grateful for that one. Smashes it away. I was saying that when you're sometimes in a hole and you're up against it, sometimes the best way to come out of it is to attack. And that's exactly what he's done here. That's 2 top shots from him.
It does help when the bowler gives you a freebie like that, though. Short, outside off, enough pace on it to work with. So it's a strange old situation. So they're 21 for 1 off 2, but haven't really necessarily got going with the bat. Been helped along by those extras. And Borikar's going to bowl his second, and I think this is a wise move. 1 for 7 from his first.
Borikar to over Ahmed. Slower ball. Waste once again. Not a very confident shot from him. Takes the single.
You would have seen Manwani slip there, and that illustrates what we were mentioning. It is very wet and wild out there. Our cameras disguise it somewhat well, but there is a lot of moisture on top. So don't be surprised if we see fielders struggling with their footwork, because of course you can't wear spikes if you're bowling, due to the artificial pitch.
That's well bowled, right in the block. He's just trying to continue his attacking mindset. Just managed to get that onto his pad. Dot ball. Been impressed with Abhishek Borikar every time he's come on to bowl. I think he's one of those bowlers who's made full use of all this cricket, and it's just got him better and better. He's not had too many off days. Good backing up from Awais Ahmed. Gets to the other end, takes the leg by.
One thing that's very admirable about Borikar is the way he always wants to bowl at the most difficult times. Normally we'll bowl the first and third overs in the power play up top. He's generally a pretty dependable performer for this Revel Sporting side.
Just be a single. Well done again from Abhishek. I mean, Revel Sporting, just to give you an insight to them so far, they've played 4 up until this game. Won just the 1, lost 3. So they've got a marathon event here today. But if they can get those wins, I mean, the last 2 games, they've chased Minaj's 101. And that was courtesy of good batting from Kish Patel and Ishan Patel, their captain. And match winner Gurvinder Singh scored 36 of 9. That's in the air. It could be a chance. A diving effort from, that looks like young Gurang, the left armour, diving forward. I think he got hands to it. We just see this again. I'm just wondering whether he did get full hands to it or it dropped short.
It would have been a very good catch, though. Just spooned in the air by Ijaz Ahmed.
Yeah, it was well bowled again. Wasn't really there for that shot. Yeah, he does get there. Would have been very tricky. Oh, that's nicely played by Awais.
Is that
Lovely
Awais?
little shot.
Is that Awais or is that Kane Williamson? Lovely little glide.
That was nicely played. So the end of the over with 4 runs. We'll move on to 29 for 1. And going back to Raval, their last game, well, it was against Pakai Care, and they were just far too strong for them. Pakai Care scoring 152 for 3. Raval Sporting limped to 73 for 8 in that one. And that was only, again, once more thanks to Kish Patel, who made 40. So they've been relying very much on Kish Patel. But like I said, they'd be very happy to have their captain playing all these 3 games, Ishan Patel. And, well, he can make a big difference to them with the bat. With the bowl, looks like it's going to be Numan Ali. Now, this is a change straight away from Raval, and normally they are using people like the spinners. Gurang has come on to bowl, even Ishan Patel straight after the power play, but they have been expensive. Gurang, the young left arm leg spinner, Mangiovanni, he's been hit for a few. He's sent himself. So they're sticking with the medium paces so far.
Two spinners you mentioned, Garang and Nishan, have both gone for more than 2 runs a ball across the tournament. Economy rates have higher than 12. And when you add in the contextual conditions, there isn't any cloud cover, but that heavy dew on the outfield that's on the pitch as well. We went and had a look, and there was a fair bit of moisture there. It means that medium pace is definitely the way forward this morning. We've already seen very good spell from Borikar. 1 for 14 off his 2. Picked up his 6th wicket of the tournament. He's their top wicket taker. Numan Ali so far in his 4 overs before this one, conceding 51, taking 1 wicket. The conditions should suit him, and he started well.
It's a bit uppish. Gets away with it. Just to the left of Gurang Mangiovanni, who is on the 30-yard circle. Also the man with the rag. You see the ball going to him every time as he gives it. Does his best to dry the ball for the bowler.
It's not easy though. It is very, very wet out there. We've had a fair bit of overnight rain.
Tidy so far from Numan. This is very good bowling to Awais Ahmed from Raval Sporting so far.
But that was terrible fielding.
The captain not happy at all.
He's fuming.
Firing out instructions and all sorts of things to his players.
I don't think they were instructions. I think it was a bit more fierce than that.
Yeah, well, he's heated up. He's fired up for this. He knows the importance of this game. Importance of all of their games today. They've got to win them. And if they can start with this win, it sets them up nicely for their second game, which is against the informed Barcelona Shaheen. So they've got to be prepared for it and ready.
Just coming back to his son, I'm not sure that was instructions so much as a line from a political sitcom, which goes, "I'm not going to read you the riot act, but I am going to read you extracts." I think that's what we saw there. And Nissan Patel, to continue that riot act, is now coming in for a chat. He's not happy about that overthrow in the misfield. Just out of your picture there. Numan Ali finishes his first over, I should say. What an over it was. Just 6 runs from it. Should have been even fewer after that misfield. So Numan Ali concedes just 6. 35 for 1 off 4.
Yeah, and I think that good over, and because the score at the end of the 4 overs, 35, it's Ishan Patel. And I think quite rightly deciding maybe this is a good time to try a bit of spin. It's a choice of him or Gurang Mangiovanni, and he's deciding that he's going to have a go. So Ishan Patel, the captain. Well, we already said he's fired up for this game. Well, he's going to try and put some of that anger and frustration into his bowling. Starts with a wide. Probably just outside that line. Just needs to bring it in slightly. But what they've done so well with Awais Ahmed so far, they have not given him any ball on his leg. Everything has been on the off, outside the off stump. There you go again. They've done their homework. They know where he's strong. They know where he can tear into a team if you bowl it in that area. And they're not giving him anything there at the moment. Awais Ahmed, to his credit, he's just plucking away at the singles, not getting too frustrated, trying to play those little dabbers down to third man. But, well, he can't be doing tiki-taka all the way through here. He's got to play some shots. That's a wide ball. No, it's a no ball. Didn't even pitch on the pitch itself. Too wide, so this is going to be a free hit. Falco themselves, if you remember, well, after winning their first game, they went 4 without a win, which was very uncharacteristic for the team that was in the final of the very first. Oh, God, that's gone also wide too wide, so it was a free hit. It's another no ball because once more pitching on the edge of the pitch, so the free hit continues.
And one has to feel for Kishitij Patel, the wicket-keeper, because that, incredibly, goes down as a bye. Because it's a no ball due to hitting outside the mat. And if you are a paid-up member of the Wicket Keepers Union, you can send your complaints in to us on behalf of Paul Kishitij, who's been one of the better keepers in this tournament, but has his clean sheet for this game ruined by that.
The captain having a bit of a mare here. Started well and now he can't get the ball right. Still a free hit because that was a wide ball. And, oh, this is going to go all the way as well. We're just talking about feeling for the wicket keeper. But this one is going to be a no ball and 4 byes.
It's extraordinary. Poor Kishitij. Look at that. It's pitched off the edge of that green mat. The dark green mat, that is. If it hits the light green mat or the grass, it's a no ball. And it scuttles away for 4 byes. And this is becoming one of those never-ending overs. We've already had 6 attempted deliveries and only 1 legitimate ball. And then 11 runs conceded. And as a bowler often does in such a situation, he changes angle, so he's going to come right arm around.
Well, this could be dangerous. This could be bowling into the arc of Hawaii. He's gone over the top. He's taken him on. 6 runs. Balle, balle, balle. And there we have it. The first maximo of the day. Awais Ahmed taking full advantage of the captain, Hisham Patel's change of angle. He knows this is the time to maybe let loose. Captain's under pressure. He's played mind games now. That's only the second legitimate ball in an over, which has gone for far too many extras. But he's going back over the wicket now. He's decided that it's not going to work. Just got to believe in himself. Awais this time steps across. Once again, maybe if he left that, it could have been another wide.
True, but if you leave it and it isn't given, you make a right idiot of yourself.
He committed to the shot, didn't he, Awais, and played it quite well in the end.
3 back on the leg side boundary.
Jas Ahmed, 11 of 14. That's flighted up. Oh, that's better. That's the Hisham Patel we know. He's not afraid to give the ball a little bit of flight. Well bowled.
That takes a bit of courage after the nightmare of an over he's been having to give it that amount of flight.
Duran gets down, keeps it to a single. And during all of those no balls and wides, etc. And of course the boundary from Awais, the 6th, the first of the morning. The 50 has come up in this over. Floated up. He's going to ask a question. He could be gone. He's gone right across. The finger goes up. Awais Ahmed. Well, I was wondering how long he was going to wait. That's not very clever cricket from him. This has been a good over for Falco. Lots has run from it. And Awais goes across the line trying to play. He shot. The ball coming into him. The only thing the umpire had to think about here is whether that ball moved too much and was going to miss the leg. Watch the movement on it. Starts to move, starts to drift away. Was it going to go on to hit the stumps or was it going to miss? Well, the umpire is in the right place, puts his finger up and he's on his way. The next batsman coming in is the captain, Cameron Raja. So, the halfway stage, right on cue, just when the captain needed a wicket, he gets one. 54 for 2. Hisham Patel, after a horribly long over where 14 runs came from it, he does get the wicket of Awais Ahmed.
Well, to be fair, it was quite a recovery because the last 4 balls from that epic over conceded just 2 runs and brought about the wicket of Awais Ahmed. And now there's a lot of pressure on Ijaz Ahmed, who has the strike. He's on just 12 of 16. In comes Gorang. It's mistimed. He'll get 1. Garang's been a bit of a quiet star with the ball for Ravel Sporting. He's been expensive at times, but he's also provided a bit of X factor. Without any doubt, his best performance of the tournament came in the win against Minaj. He went for just 7 runs from his 2 overs. How they love a bit of that parsimony now.
Cameron Raja taking guard. He'll be hoping that after all those 4 consecutive defeats, they rally to a win against Fateh convincingly, bowling them out for 54 when they set them on 20, that he can continue finishing big. Talking about big, he's hit that out of the ground, 6 runs. Ginna Badda Shaka, that's lovely. That's what he's got to do, Michael.
That is the positive option, and at this stage of the innings with this many wickets in hand, that's what it's got to be. Drop short in any format of the game, but particularly in T10, you drop short as a spinner, you're asking for trouble. Oh, that's very full. What a response from Garang. Brilliantly bowled by the youngster. Pressure situation. He's only 18 years old, remember. Picks up his 3rd wicket of the tournament.
Yeah, bowled very well. And I've always said, this is what I like about Gurang. For a young guy, he doesn't get flustered. He's just been hit out of the park. And his very next ball is just flighted right up there, saying, okay, you've hit me once. I know it's going to happen. Let's see what you do with this one. Cameron Raj just try to hit that even further. He's on his way back. Top bowling.
He's an emerging talent in Spanish cricket. Out comes Reman Ullah with 4 on his back at number 4 for Falco. Ullah, their 2nd highest run scorer in the tournament.
Floated it up again. Floats it up again. Right into the block.
Turned away for 1. This is superb stuff from Garang. He did drop short for 1 ball, but aside from that, it's been a great first over from him. Got 3 sweepers providing protection on the leg side, content to concede a single there. And try and turn the ball away from the right-handers. He's got that one that comes back in as well if needed. And that is the arm ball that goes straight on. Drifts on, he completely deceived Ijaz Ahmed. End of the over, 6 gone, 62 for 3. Garang picks up the wicket of Kamran Raja and goes for just 8. Pressure well and truly on. As Ishan Patel will look to continue from the excellent end to his first over after the nightmare of a start. He'll come back for his 2nd. Rahman Ullah on strike. And Ijaz Ahmed, as and when he does get back on strike, has got to find some boundaries here. At this point, he is piling the pressure on. And much like the person who's turned up to the party despite not having the invite, he's got to do something quite wild to then justify his presence at the occasion, because he's got 13 off 18 balls. Lighted, but met on the half volley, a meaty blow over the mid-wicket rope for 6. Rahman Ullah's first boundary. That will help them along.
Yeah, I mean, Ishan Patel, when Gurang was bowling, you could hear him shouting, flight it up, flight it up, flight it up. And every time he did, he was giving him a big round of applause. And now he's gone in to bowl, he's 2nd and done the same thing. He's flying it up. That's what they believe is going to get the wickets. Well, this time round, Rahman Ullah hits it for 6. What's going to be the reply? Is he still going to fly it up?
Past 100 runs for the tournament with that shot, Ullah. That's a good response from Ishan.
Ramanula, as we know, he's the dancing maestro, isn't he? Many of you viewers may have seen him taking a catch and doing a little jig on the boundary afterwards. So yeah, he's got some fancy footwork.
Quicker ball, skied in the air, but over the keeper's head. An unintentional shot, but always a safe one in pretty much any format. And that skips away to Muller into double figures.
Yes, and of course, just to remind people that today is Super Wednesday. And Super Wednesday because you can watch free cricket today live on Sportsflick. So give it a go. Get on there and let us know what you think. That's if you're not on there already, of course.
That's if you're anywhere except for the subcontinent, or of course you'll be watching on fan code.
Ishan Patel, oh, he's flighted that a long way, but it's been sent a long way as well. Ginna Badashaka, this is just good, clean hitting. Ramanula is up for the party.
It is, but Ishan Patel just needs to drag his length back here. It's all in that half volley slot. That's 16 from the over already. Just been met on the bounce and hammered. Well, this has gone to quicker ball, but the quicker it comes, the quicker it goes. 6.466. Ramanula is having all of the fun out there. He's in almost as many sixes in this over as he had in his entire tournament before this point. 4 sixes in his first 5 innings, 3 in this over.
Ishan trying around the wicket.
Smeared away. Fielded by Borikar. He does just enough. And he'll settle for 1. Keeps him the strike, which I don't think Falco will be too disappointed about, to say the least. End of the 7th over, 85 for 3. And Ishan Patel's spell, which had a brief bright spot at the end of his first over, ends with a mullering, going for 23 from his second, 1 for 37 from his 2. And that has put Falco on track for what could be their best total of the tournament. The best to date, the 123 for 6 they scored against Catalunya, and they fell 8 runs short in that particular chase. They've only got past 100 in 3 of their 6 innings. Here's Garang back to bowl his second, but he gets the same treatment, and that's into the nets. Fetch that one. Well, they've got to do something to change the pace of the game here. Garang's first over was excellent. Only conceded 8, so you can understand why they brought him back. But one does have to question whether these two were firmly set in their mindset against spin, particularly this man, Ramanula. He's only faced spin so far, and he's going at 3 a ball. Goes again, hammered down the ground, baseball style. Sean with the fielding.
Yeah, I think most teams that are playing Raval Sporting, and like I say, they've got, after this 2 more matches, they will know that it's going to be a spin attack. So that's what they'll be working on. How do you play 4 overs of spin?
Ijaz Ahmed trying to join in the fun, but such has been his difficulties out there that nowhere near able to get the same level of clean contact as Ramanula did. But at the very least, he's got up the other end. He's struggling on 14 off 19. This man isn't. It's chalk and cheese stuff. Ramanula is going at 3 a ball. He's miscued that. He'll only get 1.
What Falco have done today is where their downfall has been in all those games that they've lost, and even in the game that they've won against Barcelona Shaheen, they were very lucky. Once they've lost Awais Ahmed and Adil Sawa, nobody stepped up. Only Cameron Raja once or twice. So to see Ramanula batting the way he has been here, it's a relief for them. But Raval Sporting will know if they can break this partnership. Falco have been known to collapse, because who else is there to come that can keep this going?
And Raval Sporting are unquestionably more of a batting side. In 3 of their 4 innings in this competition, they've got past 100, and in 2 of them, they've scored exactly 128, which is an above-par score for this competition. Oh, that's clever. Well, he appeals for the wide. Definitely wasn't a wide.
Appeals for a wide? There's an appeal for a
Well,
wide?
have you not been watching the European Cricket Series? The appeal for the wide from the batsman is a key part of this operation, Rico. And that was slid across him. Good ball outside off. And
It's a good ball,
he
yeah.
sort of looked up at the umpire. He knew he couldn't actually say, how is that a wide? Because the match referee might be interested. But this sort of pleading like a dog wanting an extra treat.
Is that look, isn't it? And it has to be said that a few batsmen had been spoken to about that by the tournament referee, Rob Kemin.
95 for 3 off 8. 10 coming from that to back up the 23 that had come from Patel's 7th. Spin done now. Garang finishing with 1 for 18 from his 2. Manish Manwani comes back for his 2nd. Conceded 9 from his 1st. Inside out through the covers. Not interested in pushing 2. That's probably partially because Ijaz Ahmed is struggling out there. Moves on to 16 off 21. But one does have to ask, at what point does Ijaz Ahmed just decide he's got to sacrifice himself?
Well, I think at the moment he's just quite happy just playing a sporting role to... Oh, Rahman Ullah's gunning it all over the place.
Down the ground. Should be said, that's the first ball, though, that Ullah has faced from anything that's not spin. So this will present a different challenge at the death. And Ravel don't have the problems that others have had with storing up their 5th bowler. They've got their 5 bowlers. Numan Ali will come back for the last, having conceded just 6 from his first. The issue they had was the poor bowling from their captain, Ishan Patel. 14 extras on his watch. That's in the half volley slot, but he's miscued it. Ishan will field. So that's 3 singles to start this over. I really have to ask the question. We've seen at this point the chronic overvaluation of wickets. At what point you decide, well, really, we've actually got to be at least running the first one hard, if not coming back for 2 with situations like that. Full toss, skied in the air. It's been given as a no ball, though, so the catch is elementary. And it is dropped. Well, it's one of those that on tour, the defence offered would be, well, neither of us got hands on it anyway. But anyone who's been on a cricket tour knows that the fine for not even getting hands on it is even worse than dropping it, as it rightly should be. Mess of communication. It should always be the wicket-keeper's a catch like that that's been skied up, because he's got the big old mitts.
This is a free hit. There's a good caption there off the batsman, Rahman Ullah.
Oh, well, that's an even better shot, though. That is thudded into the blue backboard next to our commentary position. It has our cameraman and operations team ducking for cover in fear. Bulleted down the ground off the straight bat. Manwani getting treatment of the highest order.
2 magical moments there. The first one when the full toss was hit by Rahman Ullah and it was a no ball. He thought he was going to be out. Then he sees the umpire and he sigh of relief.
Oh, dropped. Dropped by Manwani. Well, it's all happening out here. And now Ijaz Ahmed, having burst into life with that big 6, gets to life.
And then the second, which was, well, as that ball's hit for 6, we've got Mate, one of the production team, fiddling about with the cables in front of us. And the ball's gone and hit the fence here. And as he's hit it with a thud, he jumped out of his skin and almost had a heart attack. So, yeah, good morning, Mate. How are you feeling? Have you settled down now?
So we should stress, thankfully, almost the operative word of that. He is fine. Hasn't actually had a heart attack. Certainly given Falco's innings the push that it needed from this penultimate over. The free hit, and then it goes for 6. 107 for 3. 12 runs coming from that penultimate over. Manish Manwani finishes with 0 for 21. As advertised, as predicted, it is Numan Ali who will come back to bowl the last. He's got no protection in terms of on the boundary. Square behind square of the wicket on either side. Very traditional Seam bowlers field for the end of the innings, but there's no one who can do anything about that. Can't afford to bowl short with this field. It just sits up. And Ijaz Ahmed, who's been struggling for much of this innings, now finds his second six in as many overs.
That's a big shot. Before the start of this over, I was thinking Falco will be eyeing up 120. Well, with Ijaz smashing that for six on the leg side, well, they'll be looking maybe for 125, 130. They've got to take the attack now to the bowler.
They need 10 runs off these last 5. Their best score of the tournament so far. That's a mini milestone. Well, that will help, and it will be wided. Anything down the leg side is a wide. Kishitage got something on it, but we'll concede one more.
Buller on strike.
It's been going well. 34 or 14. What's he got for us here? Comes wider of the crease that time. And he pierces the gap in between mid-wicket and long on. Gets it perfectly positioned between the two. Neither can cut it off. And Ullah has yet another boundary.
That's 12. 12 of 2, really, being that there was a wide as well. This is going just as Falco would have wanted so far. Raval Sporting undoing some good work they've done. Doesn't get hold of that. They will try and push with 2, will they? They'll just take the single. You would have thought they would have to, really. That's what we've said.
That means to sound like a broken record. You're in the last over. You've got 7 wickets left.
Can he find another big one? Oh, he can. That is nice. That is big.
Well, they're finishing this innings in style, this pair. Remember, they came together at 61 for 3. And they've added 65 runs together. They've more than doubled the total. A fair share of Brucey bonus extras, though. But plenty off the bat, too. It's a slightly mistimed one. Shan will do the fielding. And again, to my bafflement, there's not the slightest bit of interest in even running the first quickly or trying to come back. Dare I say 2 members of the Average Protection Society out there. They are batting very well. The running is a bit pedestrian. Last ball. And that's over the head of Ishan, who was there eagerly trying to hope for a catch on the boundary. But he's not going to be catching that. And so Rehman Ullah strikes the final ball of the innings for a big 6 straight. And he finishes with 45 not out from 17. Ijaz Ahmed with 37 not out from 28, which is a quite astonishing turnaround given that for most of that innings he was scoring at under a run a ball. Final over of the innings goes for a costly 26 runs. This pair have put on an unbroken partnership that will finish with 72 runs added in 4.5 overs. Heading back to the start. Well, they'd won the toss and elected to bat Falco, but it wasn't going well early on. Moise Ahmed and Adil Sawa having their struggles. Borikar got Sawa there, caught behind for just 4. Borikar finished with 1 for 14 from his 2. Could have had a second there, but Goreng not able to take the catch. Lovely little guide away by Moise Ahmed, little touch shot for 4. Fair few wides from Ishan Patel when he first came on. He ended up conceding 37 from his 2 overs, but did pick up that wicket. Moise Ahmed LBW for 20 off 14 balls. Gorang dismissed Cameron Raja, who was 6 and out. 6 off 2 balls. And then it became the Rehman Ullah show for a while. Ullah enjoying the spin. He was going at 3 a ball early on, having slowed down a bit. Later when the seamers came on. But that was when Ijaz Ahmed picked it up. Partnership that had spells with either batsman dominating the scoring. That was a big moment. Manish Manwani dropping Rehman Ullah. As caught and bowled to go, it was a relatively simple chance. Then coming back at the end of the innings, Manwani pulled away for 6 by Ijaz Ahmed. That was the shot that really got him going. And then the boundary tap having been dormant and turned off, was rapidly turning on. That was bulleted down the ground just wide of our commentary position. Rehman Ullah finishing with 45 off 17, 2 4s and 5 6s. Ijaz Ahmed having a real innings of 2 halves. Very, very slow at the start, very, very quick at the finish. 37 off 28 for him. Really good partnership that's given Falco comfortably their best score of the competition so far as they chase a 3rd victory in their 7th game. Revel Sporting with 1 win from 4 so far. So for either of these two to keep aspirations of making Finals Day Friday, this is a must-win game. When we come back, it will be 134 to win for Revel Sporting in the run chase.
And we are back, European cricket fans, for match number 30, live coin toss. And it's a pretty big one, actually. We've got Barcelona Shaheen versus Raval Sporting Club. Barcelona have played 7 matches. They've won 4. They're sitting third on the table. If they win this one, they're a very, very good chance to lock themselves into the semi-final. So it's a big game for them. Raval played 4. They've won 1. They're in the middle of a game at the moment. There could be 2 after this one, who knows? But they still have a potential chance of making the semi-finals. If they keep winning their games, they've got 3 today. So a lot on the line for this one. Let's toss the coin. Barcelona, you're the home team. So Dilawar, you'll toss it. And you'll call, my friend. Head is the call.
And it is heads.
Okay. Hang on. So you won the toss, you're going to bat first, you said?
Yeah.
Why are you thinking of batting first?
We have the batting lineup and we have the bowling lineup also to restrict them. So we will have the bat first.
Okay, big game. You've got 3 big games today, actually. How's everyone feeling?
Yeah, we have to win 3 out of 3. So there is no other way. So we will try our best to win 3 out of 3.
Okay, how are the boys feeling? Are they confident?
Yeah, we are very much confident to restrict Falco in 133. So we will chase down.
Okay, good luck. Have a good game.
Yeah.
Dilawar, okay, you're in the field. How's that for you?
Yeah, wanted to bowl first as well.
So you basically won the toss.
Yeah, yeah. So it didn't affect us so much. So yeah, we will try to restrict them on low total. We did very good in last 3 matches. We restricted 3 teams below 100 runs. So bowling going good. Yeah.
You must be pretty happy with the way you guys have played in this tournament so far. You're sitting in a good position.
Yeah. We played good cricket. So we won against very strong teams. So boys are very quite confident. So we're sure we will qualify for semi-final.
Definitely looks that way. If you win this one, you should be a goer. So good luck, mate. Have a good game. So Raval Sporting Club have won the toss. They're having a bat.
Welcome back to this beautiful Montjuïc Olympic ground for the run chase of game number 29, one that both of these teams desperately must win to stay in the hunt for finals day Friday. Falco have won the toss, elected to bat, and put on their best score of the tournament so far, managing 133 for 3, courtesy of a fantastic fourth wicket partnership worth 72, I should say, by Reman Ullah and Ijaz Ahmed. Nico Full is alongside me once again for the run chase. Raval Sporting are going to need to pull something out of the bag. They've been a decent batting side in this competition. They will need their best innings yet to knock these runs off. 2 wins from 6 for Falco so far. 1 win from 4 thus far for Raval Sporting. Falco in the light green. Raval Sporting batting. Heading out in their deep blue with red and white uniforms. Facing the first ball for Raval will be Kishitij Patel, and Shan Patel will be at the other end. These two comfortably Raval Sporting's best pair of batsmen we've seen throughout the competition so far. So a lot is resting on their shoulders to probably do the bulk of the lifting there to get this target. 3 overs power play at the top, of course, so only 2 allowed out. Just setting up their field, Falco, for the left-handed Kishitij.
Tanvir Iqbal is the bowler. He's warming up. Now, Tanvir, as we know, is carrying an injury. So for him to want the ball first up and be bowling, remember, this it's still going to be quite slippery out there. So this is not going to be easy for him, but he's up for it. Tanvir does have a tendency to start with a few wide, struggles to get his line right. How will he do up against the left armour? Well, we'll see. Left-hander, sorry. Kish Patel, very much the informed batsman for Raval, and he's got to lead this attack if they're to get anywhere near the target of 134.
He's off the mark there, Kishitij. His 140th run of the tournament, coming at an average of 46. A very decent strike rate too, of 175 per 100 balls. That brings on to strike Ishan, who in his 2 innings so far has scored 40 runs. At a pretty decent strike rate too. A pair of cameos, but when you chase a big total like this from your best batsman, you need more than a cameo.
It's a nice shot from Ishan. He's a nice looking batsman, isn't he? Nice looking, plays it well, gets into good positioning. Just looks a good bat. And, you know, I say this a lot of times, and we've talked a lot, Michael, haven't we, where a lot of the batsmen that come out here, they are big hitters and like to attack. Whereas Ishan plays balls on merit. That will be a wide ball from Tanvir to the left-hander, straight down the leg side. And Ishan Patel, he's adopted very well to this T10 format. Very much a one-day batsman. It's a big appeal for LBW here from Raman Ullah to our left. How he can see where that ball is going beats me, but it was going way down leg. It was a solo effort, leg by taken.
Well, you've always got the best view from deep long off. The only place where you've got a better view is deep square leg.
Nicely played, just clips it off his legs. Thinking about 2, they will come back for 2. Not the best of fielding from Falco there. They're just playing a little bit of footsie with the ball rather than picking it up and throwing it in. Casual bit of fielding allows the batsman to come back for 2 runs. Tanvir Iqbal, the experienced ex-national team player. That's a good ball from him in the right areas. Ishan Patel will take the single. And Falco will be very pleased with how they went about their batting, something they haven't been able to do throughout this series, which is when they've lost a top order batsman. make a recovery. They've done that well, and they'll be hoping that that will allow them to go on and win. And that's gone all the way through. Tanvir Iqbal cannot believe it. Stayed low, but look at that. Really, really poor bit of fielding. I mean, that's unexcusable, and no wonder the bowler is completely devastated. Kawar Javid. Well, if this ever needs to be an example of how not to field a ball, that was it. That's poor from Falco. There's no point doing the hard work with the bat and getting the runs on the board and then giving freebies like that away. We've seen some terrible bit of fielding in that very first over. We've seen 2 runs given when there was just 1, and that one, well, should have been a single, or well, maybe Tanvir thinking it shouldn't have been anything. It goes all the way down for 4 byes. The score at the end of the first, 11 without loss.
21 extras in the Falco innings. Won't want to reciprocate on that charity, but probably made a good start there with 6 extras in that first over.
Mohamed Shiraz. Ishan Patel taking the single off his first ball. Now he's going to come round the wicket to the left-hander Kish Patel. Hit up ish and the catch taken. Soft dismissal from a top player. Cameron Raja once more, as he does so many times, takes the catch. And Kish Patel, well, he's been the strength and the backbone of Raval Sporting when they have scored runs. Well, he makes his way back. That's a disappointment for them. Remember, in all of the games, it's been Kish Patel scoring runs. And with him on his way back, it's going to put a little bit of pressure now on the captain, Ishan Patel. Not only has he been scoring well, Kish Patel, he scored his runs at a good pace. And inside the power play, that would have been key for him, but it's not happened. Shubdeep Deb is the new batsman. Oh, he's gone, first ball. Stumps all over the place. He's been castled. Oh, what a lovely piece of bowling there from Mohamed Shiraz, the new batsman. So many times we've seen this, the first ball to a new batsman, being wasted. Nothing wasted there. That was top quality. Just takes a little bit of pad on the way through to the stumps, but was hitting anyway. Golden Duck, Shubdeep is on his way back, and as we've seen so often in this series, 1 wicket brings another. 2 down now. And pressure now piling on. We saw there Ishan Patel jogging up to Manish Manwani and having a chat with him, probably just saying, look, come on, it's me and you here, buddy. Manish Manwani, he's a quality player. He's not the biggest hitter, but he does and can occupy the crease, and if he can do that and allow Ishan Patel to start stroking the ball around the park, that's what Raval need now. But we are on a hat-trick ball. Mohamed Shiraz, will he be the first bowler in this European Cricket Series to get a hat-trick? In he comes. Oh, well bowled. Couldn't do any more than that. Well, it wouldn't have been a hat-trick for him, but could have been a team hat-trick. Nearly gets Manish run out, running to the danger end. Well played. Just take the single. Got to top over this pressure now. Raval Sporting building up. Wickets have gone down. Tanvir having a shot at the stumps this time. He thinks he was pretty close. Looking at it from here, I think Manish Manwani once more running to the danger and gets there. Well, what an exciting over that has been. And at the end of this, the second over, it is 15 and 2 wickets down. What excellent bowling that has been from Mohammad Shiraz. He's taken 2 wickets, 4 runs at the end of the second over. Tanvir is going to continue. Manish Manwani. Having a swing, just gets a single. Ishan Patel, well, what does the captain do here? He's been at the non-striker's end. He's seen the wickets go down. He hasn't had too much of the strike himself. Just had the 5 balls for 6. Oh, he knows he's got to start some sort of recovery here. That will be a wide ball. This time the man at third man, fine leg, does get across and stop it at least. 2 wides. Manish Manwani back on strike. Falco putting on the squeeze. Another wicket here and they know they're in. Well bowled from Tanvir. Showing all his experience, Tanvir Iqbal. But there's one man that's given 110% to Falco. It's him, even when he's injured. He's been bowling well. Bowling off a shorter run than he normally would because of that injury, but he's also had to perform with the bat and scored runs with them. A tremendous effort for him. But that's going to go for 4 runs. It was a full toss. Going for the Yorker, the slower one. Picked up well by the left-handed Manish Manwani. 4 runs, 4 very valuable runs. It's been a while since we've seen the boundary. And that one will be very, very gratefully received. In fact, that's the first one off the bat. All the others have been buys and extras. Trying to go big again. He's just going to be careful that he doesn't end up giving his wicket away, because though it is important they try and get quick runs on the board to bring that required run rate down a little bit. It's around the 15 runs mark at the moment already. He cannot afford to lose his wicket here, because that will really leave Ishan Patel stranded. Tanvir, you want a good finish to this over. Nicely played. Ramanullah will do the fielding.
Yeah, they're behind the rate though, and that pressure starts to psychologically kick in. Ticking up towards 2.5 a ball needed now. And every ball that doesn't go for a boundary gets worse and worse. Those extras have helped relieve it somewhat.
Well, I think Manish Manwani missed out on that one. It was another full ball, full toss. It was angled, going towards his leg stump, and somehow he's just managing to play it straight back to Tanvir. For a left-hander, that should have been sailing really over the square leg boundary mark. Let off for Falco.
It's a huge let off.
Oh, he sliced that. He's got lucky. Got lucky again. It was another full toss from Tanvir. Manish Manwani looking to hit this one straight, somehow managed to slice it over the man at point. It goes for 4 runs, valuable runs. I'm just getting clarification there. I think that has been because of the height. That's the second warning for Tanvir Iqbal. So he has been taken out of the attack. Remember the laws of the game. 2 beamers. You get a warning for the first and final. Do it again. You're off. So Tanvir Iqbal, with 1 ball remaining of his spell, has to come off, and this ball will be bowled by another player, but it will count as an over for whoever it bowls it.
It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare situation for your bowling allocation. So the shrewd thing to do would be to bring on a bit of a non-bowler to get through it. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Adil Arif will bowl his first ball of the tournament in the strangest of situations.
Yes, and this, of course, is also a free hit. That's actually well bowled for a part-time bowler. Bowls it right in the block hole. The batsmen do come back for 2, so...
Fair enough. He's come on and bowled a 3-hit delivery. His teammate has beamed himself out of the attack.
Well, an expensive over from Tanvir, and that's the end of the power play. 32 is the score, 2 wickets down.
Behind the rate here. And they'll just feel Falco if they can get a couple of tight overs in this Ravel middle order might fall in on itself a bit. A lot of their hopes resting on the man on strike, Ishan Patel. Scored 2 T20 centuries for them this season, but he hasn't really shown us that yet. Remember, there's only 1 individual 50 scored by Ravel in the entire tournament, and unfortunately for them, that's from the man who's back in the pavilion, Kishitic. 1 for just 1. And that's sort of the inside edge of Ishan's bat. Say pavilion, in a more modern sense here. It's the batting dugouts. Pavilion increasingly becoming of a metaphor of a time gone by, particularly when it comes to T10. Inside out. Oh, that's played on 1 leg. That's a quite ridiculous shot from Ishan Patel. He's not really been timing any of the conventional shots well. So he thinks, why don't I lean on 1 leg? Just watch this. He steps a long way away, and then he has to somehow find a way to get back. And he does.
Extraordinary shot.
And he's hit it for 6 as well. What outrageous footwork there. Somehow doesn't end up falling over in a heap, as lesser players would.
Yeah, the coaches would say when you play your shots, you have to be well balanced. Well, there was no balance there at all, but the ball still finds its way over the ropes for 6 runs. He's not quite ready. Just composing himself. What a top shot that was. Quality. Bit of T10 magic.
It takes a few times to watch it to believe what you've just seen. Outrageous stuff. Got him! Well, from the outrageous to the awful. Swing and a miss for Ishan Patel. 6 and out. He goes for 13 off 9. Mohammad Shiraz has yet another wicket of what's been an excellent spell. 3 for 10 now. Midway through his second, just a little off-cutter. As you can see, as we've seen so often this week, swings over the top of the ball. Watch it go under the bat. It is a pitch that is keeping low, and batsmen are repeatedly failing to account for that. As out comes probably Ravel Sporting's last hope. And a man who I'm a touch surprised is coming out at number 5. Govinder Singh, their 2nd highest run scorer in the tournament, but by an absolute mile, their biggest hitter. He has a strike rate of 282 per 100 balls faced. That's a long way better than any of his teammates. Need something from him here desperately. He hit 36 off just 9. You might remember yesterday. Picked up the Player of the Match award for That knock in the win against Minaj. Need some fireworks from him. Well, that will go to the boundary. Nothing to do with him, though. 4 buys. Awais Ahmed. Not exactly quick to move down the leg side. In fact, he didn't even try. It was quite comical. He just put his hands over his head as if to say, oh my goodness. The ball has somehow missed the bat and the leg stump.
Well, I mean, he's a quality actor, Awais Ahmed, but he won't like to see that again. His feet did not move; they stayed planted. I mean, that's a wicket keeper. I mean, you know better than all. You've still got to move, haven't you? Still got to move and get behind the ball. He didn't move at all; just stayed planted.
But he was also very upright. He was almost like a pencil, like an Olympic diver. So that's just chipped back and dropped by Shiraz. Could have had a 4-fer. We've seen precious few of those in ECS cricket. Of course, you only get 2 overs to send as many packing as you can. Sort of hung in the air a long time, this. Came very high off the bat. Ravinder will feel very lucky if he gets to the non-striker's end off the mark. Fortunate for him. On the ground. Good shot from Manwani. Well fielded by Naeem Shah. Decent cricket all round. And that brings to the end the 4th over. Which brings about a bit of everything it had. And Mohammad Shiraz finishes with 3 for 12 from his 2 overs. And if go on to win this game, Falco, he'll be a strong contender for our player of the match pick with a spell like that. He was exceptional. It won't surprise you to know that that's his best spell of bowling in the tournament. Takes his wicket tally for the competition up to 9. Now, he need his teammates to back that up, because of course bowling your best bowler out at the top is good for keeping the pressure on, but then you need others to follow from that lead. Kawa Javed is going to come on. Javed has only bowled 3.5 overs in this tournament, and he's been mightily expensive. He's gone for exactly 15 and over. Even to be tighter than that here against the left-handed Manwani. That's short though. There to go. Get it in between the sweepers. Mid-wicket coming around. Keeps it to 1. And then it's up to Govinda to once again hit right from the start.
Govinda's just going to have a swipe, isn't he? He's there to do one thing and one thing only.
Inside out drive from cover point. Lofted, and he's actually cleverly just pulled out of that shot because he realised if he went through with it, it would have been catching practice for the sweeper.
Interesting how Manish Manwani now bats. I mean, he'll know Govinda's going to be playing his shots and trying to be hitting the big ones. If he gets going, it will work out well for him, but he needs to stay at the other end. He can't be doing the same and getting out.
Swung away, and there's 3 leg side sweepers, but none behind square. Just about caught up with this one, Manwani, in time. Managed to help it around the corner. The desperately needed boundary. Lots of pace on it from Javed. If he'd have left it, it was a wide, but Manwani, it's adrenaline pumped, a big run chase on. Inside the line of the ball, very intelligently and deliberately found that gap. He's on to 20 off 12. Get 1 there. I wonder whether there was just a bit of a bottom edge on that. Apparently not. Signalled as a bye by the men in black. It's difficult standing up, particularly because you're just on the edge of that matting, so perceiving the height of the ball can be tricky. Your feet are actually, as you can keeping that side angle a bit lower than the pitch. It's timed. More than this. And they're ticking up. Very dependent on these two as well.
Very good over so far from Kawa David. Getting the ball in the right areas.
Just swinging off his feet there, Manwani. Without meaning to sound too harsh, because Rory always goes to the gladiator in the arena and it always looks simple from the commentary box. It's really not a percentage shot. His free fielder's ringing that favourite leg side boundary of his. Bowling to the plan. So decent over from Kawa Javed. Despite that 1-4, he concedes 8 runs off it to his figures, plus the bye. So at the midway point, Revel Sporting are 53 for 5. And it won't take a genius to work out that they are well behind where they need to be. Required run rate up above 16.
It's worth pointing out, though, if you look back at Falco's innings, at the same stage, they were 54 for 2. So anything can happen. Big moment this. New bowler. Sabas coming on. Oh, he started with a big wide. Even the dive of Oasis Ahmed there, the wicketkeeper couldn't get to that.
Well, Oasis had his difficult moments with the gloves, but that was absolutely not his fault. You say that, Rico, and you're absolutely right, but we saw an unbroken stand, 72 in 4.5 overs for that 4th wicket, which was exceptional.
The slinger, better from him.
Need a big over here. Well, that will help. And that is very deliberately played there. You might see that and think it's an outside edge. It absolutely wasn't. He's trying to manipulate the ball into one of the few gaps with those 5 boundary sweepers. Made room and used the wrists to get it behind square on the offside. That's a top shot. Excellent piece of batting. More where that came from. Just about survived. Very fortunate there, Govinder Singh. He's been dropped twice already. And much like any good batsman who's been dropped twice, it's Tanvir Iqbal who can't take the catch. He's calling for a change of bat, but the bat wasn't the problem. It's the timing. Went for it in his... It's as scratchy an 8 off 7 balls you've ever seen from Govinder. Dare I say that might be the same bat that he hit the 36 not out with 9 off the other day. So if you want to know how superstitious cricketers are, there's your evidence. But today he said, nope, that's not doing it for me. So he's got a change of bat. It's Manwani facing now. Swing and a miss. Well, Sporting behind where they need to be. Falco edging their way towards what would be a 3rd win from 7 games. It would keep them in the hunt. The final game later today against the Catalonia Tigers. Strike 2 at the ball game. And this is exactly what I'd said about Manwani in the previous over, albeit when it was Kawa Javed that's bowling. Even if he connects, there's 4 sweepers ringing that leg side boundary. It's a very, very low percentage shot. Well, he's got this one away down the ground instead, adjusted himself well. is a proper baseball hit on the potential third strike. Out to second base, centre field. One bounce 4, and Wani on to 25.
Thing is with that, Michael, I mean, okay, he's hit the boundary, he's got the 4 runs, but when you're playing dot balls before that, in context of what you need, it's not good enough, really, is it?
So end of the 6th over, 64 for 3. Batting okay, Ravel Sporting, but behind where they want to be. Shabazz Ahmed conceding 11 from his first over. Khaled back to bowl his second. And the 7th of the innings, and gets pumped away for 6. That's a huge shot on the half volley. And the Master Blaster Gurvinder Singh is just not going to miss out there. He's by no means given up this run chase.
No, that's a top shot. And this is what I'm saying with Manish Mawani with that last over. He's played and missed, played and missed. Best thing he can do is just try and take the singles, rotate the strike, left and right combination, and let this man attack and play his shots. He only knows one way to play. Gurvinder Singh, let him play, and Manish Mawani has to just really play the anchor role and try and give him as much as a strike he can while he's there, and hopefully for Ravel Sporting he'll be there to the end and be able to guide them to what would be quite a awesome victory from this position. Like I say, in terms of runs, Falco were at the same position at the halfway stage, so this is where it can all happen. Need a good partnership. These two can build that. And, well, that's what Manish Mawani can't do. One of the things that Manish will have to do when he goes away from this series and he gets in the nets is try to learn to play the shot that a lot of left-handers play very well in that area between what would be point and third man for him. Just guiding it down there. It runs down there pretty fast. Play the cut shot. Start to pick up a couple of offside shots, and then he'll be a complete batsman. And at the moment, this is his shot. As McCann, the man, told us already, when you've got 4 fielders there waiting for it, you've got to hit it very cleanly and over the top to make it count. Otherwise, it's just a single. A lot of effort just for a single. He plays a straight drive very well. We've seen him get a couple of boundaries from that shot already, but he's got to play some on the offside. Gurvinder Singh. Well, we know what he's going to do. He's going to try and have a go. He's got a very good eye. Picks the ball well. Bat on ball. Doesn't miss out on too many. One thing that he's not doing is playing out dot balls. You see a lot of that with some of these big hitters. They do hit it, and when they do, they hit it well, but they also, in between those hits, play out a few dot balls. That's not the case here at the moment. So, Khawaja Javed. Well bowled, slower ball. And, well, surprisingly, very, very surprisingly, Manish Manwani, when you've got a run chase on, deciding he didn't want to take the single. Not sure what that was about. I could understand if it was 12 needed of the last over and you wanted to have Gurvinder Singh on strike, but that's not the case here. They need to get all the runs that they can. The end of the over. 7 gone. 73. 3. Just look at that runs required per over now. Is at the 20 mark. Something special has to happen. Oh, and here it happens. Here it goes. Big one out of the ground. Saying something special needed to happen. Cameron Raja, well, he thumped his very first ball for 6. And he gets the same fate. First ball he bowls is smashed out of the ground by Gurvinder Singh. His next ball was a wicket. Well, we're going to see a repeat of what happened to him. Well, it's hit flat and hard. Fielder going across, gets down, keeps it just to the 1. 7 of 2 balls. Gurvinder Singh, can he deliver? Can he make what seems to be looking very, very impossible happen? Manish Mawani gets good bat on ball. That's gone through the gap. 4 runs. For a moment, I thought he moved too far away from it, going down that leg side. See his foot movement. It was a long way away from this. Fortunately for him, managed to reach it. And not just did he reach it, he put it in the gap. 4 runs. Cameron Raja will take note of what Manish Mawani is doing with his feet. Try and follow him maybe. Yes, he does. That's well bowled. And, well, the left-hander Manish Mawani again will need to learn here. With more experience, he'll know that he just needs to walk inside of those, take the wide ball, take the extra. With him moving away from his stumps down the leg side and the bowler following, he's not going to get those extras and they're just going to be dot balls. It's got to stand still. For a left-hander, he needs to stand still and rock back and smash those towards the leg side. Raja in once more, full of ball. He's picked it up well, and it's gone all the way over. 6 runs. Muy bien, chico. Está muy fuerte. Así necesita más. 6 carreras. That was a good hit. Raja firing this one into the stumps, which is just where Manish Mawani is wanting it. It's got to go back into his legs. Oh, that's very, very well hit indeed. Out of the ground it goes. Ginna Vada Shaka. Well, Manish Mawani, this is a top over from him. Keeping this game very much alive. Well, Cameron Raja saying that they need 20 runs per over. That one going for 23.96 for 3 now. Raval Sporting continuing to believe. Shabas Ahmed will be hoping he can put a good over in here. Anything less than 20. He's going to keep the pressure on Raval. That could be a wide. No, he's got away with it. Well, I suppose if you've got to bowl it somewhere to, this man could win the thing. It's right on the line, as you can see there to the right of him. That's the indicator for the umpires. Get it in that area where he can't reach to it. Well, you can't bowl it there. That's where he can get it. That's big. That's huge. And that's what Raval Sporting need. Gurwinder Singh. 29 or 14 now. You just cannot pitch the ball up to him. Well, you know where Shabas is going to be aiming this one. It's got to be wide. That off stump. And he does, but he gets to it. It's the fielder there. Gurwinder Singh just trying to hit it. Slightly behind point where the gap is, but could only hit it straight to the fielder. Manish Mawani, he's on 42 of 24. Seeing it well now, these two going along superbly. It's going to be a chase on for a fielder. Is he going to get there? Is the ball going to get to the boundary? No, he cannot get there. That's 4 more. That's well played. He moves on to 46. Raval Sporting dugout is vocal. They're on their feet. They're jumping up and down. Manish Mawani just staying still now inside his crease. These two came together at 61 for 3. Oh, he sliced that. It's going to be safe though, I think, is it? Oh, it is. Only because the fielder has dropped it. How costly is that going to be? Oh, looked like a straightforward catch. At one moment I thought it perhaps was going to go over the fielder there, a point to the left-hander. skies it in the air. And the fielder putting down a straightforward catch. Oh, that's going to be another chase on. This time I don't think it will get to the boundary. Will they come back for two? Keeping him to one. Score has moved on to 109. These two have put on 46. Manish Momwani is on 47. Gurwinder Singh on 31. But the two of them somehow now have 25 to get from this, the final over. And, well, Cameron Raja is a very, very brave man because he's been hit 23 off his first over. Gurwinder Singh is waiting to pounce, waiting to let loose. Well, Otherfield's going to stop it. They do indeed. Well, that's a big moment. If that one had gone through, there was hope. The batsman doing the right thing. Manish Monwani going for the second, knowing he was running to the danger end. It will only be the one run. He gets himself run out, and that was all about keeping Gurwinder Singh on strike. Doing the right thing, the left-hander. Goes for 47 of 26. Gurwinder Singh on strike. 24 of 5 balls. And, well, with that one, going just for a single. And, well, that's the end, really, of this match. A brave effort. Tanvir gets the throw in. The wicket goes. Well, he gave it his best shot, didn't he? He had to. So now with 23 or 4, when he's got hold of this, is in the air. Going to be another wicket, is it? Yes, it is. Shabaz Ahmed keeps hold of the ball. Tried to pop out. Well, wickets now falling in this over. We've said the 2 run-outs. Another catch. And that's Gurwinder Singh. Well, he did a job for his team, almost got them there, 32 of 17. But in the end, that little phase in the middle between him and Manish Momwani, when they were going at 6 and 6 and 8 and over, they just weren't able to capitalise on the boundaries. That's where they went. That's what cost them. That's what left them needing too much to do with this last one. And Cameron Raja, well, full credit to him. After his first over went for 23, there's a lot of pressure on him. And Falco have come back strong. And well, winning their last game against Fateh. Bowling Fateh out for just 54. And this keeps this group very much alive as we go through the last ball of this match between Falco and Raval. Well, we all know that Pakai Care and Catalonia have more or less booked their plays, and it's another wicket. Cameron Raja picking up his second. And, well, finishes flat from Raval. They had a lot to do, needing 25. That final over, it was all about getting Gurvinder Singh on strike. They managed to get the single, the run out of the first ball. But after that, everything dried up. Wickets tumbled. And Raval Sporting, they finish on 110 for 7. Falco, comfortable victory in the end by 23. Had a mini scare there, especially when Kamaraja went for 23 in that one over. Good effort. Just seeing some of these wickets going down. I mean, the bowling there right at the beginning from Mohammad Shiraz was absolutely brilliant. Should deep depth there, going very first ball. The captain and Manish came together. Manish could have gone early twice. He could have been run out. And these two had to make a good stand. Ishan Patel played some nice shots. This one was a very unusual one. But unfortunately, the very next ball he perished. You see it here. There's that little movement again he does with his front foot. But clean bowled. Mohammad Shiraz at that point had taken all 3 wickets. He was quality. A little bit of extras there, 4 byes. And these two, Manish and Gurvinder there. See him hitting that one out. And one-hand catch going down. They made a big effort. Got them close. Manish Momani, 47 of 26, sacrificing his wicket. Trying to get Gurvinder on strike. That was a big shot from him. That was well played. Lofted that one over as well. And if these two could have stayed together, they could have got the winning runs. It would have been amazing. It would have been an amazing chase. But Raval now, with that loss, and just 2 points on the board, they're going to struggle from here. It's going to take something mammoth. Other results have to go their way. That was when Manish had to give his wicket away. Cameron Raja finishing the job off there right at the end, picking up another wicket for himself. An exciting game, could have gone either way, went to the last over, but in the end, Falco picking up the victory. Well, I'm going to leave you with some images of this ground as I will be back with you in a few moments to tell you who is going to be the player of that match. Join me in just under a minute's time. Well, what an excellent first game that was here today. Match number 29 between Falco and Raval Sporting. Remember, both of these teams have a chance to get through into the finals. Falco needed a good win. Raval Sporting, they've got a marathon event, a marathon day for them today, playing 3 games. First one was always going to be difficult. Falco, we know all about their qualities. They're a team that was in the final when we were here last, back in October, losing out to Catalonia Cricket Club on that occasion. Haven't had the best of starts. After winning the first game, they had a run of 4 defeats in a row. Got back to winning ways against Fateh, bowling Fateh out comprehensively for 54, and then continuing their good run of form now with that win. Thanks to this man to my right, Ramanullah, the player of the match, scoring 45 of 17. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, one of the things that Falco have struggled with this time round is when the openers, Adil Sawa or Awais Ahmed, failed, then the middle order just didn't perform. Sometimes Cameron Raja did, but other than that, nobody else was able to. Today, you looked a different team.
Yeah, because my management gave me a chance who said you have to perform, you can do it. So we were doing nets as well, to doing well because we are the second runner-up last tournament. So they boost us, go and play your game. So we did it.
So this was all very much about you going away. You had a little break from your last game, going away, having a team talk and saying, we are the finalists. We know we have the ability. Now it's time to go out there and show what we can do.
Everybody just showed me up. Yeah, you can do it. You last tournament as well. You are doing well. So you have to perform. If opener is not performing, middle or someone have to perform. If we go for 130 or 140, we are in the tournament. So we are hoping if we are winning next match, we are in the tournament.
You very much are. I mean, this is the way. This is how exciting it is. There is probably 3 or 4 teams that, if results go their way, could go all the way and make it in the finals. And the next match is going to be very exciting as well. But let's focus on yourself. You've done what you have to do here. Started off with a win. Have to carry on that way. And if results go your way, maybe we'll see Falco once more in the semi-finals. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Ramanullah. He's the man of the match in this game. And don't forget that game we're talking about coming up next at 10:30. Barcelona Shaheen, they're a very, very strong team. We saw just how many big hitters they have in their side. Can they pull off another win here? Well, they're against a team, Raval Sporting, who came up short this time round. Raval, no, it's not over for them. They've still got 3 games left. If they can win all those 3 games, they have a chance. Barcelona Shaheen, no, if they can win this game, then they surely have guaranteed at least their place in the semi-finals. Well, join us at 10:30 to see how that match goes. welcome back to this magnificent setting here. Montjuïc, on top of this mountain, takes its name from ancient times when this was very much a Jewish community settlement. So the word Montjuïc means Jewish mountain. Beautiful wooded area surrounded by Olympic architecture. The Olympic Stadium is just a 2-minute walk from us, and this itself is an Olympic ground, Montjuïc Olympic ground. Welcome back to what promises to be a fantastic game. Barcelona Shaheen there in the field after Raval Sporting won the toss and decided they would have a bat first this time. You saw them just losing out to Falco. So now they know that every game is a must-win game. Hamza Salim to open the bowling. And of course he'll be bowling to Kish Patel. Who else? The left-hander. Off the mark straight away. Must-win match this for Raval. Barcelona Shaheen, they themselves will know that if they could win this one, this is their last match. They've played 7, won 4, lost 3. This would more or less guarantee them their place on Friday, the finals day. It's well bowled, well pitched up. Kish going, has to get back quick and does. I think he would have made it there, even if that ball had hit the stumps. Good early call from Ishan Patel. The captain knows he needs to perform. Salim. Oh, hit him on the pads. I think probably just going on to miss leg. Stefan Gooch, the umpire at the bowler's end. Abdul Khan standing at square leg. Oh, that's an absolute gem. I mean, it did stay a little low, got to say that, but, well, Ishan Patel playing the completely wrong shot, and this ball, you'll see it again, I'm sure it did come back into Ishan. Let's have a look. Oh, that's a classy ball. Ishan Patel, well, should have been playing straight. He'll look back at this dismissal and be wondering why he wasn't playing straight. So, a prize wicket, Barcelona Shaheen. The captain, Ishan Patel, gone for a 3-ball duck. So his run of poor form continues in this European Cricket Series. And Hamza Salim, he's a top player. For me, certainly, he's been one of the players of this series. Just starting to come good with the bat as well. His bat's left-handed. He's been bowling very, very well. Such a key player in this Barcelona Shaheen team. Manish Manwani, the vice-captain, replaces his captain, and he'll be hoping to continue the form that he's in. Scored 47 in that first game here today, sacrificing his wicket, and with that, his chance of getting a 50. Trying to keep Gurvinder Singh on strike to try and win that game, which they fell short in the end, requiring 25 of the last over against Falco. 2 Two left-handers on strike, and that one's been sliced away. It will run down for 4 runs, and that's the first boundary of this innings. Kish Patel. He knows just how important it is for him to perform. He is their key batsman. He's been in good form, their wicket-keeper batsman. 6 for 1 off the first. Manish Manwani on strike. Omar Javed comes in. He's been in fine form with the ball as well. Starting with a wide. One of many bowlers who struggle to get their rhythm. Omar Javed yet to bowl a legal delivery. That one as well. A good hit here, could be gone. Well, we saw yesterday that Hamza Ali, though he's a little bit suspect in some of these wicket-keeping areas, but what he was top quality on was with his throwing. Got a great direct hit yesterday, that time not far off, and if he hit, well, I think Kish Patel would have been in trouble. That's well played and well fielded as well. They do come through for a single. Umar Javed, just the first few balls, struggling to control the swing. He's getting a lot of movement. So coming in to the left-hander, you just feel if he could just get that movement by pitching it in the right place, just outside the off stump, it'll be very difficult to play. That's a fuller ball. He's been crashed away. Balle, balle, balle. A full toss, getting what it deserves, really. Hit firm and hard from Manish Manwani. Lovely shot from the youngster. Still to turn 17. Showing his quality here. Saw him score 47 in the first match. Oh, and he's gone. And that's the delivery that I was talking about from Umar Javed. If you could just get it in the right spot. Here we go. That's the one. Starting on the off, coming into the left-hander, crashing into his stumps. And Manish Manwani just played one beautiful shot there and then, well, getting too carried away. Probably thinking he was still playing in that very first match when he had to play those sort of shots. But in this game, well, it was early days. He could have hung around a little bit longer. That wicket, adding to the one of his captain that's already sat in the dugout, is going to put additional pressure now on these two batsmen. Gurvinder Singh, we know all about him, has come out. Attacking bat really just plays one way, and that's all out attack. Umar Javed adjusting well to the right-hander, getting this into his body. They would have seen how Gurvinder Singh bats. They won't want to be giving him anything that he can drive at. And there we go. That's why. Put it in the slot. He's going to put it away. Lovely shot. That's hit absolutely sweet from the middle of the bat. Quality. Top shot. And this definitely is the blaster in the making Gurwinder Singh. Pitch it up to him. He's going to smash it away. And Mujahid surely won't pitch this one up. Fires it into his pads. That over comes to an end. The end of the second. 22 is the score. 16 runs coming off that over. But a wicket also. And a prize wicket as well. That of the young Manish Manwani, who I've seen already can score some runs. Hamza Salim is to continue. Now these two batsmen, they will know that they need to put a partnership on together. Both of them can score runs and score big runs. Now it's about occupying the crease. Well, it's not going to happen. Stumps all over the place. Just smashed into them. Kish Patel won't like to see this again. Once more, you could argue that the ball has stayed low. But was it the right choice of shot? No, I don't think so. You can see just from the head of Kish Patel. Beautiful action shot there of Hamza Salim running in. When he gets it right, he's absolutely devastating. Another one cleaned up. Kish Patel joining three other batsmen now that have been bowled and sent back. No more decisive wickets than that, is there? Ishan Patel, clean bowled for a duck. Manish Manwani, clean bowled for 7. Kish Patel, clean bowled for 6. Well, Shubdeep Deb will be pleased that he has at least this occasion got off the mark. Having been out in the very first ball in Laval Sporting's first match this morning. Hamza Salim now to Gurwinder Singh. Oh, and he's knocked him over. Chuck there, Patte. Another one goes down. Kuldeep Lal on the boundary. Delighted with that. Badalona Shaheen. Well, the bowlers are taking control. They've got their radar absolutely spot on today. Timber go the stumps. Hamza Salim. Look at that. In poetry in motion, that is. Another one bites the dust. And it's the big wicket of Gurwinder Singh. 4 wickets down. All bowled. And that scorecard very much looking like a telephone number at the moment. Wickets falling on the score of 1. 1 for 1, 16 for 2, 22 for 3, 23 for 4. Hamza Salim. Slower ball. That's very well bowled. Had to get bat onto that or he was in trouble. What a spell this has been for Hamza. In his second and final over. 2 balls to come in it. So far 3 for 8. Slower ball. Finds the bottom of the bat for a single. Well, how do Raval Sporting come back from this? Desperately need a win. Nothing else will do here. Lose this and they can kiss goodbye to getting into the semi-finals. Amit Daz there just stranded at the non-striker's end. Ball watching. Shubdit Deb runs halfway down the wicket before crying out to him, Jaliyar. And that woke him up and he continued to safely get to the striker's end. Well, he'll have to go back to the non-strikers now. That was the end of the third over. The end of a magnificent power play for Barcelona Shaheen. Not such a good one for Raval Sporting. 25 for 4. Kuldeep Lal into the attack. Kuldeep Lal was doubtful for this game yesterday. Fortunately, being able to rearrange his work commitments to play in this all-important last group stage match for Barcelona Shaheen. Nice shot, but hit it straight at the fielder, who will take the single. Remember, a win here will cement their place in the semis. In the last two games, they destroyed Fateh. First up, youngster Malik Sami-ur-Rahman took an amazing 3 for 4 in that one. And they restricted Fateh just to 80 for 8. And in reply, 41 from 10 balls from Barba Khan, supported by this man called Iblan, not out at the other end. That's a nice looking shot. Chase on for the fielder. Doesn't get there. 4 runs. A nice little shot there. Shubdeep Deb got into position well. And just flicking this away. This was nice to watch. Just made himself the room. Got into position. And swished it away for 4. And that's a welcome boundary. Only the third of the match. 2 4s and a 6 so far. Take the leg by. In their second game and the last game, Barcelona Shaheen made very easy work yesterday. Playing the Catalonia Tigers, that was going to be a clash because both teams fighting for a semi-final place. All the bowlers chipped in with the wickets for Barcelona Shaheen. Nice looking shot. Chase on for the fielder. I don't think he's going to get there. That's very well played. Delightful little shot there from Amit Daz. So these two showing a little bit of grit. It's nice to see a genuine offside shot being played. The Kuldeep Lal has gone for boundaries here. Square leg from Shubdeep Deb, and now cut shot played by Amit Daz. What's he got? Comes back with a fuller delivery. Single taken. These two looking good. Playing the shots, taking the singles, and trying to rebuild this innings for Raval Sporting. 37 for 4 of the fourth over. That game, that clash they had with the Catalonia Tigers, Barcelona Shaheen, restricting their opponents to 98. And in reply, Kuldeep Lal made an absolutely fantastic 58 of 23. Getting out just before they could win that game. Hamza Salim made 20 not out of 8 balls, and they finished that game in 5.1 overs. That's why their net run rate is well above everybody else. Malik Matiur Rahman comes in, just straying down the leg. Malik Matiur Rahman and his brother Malik Samuel Rahman, they've been a fantastic find for Barcelona Shaheen. Both the youngsters have really strengthened their bowling and fielding attack. Good reply, right on the money. these two will just want to keep this partnership going. And that's good. Watching the ball onto the bat, not trying to do anything special. Completely different to what we've seen from the first 4 batsmen. Ishan Patel going for a hoik before he even got off the mark. And you saw the wicket of Manish. Again, going for a big hit. He already hit a 6 off the over. Playing right across the line, getting bowled. Kish Patel as well. And Gurvinder Singh also bowled by Hamza Salim. All 4 batsmen playing uncharacteristic shots. 3 of them choosing to go back foot. And well, they should know by now, played enough games, that if you go back, it's a bigger parry, and the finger goes up. Just as I'm talking about going on the back foot, if you don't go forward, if you don't play straight, you're going to get into trouble. And little Shubdeep Deb has played a couple of nice shots. He's gone now. There we go. No doubt about that at all. It's crashing, I would say, into the middle and off. He's on his way, Shubdeep Deb. Gone for 7 of 8 balls. So the first wicket to go, which is not batsman being clean bowled, LBW. So the umpire finally being called into the equation. And that's Raval Sporting now losing their 5th wicket. Mati Ur Rahman in the wickets as well. And this is what Barcelona Shaheen do. You get the brilliance of Hamza Salim and Umar Javed out of the way. And then you got a wily contender like Kuldeep Lal and Malik Mati-ur Rahman come on. And remember, his brother is there as well, Sami-ur Rahman. A good outfit, Barcelona Shaheen. And you know what? I mean, they've worked. And they've had to work hard to get themselves into the semis. They're not there yet. This match is not over. Anything can happen, of course. But that's one thing they do. They keep working. And maybe there are the dark horses. So we're just going to see at the end of that over. It is now 39. 5 wickets gone. So it's all very much Barcelona Shaheen at this halfway point.
Well, a brilliant start to match number 30 for Barcelona Shaheen. They've had a real roller coaster of a tournament, proper up and down stuff, but they appear to be peaking at just the right time. That's flicked away. Nobody's at the fine leg boundary or anywhere near it, and it scoots away for 4. Well, that will help in a game that's so often about the big shots. Just a little tickle, grazed away, one might say. Got to get themselves something to bowl at here of our Sporting. Well, they were supremely confident of their qualification yesterday, Barcelona, when I spoke to Kuldeep Lal, even before that all-important victory. So that's again on the button, maybe a touch too full. He almost gets 4 for that. He does go away fast off this outfield that gets mown every half day. So not an extra inch of grass above what is strictly necessary is allowed to develop on it. Javed in his 2nd over. These two trying to rebuild. Yesterday, Barcelona Shaheen comfortably defeating the Catalonian Tigers. That was a real statement of intent. Blocked back. And maybe it's just one of those horse races you see, where that horse that's sort of middle of the pack, kicking around, not doing too much, just as the final furlongs start to come into reach, scoots a bit further forward. It's good again from Javed, flicked round the corner. Bit of a comical misfeel, but ball was dribbling along, so It's not going to cost them. Most unusual set of fixtures today. Revell Sporting playing 3 times on the same day. Very rarely seen in the ECS. Get 1 here. But our fixture computer has created the unusual occurrence. And this the penultimate day of pool games. We've got Fate to finish today off, and then early morning game against the Catalonian Tigers tomorrow. Short off the pads. This will be 1, so he's come back well here, Javed. He went for 6 runs off his first couple of balls with that boundary and then the 2. But the last 4 balls of the over bring 2 runs to the team score and just 1 on the bowlers, because he's, like any good bowler, make sure the umpire signals that leg by. So 6 overs gone, 47 for 5. Revell Sporting trying to rebuild. And Javed finishes with 1 for 23 from his pair of overs. And unsurprisingly, Malik Mati Uraman's going to bowl out here, and after that belter of a first over, anything else would be something of a shock. That comes off the pads. Good wicket keeping from Dilawar Khan. One of the seemingly endless Khan brothers that dominate this Barcelona side. I'm assured the number stops at 4 of them. Oh, he's got him. It's yet another wicket for Malik Mati Uraman. What a day of it he's having. His second. He's only conceded 2 runs now from 8 balls bowled. A lovely drifting in swinger. And it hits the top of off. Doesn't get any better than that. Well, actually just grazes the edge of the off stump. And that is another one gone. I can hear that music in the back of my head. Bada bum, boom, boom. Another one bites the dust. 47 for 6. Yudhvir Singh gone for a 5-ball duck. And now we really are into the lower order. Abhishek Borikar comes out at number 9. He's a very good bowler, but to be perfectly honest, he's not known for his batting on this Revell side. This is his first bat of the tournament. Very kindly, Malik Mati Uraman decides to give him a sighter. That's a wide and uncharacteristic of what's been one of the best spells of the tournament, never mind today. Just straying down. Nicely bowled. That's the Goldilocks length. Not too full, not too short. Borikar did well to keep it out. He's really, if he can, got to try and get Amit Das on strike, because Das has 15 off 11, and that might not sound like much, but for this Revell Sporting batting card, it's quite a knock of significance. Trying to scramble their way to 50 here. Difficult times for Revell. Just 1 win from 5 so far. Playing a miss. Well, that is a ball that is wasted on a lower order batsman like Abhishek Borikar, because it's one of those where, oddly, a better batsman would have nicked it. But he wasn't good enough, technically, to get in line and end up nicking it through to the keeper.
And oh wow, that's a rare A rare thing to see there. Hamza Salim, who's normally so good in all departments, putting down a catch which would have been, well, Malik Matiur Rahman's 4th wicket. Catch goes down. Michael, bit of disbelief there.
It's normally one of the very most reliable performers. Much like those long-lasting batteries, he always keeps going out on the rope, but nothing he can do about this. This is miles over his head, and immediately that drop catch being punished. And there is howls and cheers and screams like nothing I've seen before coming from the Ravel Sporting batting unit. Maybe some kind of ironic we're past 50 sort of thing. Amit Das moves into the 20s, but they're celebrating as if they've won the European Cricket League, never mind the European Cricket Series. As we can see that dugout, they've quietened a bit now. Oh, we love to see enthusiasm. That was something else.
I mean, it was an absolute superb shot. But, yeah, it was almost like we're in the 10th over, 6 needed for victory, and Amit Das has hit the 6 and they've won it. That was what that
was Golden Ball final stuff. It was extraordinary.
Well, they need something to cheer. They haven't had much to cheer about today. And the way this is going at the moment, it's not looking too good against a team that can rattle off runs very quickly. However, it's not over yet. 3 overs to go.
Malik Sami Ur Rahman on to bowl. That's an excellent shot. Driven inside out through the covers. 4 runs. It's lovely stuff. Well, Abhishek Borikar showing that for a number 9, he's no mug. That is a properly gorgeous shot.
Yeah, it's almost like some of these lower-end batsmen that are coming in are a little bit shy to hit the ball. They're not too sure what they should be doing. They're looking at the score and thinking, you know, do I just have to stick around, trying to be defensive? And now all of a sudden you're seeing them saying, well, you know what, we're going to have to play some shots. Let's enjoy ourselves. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Borikar misses out on that one, so he has hit that sweet extra cover drive for 4, but he has 5 off 6 due to various other swipes and misses. Got to keep believing here, Ravel. We've seen T10 games won from much stranger positions than this, though, folks. Still a quarter of the innings left. Big finish here, get themselves up to, say, 90. Borikar will get 1 here. Direct hit could have been interesting, but Deb is okay. Get a few extras. 1 big over that becomes one of those overs where maybe 10, 11, 12 balls are attempted. A few wides. 3 hit opportunities. It's Malik Matiur Rahman who's put the brakes on this innings, though, with 2 for 10 from his 2. And here's Malik Sami. He's bowling pretty well as well. Get 1 there. Amit Das. Now, you might be wondering, particularly given that anything down the leg side is a wide, why he's making so much room outside the leg stump, but it's because his best boundary option is behind square of the wicket on either side, so he's trying to find the 3rd man fence. And he gets that one out to cover point. So end of the over. 7 from it. It's a very tidy start by Malik Sami Ur Rahman. 62 for 6 from 8 overs. Having elected to bat, they are somewhat in tatters, but Amit Das is going very well here. He has 22 of 13. And it's on his shoulders primarily that the hopes of this innings rests. A few big blows from him. 90, say. By no means out of reach here as Kuldeep Lal comes back on. Now Lal went for 11 from his first over and was wicketless. Surely going down leg. Low full toss, and well, he'll get away with that because it's against Abhishek Borikar, but against some of the stronger members of this Raval lineup, that was probably going for 4 or 6.
Call it Lyle would know back of his mind that this man now is going to go for him. He's got to, really. Michael, you're absolutely right. If they can scratch along and get to around 90, 88, 90, that's a score in T10, and we've seen teams defend it.
And that's 4 more. That's a good shot. And that Ravel Sporting dugout really do still believe. They're very vocal, as they should be. Bit of lower order resistance here. It's Das who's been the key man in this mini resurgence. Moves on to 26.
Played some quality shots. I mean, this isn't just, you know, a lower end batsman having a swipe and a swoosh and getting lucky. He's played some really delightful shots. And, well, a few more like that. And if he can stay on strike, who knows?
Moving down the ground, they'll take 1. So they've got 9 balls left in the innings. Das has lost the strike now. Borikar has hit 1 nice 4, but apart from that, has often struggled to make contact. Does he take the single, give Das the strike back? Does he try and get the ball behind square either side of the wicket for a boundary?
I think it's a case of get bat on ball, Michael. That's what he's got to concentrate on. That'll do.
Well, I think he was trying to hit a boundary there. Comes right off the toe end. At least makes contact, though. That gets Das the strike back. Just got to think here. 3 or 4 boundaries. Suddenly get into the 80s. Just give themselves a chance. Barcelona Shaheen might have that first match of the tournament against Falco in their minds, where they failed to chase a modest target of 91 to win. Oh, inside out. That's a proper shot. And cover point coming round Miss Fields. And again, Ravel Sporting are just given a little glint of hope. 3 runs needlessly conceded from that misfield, and also it keeps Amit Das on strike. It's exactly what I mentioned in the previous over. He knows where his boundary options are. Works it through the offside. Now they've changed. They've brought square leg up, and they've got 3 men out ringing that leg side, that offside fence, pardon me. Shorty's hit that into his own toe. They can be quite painful. I think of running 1 on the misfield, but at that point, Das was still busy looking at his poorly foot. Can't blame him too much for that.
No, that's good. They take the single. He'll go back on strike. Sajwal Khan gifting him the boundary there, which they accept.
End of the over. 74 for 6. Off 9. 12 runs from that 9th over, bowled by Kuldeep Lal. So he finishes with 22 conceded from his 2. Back to bowl the last is Malik Sami. That's a decent enough start. Left the mid-wicket region vacant, which is surprising. Might well have got Borikar here, caught at point. Well, Borikar was caught in 2 minds. Does he take the single to get Das back on strike? Does he go for the boundary? Malik Sami or Rahman with the catch. He just didn't really seem like he knew what he wanted to do here. And in the end, it was a wild swipe. Went nowhere near where he intended it to go. They have crossed. So that is one way of getting Amit Das back on strike, though not ideal. Rizvan is the new batsman. He's got a spectator's role. He'll be brought onto strike now. So Das loses the strike. He has 34 of 19. 3 balls left.
Quality bowling, isn't it, from the young man? He hasn't bowled. He's coming on to bowl his first over. It's the last over of the game, and he's putting the ball in the right spots.
This is down the ground. Should be fielded by Hamza Salim. Is fielded by Hamza Salim. Keeps up the high standards he's shown across this week. Did drop a catch that provided a crucial extra life. 2 balls left. He's only gone for 10 off 10 balls in his spell so far. Oh, and that's just about okay by inches inside that white line outside the off stump. Last ball. And the world stops for a moment for a bit of shoelace time. So Malik Sami to finish off. Oh, and he swung that away. What a finish! What a great finish for Raval Sporting. It was in the half volley slot. And he needed no second invite to the party, Amit Das. And if they're going down, Raval Sporting, it's by no means on his watch. He finishes with 40 off 21 with that smiting blow. A blow that says we're not out of this yet. His second 6 in the innings to go with 4 fours. He scored nearly half of the runs in that total. Takes off his helmet, heads towards the dugout where he's rightly being applauded. 83 for 7 they finish on. And the rest of the scorecard is a telephone number. Nobody else into double figures apart from that man, Amit Das.
Yeah, I mean, it's Raval Sporting. They've got 3 games today. Would have expected them to be on top form, but they just haven't clicked. But thankfully for them, Amit Das provides some entertainment at the end.
The wickets were tumbling at the top. Javed bowling Manish Manwani for 7 off 3. And again, it kept low. How many times have we seen that? And yet batsmen still don't seem to be adjusting on this, the 8th day of this competition. Big 6 hit there by Govinda. Hamza Salim keeps coming back at you. Got 2 wickets clean bowled, hitting the pins. He was very good, Hamza Salim. Finished with 3 for 9 across his spell. Govinda as well. Deb flicked that one away. That was a good back foot cut shot from Amit Das to announce himself. Deb LBW there for 7. 4 extras helping the total along. And then Malik Mati Ur Rahman cleaning up Yudhvir Singh for a 5-ball duck. Again, not really getting up, but he does have a very whippy action, Malik Mati. Abhishek Borikar dropped his bat on the way out to the middle. But then, despite being the number 9, played a lovely cover drive for 4. And Amit Das, with that swish of the blade, Zorro-like, showed us some lovely offside hitting. Likes to go inside out of the ball. That was a hockey shot along the ground. Well-timed cross bat hit. Borikar perished here for 8 off 11. Very much the supporting role in their partnership. Caught by Malik Mati off Malik Sami. Amit Das brought it home with that 6 from the final ball that has Raval Sporting, oddly, despite posting the clearly below par score of 83 for 7, actually going in the happier. The reason being they were 47 for 6. And at that point, 83 seemed like a million miles away. An extraordinary batting card that, apart from Amit Das, is all single figures, featuring 2 ducks. But Das the star, 40 off 21, unbeaten, 4 fours and 2 sixes. Badalona Shaheen, for the most part, very good with the ball, apart from just losing a bit of discipline at the end. Hamza Salim with 3 for 9 from his 2. And Umar Javed got some tap in his second over, but 1 for 23, given that he bowled at the top and at the death isn't too bad. Malik Mati Ur Rahman and Malik Sami Ur Rahman, both excellent. 10 for 2 for Malik Mati and 1 for 16 from Malik Sami. And so the situation is thus. Badalona Shaheen knowing that in their final pool game, a 5th win from 8 matches, match this will be if they can close this out. Will secure their semi-final spot. Can they confirm their place at Finals Day Friday? Join us very shortly for the run chase, where they'll need a somewhat modest 84 to win.
In beautiful Barcelona for match number 31, the live coin toss. I'm telling you, this one I think is going to be a banger of a match. We've got Catalonia Tigers versus Falco. We know they're both strong teams. Falco played 7 now, they've won 3, but we know their class. They're a class team. We know what they can do. We've seen them before. Catalonia Tigers really making a charge at the moment. They've won 3 from 5, and they had a huge, unbelievably dramatic win over Catalonia, such a strong team, yesterday in what we called the Catalonia Derby. So, going to be a good match. Let's toss the coin. Rob Kemming, trusty tournament ref with us. Yeah, Davinder, you'll toss. Tails the call.
It's heads.
It's heads, okay. So what are you guys going to do?
We'll have a ball first.
You're going to bowl first? Yeah. Okay, why are you going to bowl first?
From the last match, we will try to restrict them on a small total and try to chase it.
Yeah, you must be pretty happy with the win yesterday. Big one, wasn't it?
That's why. That's a confidence booster for us. For the same reason, we will chase first. We will do the chasing in this match as well.
Okay, we're looking forward to seeing you, mate. Have a good game. Cheers. So basically, you won the toss anyway, haven't you? Because you'd be batting for sure.
अब तो ज़्यादा कॉन्फिडेंस में है कि बैटिंग पहले करेंगे तो इंशाल्लाह अच्छा टारगेट करेंगे और या डिफाइंड करेंगे जैसे पहले हमने किया.
Well, it's a good start for them that even after losing the toss, they got to bat first, and they'll try and capitalize on that.
Good stuff. How are you guys feeling? You've won 3. You know, you must be. I'm not sure if you're still in contention for the semis, but how are the boys feeling at the moment?
आप 3 मैच जीत गए हो ऐसे करके तो अभी टीम का माहौल कैसा है?
नहीं माहौल तो ठीक है जी. अगर ये भी मैच हम अच्छे मार्जिन से जीते हैं तो हमारे इंशाल्लाह चांस बन जाएंगे मैच सेमीफाइनल के लिए. तो इंशाल्लाह हम ट्राई करेंगे इंशाल्लाह सेमीफाइनल खेलने के लिए.
Well, yeah, they're gonna try their best to win this game with a big margin, so that if the other results go in their favor, they think they're still in contentions, and they look forward to that.
Okay, good stuff, Cameron. Cheers. Have a good game. So Catalonia Tigers have won the toss. They're having a bowl.
Back to this delightful Montjuïc Olympic ground for the conclusion to match number 30 of 40 in this T10 Barcelona Bash. So good we came back after the first series in October. The defending champions Catalunya are into the semi-finals. Barcelona Shaheen trying to join them here. This run chase, they need 84 to win. And they're often running here, quite literally. Baba Khan skipping through for the single to get off the mark. Against Ravel Sporting, finished on 83 for 7. Bilawal Khan brought on to strike. Abhishek Borekar, who's Been Ravel Sporting's top wicket taker in the tournament with 6 wickets and an economy rate of 9, which, considering he bowls at the top in the power plays, is very decent going. He's on to bowl this first over. Once again, I have the pleasure of being joined by Rico Full, aka Mr. Bale Bale Bale. Better known for those 3 words than the first 2, dare I say, in European cricket circles.
Yeah, great to be here, Michael. And like you say, what a splendid day it is. What a splendid venue. And it's hard to believe that we are here in midway through November.
Well, you know what? I heard someone playing Christmas music this morning, and it just felt absurd. When you see the sun shining like this. He just hasn't got his line right here, Borikar. It is swinging a lot for him, but when the ball pitches right on the edge of the cut strip, whether it swings or not is beyond relevance. Someone was playing Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You. Of course, on the other side of the world, Boxing Day barbecues very common in Australia. Place of origin for Sports Flick, who are a new exclusive partner joining us in Rome for the first time. If you're anywhere outside the subcontinent, that's where you'll be watching us. Of course, you can catch the action for 3 today. Turn round the corner for 1, so both the openers off the mark. It's called the Iqlal. He's the non-striker.
Yeah, Baba Khan, we know all about him. He's just, he'll want to try and hit big. Called it Lyle. Back to a little bit more patience. Built an innings. We saw a fantastic knock from him yesterday.
It's just turned away. Not a catching chance for Ishan Patel. He throws the stumps down. Very much Yasir Ali style. Channeling a bit of the inner Catalunya CC player in him, maybe, because they are known for the fact that if there is 1 iota of a chance of a run out, they're going to have a go. So sometimes, often comical consequences one way or the other. Still no boundaries off the bat. You're going to do well to hit a ball like that to the boundary. Best chance is probably off the outside edge for your 3rd man. But even that's going to be difficult because we're in a power play and one of the 2 boundary riders out is at 3rd man. The other one is at long on, so apart from that, going over the offside infield is an option. Now instead guides this away, and that's good running from Babar Khan. He's backing up, which too often we've seen non-strikers sat at the non-striker's end, stationary, waiting to move. But good committed calling and the quick single.
Yeah, they're pacing this reply, aren't they? I mean, Barcelona Shaheen, as we know, they can get going, get to scores in rapid fire, quick pace. But at the moment, these 2 just taking the singles, not taking any risks.
Well, as predicted, that offside infield, offering a chance to go up and over. Babar Khan takes it. And that's why you should take risks in the power play. A shot like that is a good demonstration. A total miscue, but the lack of sweepers means that still gets 1 for it. First over done, 7 without loss. And dare I say the circumspect nature of the batting from the pair, also mindful of the fact that Abhishek Borikar, from everything we've seen, is without doubt Ravel Sporting's best bowler. And if you just see his overs out without any disasters, you're then able to capitalise a little more aggressively on what might follow. And Ishman Wani will bowl the 2nd over.
Yeah, I mean, you say what might follow. We know what will follow at some point is spin. I mean, 2 of the key bowlers, Ishan and Gurang, they will have to come on at some point. I'm just wondering whether they're both going to wait and attack the spin.
That's a very good start from Manwani. He is their 2nd top wicket taker. Manwani has 4 wickets in the tournament. He's gone for 12 and over. Been very expensive with the ball across this competition as a team. They've had some real pastings on Sporting. Been hit twice for scores of in excess of 140. There's been 2 run chases against them that were seen off pretty quickly too. And it's charity like that that is part of the reason. Well, Mamwani has the best economy rate of any Sporting bowler in this competition. And his economy rate is 11. That is not great. Single this time for Baba. It's not dreadful, but if that's your best bowler, that's a bad sign. And that spin duo you referred to, they've been entertaining at times, but they've often gone around the park too. Cut away. Just about beats the fielder at point. He got a good half stop on it, so they will only get 1. It's a bit of almost a cricketing philosophical question with T10. Do you bowl the 2 spinners at the same time? Possibly yes, if both batsmen are really struggling, but we've seen often, and they've made this mistake, Ravel Sporting. They might be making it again here as Mamwani continues. And that is a gorgeous delivery. Baba can't graze away through third man. They have this sort of set plan, and the spinners often will bowl 4 overs together of their 2 each, and even if the batsmen get going, they won't change from that. It's a very inflexible tactical approach. That's a slow ball, doesn't get hold of it, could be caught. Oh, it goes through him. What a catch it would have been. Diving effort from Govinder Singh. Had to run a long way around on the long off rope to even get there.
Yeah, it was well hit, firm enough. And you just saw Govinder Singh going around, and for one moment he thought he was going to get there. Credit to him. Gets a dive in.
Well, this is another miscue, but the power play is a good time for a miscue. Still runs away for 4. Wasn't really where he wanted it to go, Baba Khan. He was actually trying to smear it more over the leg side. So, end of the over. 18 without loss from 2. So, decent start in this run chase. They don't need to worry about net run rate, Barcelona Shaheen. They've just got to win the game. And that will see them through to finals day Friday.
You were asking the question about the spin. Well, here's the spin. Coming on earlier than normal. They have tried this tactic before with Gurran coming in inside the power play. Going back to your question, yeah, I think it all depends how the batsmen play. If they're very cagey, not attacking, by all means, get those overs in and get the run rate going up. But if they're being taken apart, you've got to take them off. Otherwise, the game's going to go away from you.
It's chopped away for 1. Baba Khan had set off. Now he gets sent back. Well, earlier today, they had a bit of a nightmare, the 2 spinners, against Falco. But they've got a wicket there with a spin. Howls of delight from Gurang and his teammates. The 18-year-old making his mark. That is a big wicket, a really good one to get. Kuldeep Lal gone, one of the best batsmen in this tournament, made to look a bit silly. It was short, but as we've repeatedly seen, particularly when there's a lack of pace on the ball, it will keep low. And it does just that. Well, it actually comes off the bottom edge of the bat and onto the stumps. 18 for 2, and that is a prized early scalp of Kuldeep Lal for 3 of 6 balls. Here comes Hamza Salim, batting at first drop with number 3 on his back. Salim, thus far in the tournament, is their 3rd highest run scorer. Kuldeep Lal, before that knock, had 212 runs at an average of 42, but that average has just taken a dent. Here's Salim now. Swings and misses. Hamza Salim, one of 3 batsmen to have scored more than 100 runs for them in the competition. He has 120 across 5 innings, the top score of 36, and a strike rate approaching 2 runs a ball, so he's a capable hitter and a left-hander, which is handy. And it's shots like that are away, and that has thudded into one of the floodlight pylons. And the echo booming out around Catalonia as we speak. Dot, but then a 6 to open his account.
Yeah, one of the things Gurung does too, he persists with floating the ball up. He doesn't seem to have the arm ball. That's what's missing from him.
Nudged away for 1. And the problem for Gurung here, as we so often see with bowlers that turn the ball away from the right-hander, is suddenly the lesser seen sight of a lefty comes out and they can't adjust their line. He'll be much happier now he's got the chance to bowl at Babar Khan again.
Babar Khan, this will be interesting. He's not one to shy away from a challenge. He'll see these balls flighted up and he will be going after them for sure. This is going to be an interesting contest.
Like a red rag to a bull. Well, no shortage of attacking intent, and he's perished in doing so. Oh, what a piece of wicket-keeping. Kishatij Patel, take a bow. He's stumped him. That is just gorgeous wicket-keeping. So often with a spinner and a keeper, it's about them working in tandem. Just watch Gurung flights it up, just tempts him down, and that back foot was...
Watch this foot here. Does it go up in the air? Well, I don't see any daylight there, do you? It's an interesting one. I mean, obviously we can't see how that foot is positioned on the line. Maybe he's outside the line. Hard to tell at that angle.
Worth saying that on the line is out.
Yes.
And it could well be that that foot, because it's dragged forward in playing the shot, has ended up on the line.
Yeah.
Our camera's not quite exactly side on, but he could have been a touch unlucky there. What we know for certain is he's gone. It's the end of the power play, 25 for 2. Dilawar Khan is the new batsman. Hamza Salim is on strike. And it's Ishan Patel to bowl the 4th over. Well, that really is flighted. That's bordering on grenade level stuff. Salim content to take the single, so Dilawar will face for the first time. Dilawar with 51 runs in the competition so far from his 5 knocks. He's finished not out in 2 of those, so very good strike rate, approaching 2.5 runs a ball. But he's going to have to generate all of the pace himself, pretty much. Really taking his time to get it down there, Ishan Patel. Now, he had a bit of a nightmare in the first game. Went for 37 from his 2 overs. Started well here, though. And he's quite consciously trying to hold the ball back here.
Good battle here, battle of the captains.
Oh, he's drawn the edge. Goes away for 1. Fortune favouring Dilawar, who will be having his heart racing as he gets down to the non-strikers on 1 not out of 3 here. And other teams watching this. Potential semi-final opponents like likes of Pakai Care and Catalunya. Oh, that's a lovely square drive from Hamza Salim. What a shot that is. Fielded by Sharad Barambrat, valued member of ECN staff, but focus on the timing and the poise, just guides it away. That is one of the shots of the tournament, never mind shot of the day. And they've put a man out for that very shot, so everybody on the boundary, level with an in front of square on the offside. So Salim goes for a very traditional hit the boundary, push the fielder back, then take the single. 32 for 2. Just coming back to Dilawar, who will face plenty more spin in this tournament. If you're Catalunya or Pakai Care, other potential opponents in this competition, and you're watching, you should have taken note of that. He really struggled against Ishan Patel in those free balls. Timing was all over the place. So they're keeping going with spin. And why wouldn't they after the first over from young Gorang? 2 for 7. And both openers out. Oh, and is that gone? He's got him! Hamza Salim has to walk, and Gorang has his 3rd wicket. Well, Salim doesn't seem happy with the decision. No reviews here, though, at the ECS. So he trudges off 32 for 3. Let's have another look. Left armour against left-hander. Was it turning too much down the leg side? Umpire Gooch raises the finger. I make it from that. Could be hitting leg stump halfway up.
Yeah, I mean, there was sound of bat, but that was the ball hitting the pads, then going onto the bat. That was the only thing that I was going to check. Yeah, looked to me pretty straightforward decision.
Let's have one last look. Does seem to clearly hit the pad first. Hamza Salim wasn't happy. And now it's up to the Khan brothers, Dilawar and Sajaval. Sajaval has just stepped out, and he's just swung and missed wildly at that. Well, he's had a terrible tournament so far, Sajaval, with the bat. 19 runs at an average of 4.75. Scored at exactly a run a ball. Gets off the mark here. And I mentioned it when they found that recovery, Ravel Sporting. Remember, they were in deep, deep trouble on 47 for 6. So they could just get themselves into the mid-80s. That kind of region, the Falco game would live in the back of Barcelona Shaheen's mind. Gorang once more. Another big shout, not given, going down leg, signalled by umpire Gooch. It's all happening out there, plenty of theatre, proper spin bowling. This is fantastic stuff, but yes, that one drifting down leg.
Interesting, that shot. There was nobody there behind square leg, and Dilawar deciding to try and push rather than hit.
Oh, he's gone here, though. That's a big old 6. That's the way to relieve the pressure valve. A huge blow. Well, there we go. The shackle's finally broken. The spin for once taken on and crashed away. Dilawar had his struggles in the previous over. That was a big old heave. Does he take the single off the last ball of Gorang's spell? Quite content to block it out. And that is young Gorang Mahayan Fashi's best spell of the tournament. 3 for 14 from his 2 overs. He's got rid of Baba Khan, Kuldeep Lal and Hamza Salim. That is outstanding stuff from the young 18-year-old. The top 3 run scorers in this Barcelona Shaheen lineup all removed. They'll remember that Falco game, the first match of the tournament. They needed 91 to win. They fell 4 runs short. If they don't win this game, and they're reliant on other results to try and sneak into finals day Friday. Sam Patel back for his 2nd. And he's got him! He's got him, another one gone! Isam Patel joining Gorang in the wickets column. Straight through him. A huge mo, and Sajaval Khan is gone for 1 off 3. The wickets just keep falling. 39 for 4. And it looks like we've got a low-scoring thriller here, folks.
Yeah, it's all about what we were talking about earlier. You got the spinners on. If the batsmen are struggling, which they are here, they're hesitant, they're not attacking, they're wary of what's going on. Well, spinners are on top. And, well, The last of the Khan brothers, Bilwala Khan, coming in to join his brother. So often we've seen these two together. And, well, they've got to take this game to an end now, because otherwise, well, they're steering at another low-scoring chase that they're not going to get to. All the pressure now on Barcelona Shaheen. Ishan Patel going to do what he does. He'll flight this one up there, no doubt. It will be flighted straight onto pegs. Here we go. That was just turned. It's the pad. It's a wide ball. Raval right up for it and right back in this low-scoring thriller. It's nicely played. Off the mark. You just think here, and I think it's all because of the pressure from the wickets, that both of these batsmen and the ones before them have been hesitant to play their shots, worried that they're going to get out. Whereas if you do that, you've come out, you've attacked, you've got behind the ball hits your pads, you're not sitting inside your crease and risking missing the ball that's going to go below you, got LBW. Oh, he's got hold of this, gone in the air, it's going to go all the way, it is indeed. 6 runs, that's a big one, and that's what's going to take the pressure off. Well, attempted catch there. Is that from Nilkesh Patel, one of our umpires, going down?
Well, that's why he's the umpire rather than one of the players, if you're being cruel. There we go. Straight in and straight out from Nilkesh.
Oh, that was a full toss being dispatched. 6 more. That is going to take the pressure off. Ishan Patel holds his head there, knows that he's taken some of the pressure off with the spot of indifferent bowling. That one, the last one there, just a gentle full toss. Just dispatched.
Well, suddenly back-to-back sixes and it all looks so different. Been a boundary in 2.5 overs before that.
It's a race on for the fielder. And fancy footwork in the end, stopping that ball going to the boundary. How important is that save? That saved 3 runs for sure.
Certainly not lacking footballers here in Barcelona, and not just at the camp now. Plenty of them here at the ECS.
Well played, well run. These two for now, watching that ball very, very carefully onto the bat. And with that over, that is the end now of spin. The score moves on to 56. The 6 overs. 4 wickets gone. Very evenly balanced. 29 runs needed of 24 balls. Run rate, required run rate, is at around 7.
But we've seen this before. That Falco game, they only scored 20 runs off the last 4 overs. They messed it right up. Speaking of messing things up, Ishan Patel will be furious with himself because twice today his poor bowling has really cost his team.
Amit Das, he's done a great job. He's kept him in this match with these innings. This could be catchable. It's going to be taken. Yes, it is. That's a prize wicket. And yes, Amit Das, it was his runs, 40 he scored. That's why this game is still going on. He comes on to bowl and gets a wicket. And a big wicket that is now. Now we are going into territory which is unknown and not one which usually provides the best of results for Barcelona Shaheen. Dilwara Khan, the captain, is now the only recognised batsman with his brother out. Mati Malikur Rahman
Been out 3 times.
Good bowling. Amit Das.
And you can see the nerves in the young man because twice in a row he's nudged the ball straight to short mid-wicket, shouted yes, and sent back rightly by Dilawar.
Take the single this time. What does the captain do here now, Dilawar Khan? We've seen him in this series. They're totally wild and crazy in an over and smash the ball all over the park, scoring easily 28 runs, 30 off and over. That's what he can do. Something like that will see them victors, but if he gets it wrong.
Well, that's the thing. Those have not been in this scenario where he's got the tail with him. And remember, of course, if Barcelona Shaheen they secure that finals day Friday spot. But if Revel Sporting win, they're still in with chance of an unlikely run to the final.
Yeah, I mean, it's so evenly poised. The last 2 positions for the semi-final places is so open, it's incredible. But it keeps it interesting. And if a Revel can pull this off, well, it's anybody. Any of 2 or 4 teams could be taking that spot. That's really well bowled, right in the block hole. Unfortunately, Dilawar Khan deciding not to commit himself to that one. Oh, he's gone for that one. He's rifled that away. 6 runs. Ginna Badda Shaka. That's what he can do. And so far, he's being smart and intelligent. He's picking the right ball. Was happy and content to play a good ball in the block down. That one a little bit more width, and he sent it for 6. Good shot. 63 for 5 at the end of the over. Dilawar on 26 for 12. Malik Mati Rahman, he knows his role. And well, Manish Manwani is coming on to bowl. And this is all about the captain, Isham Patel, knowing he needs this wicket. He needs one of his key bowlers to bowl this one now. Abhishek, still got one in the bank. That's well hit. Oh, he's going to... Oh, well, the misfield... If he picked it up and threw it straight away,
what was going on here?
Malik Mati Rahman was gone. Dilawar did not move outside of his crease. He went straight to the man. I think he was right. They could have taken it on the misfield.
22 yards or so can seem a long way at times, can't it? Oh.
Well bowled. No width this time to the left-hander.
Is it me, or does it seem to be keeping low today, even more so than ever?
The fuller ball has, yeah. We've seen quite a full one stay below, not even coming halfway up the middle stump. Got to get forward. It's all about keeping the pressure on here. 21 needed of 15 balls. This time they go. One straight away. Now then, so Dilawar, he's had to face all the slow stuff up until now. Been there a while. Now he's going to get a bit of pace. How does he deal with it?
Well, we've already seen, now that Malik Mati Rahman has 1 off 6, that he's struggling to even get off strike. And Dilawar's got to account for that. He's only got 2 balls left in the over. Probably looking for a boundary this ball.
Take the single.
It's not a great result. So Malik Mati Rahman from this final ball of the over, and I think this is what Dilawar's coming down to say. You might as well have a go.
Mm.
If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But a single here is in some ways, a win for Reval Sporting. And look, they're all dropping out. Even the fielders who are in the inner ring have gone right to the edge of the circle for this exact reason. They've taken the one. It's not an easy situation, is it?
It's tight. I mean, in a low-scoring game, you've got to take them. We saw earlier that single was turned down, and that then followed the wicket. So that's what happens, you know. You think you don't need them. You think they're not important. But in the context of this game now, I don't think Barcelona Shaheen would be saying no to another 3 or 4 onto that total. That would see him on 17, needing 13. Instead, they're needing 18 of 12 balls. 65 of 5, end of the 8. Only 2 runs coming from that one from Manish Mawani. Abhishek Bodikar back on here to apply more pressure, be open. Got to get the line right. He's bowling to the left-hander. Got to try and steer away from any extras. That's well played by Malik Matiar Rahman. Takes the single. It's not going to be easy this for Dilwara Khan because Abhishek does bowl a good line. He's a wicket-to-wicket bowler. And Dilwara will have to try and go for the big shots and will try and go across the line. He's going to have to take the odd risk here. Big moment for this match now. He goes forward. He's going to clear it in 6 runs. Well hit. And right on cue, the captain. He's standing and delivering at the moment. They've got to get him out. If Reval Sporting are to pull this one off, they've got to get this man out. Silence around the ground. Abhishek comes in. Dilwara, he's gone for another one. Balle, balle, balle. Over it goes. Wow, this is classy. This is top class batting from the captain. Keeping the dreams of his team alive. All the stars above him have failed. And once more, it's left to him to stand and deliver. He's had to do it in the past, and he's doing it again here now. 39, 15, 79 the score. Well, there goes another, and that is that. And that's what a master blaster in form can do. A game that's close, it's wiry, or cagey. Your team is under pressure, and he just hits 3 sixes on the spin. And he doesn't just do it of anybody. He does it against Reval Sporting's best bowler. That's fantastic stuff from him. The captain stood up tall. Finishing on 45 of 16 balls. And, well, you've got to give credit as well to Malik Matiur Rahman. He was there for 9 balls. Did what he had to do. And his captain will be very pleased with him as we go through these highlights. Barcelona Shaheen, I just felt they had to go right from the start. They got lucky here to start off with. The ball going over the top. Babar Khan. Kuldeep Lal, well, going right across. Wasn't good from him. He's been telling us about how some of these balls stay low, and he going back, started the rot. That one was an interesting decision. Looking at it again, maybe he just dragged his foot outside the line and was on it, and therefore it belongs to the fielding team. No doubt about that one at all. Stepping right across. The only thing we were looking at is whether there was any bat on that first. Difficult again to tell. And we saw a couple of big hits there. That's the drop catch from Nilkesh Patel. We'll mention that again. The full toss. Back-to-back sixes. Amit Das came on. And, well, his first ball smashed it straight into the hands of the captain, Ishan Patel. And at that point, Raval were looking to produce an upset, but they didn't account for the captain here. Dilwara Khan did an amazing job. And this is what being a captain is all about. Everybody wants to be the captain. Everybody wants to be the man that's out there when the coin toss is done. Everybody wants to have the glitz and the glamour, but it's not an easy job in a series like this. You've got to get the team together. You've got to make sure the players are available to play midweek. And then when the match is going on, you've got to take the heat when things around you are going bad. And he did all of that. Things were going bad with the bat. He took the heat, and then he came out there and performed and did a marvellous job. And just look at that scorecard. Kuldeep Lal was the first to go. The introduction of spin inside the power play worked for Raval Sporting and was almost enough to bring them the victory. Kuldeep Lal going for 3 of 6 balls. Baba Khan 12 of 9. Hamza Salim, LBW, that was the only one. Did he get bat onto it or not? He was surprised. He looked good. He's a quality player. It's a wicket that you want to see back in the dugout. And when he went, just didn't look. Sajwal Khan looked all sorts. He's not really produced here at all this series, scoring just 1 of his 3 balls. Bilwala Khan, well, uncharacteristic from him as well. Felt the pressure going. Caught on the boundary by Ishan Patel of Amit Das. And then in the end, well, thankfully for Barcelona Shaheen and unfortunately for Raval Sporting, their captain, Dilwara Khan, 45 of 16. Supported well at the other end by Malik Matiur Rahman, who was not out. 4 of 9 balls did the job. As Michael McCann is getting ready to give you the player of this match. Well done to the production team here. Daniel Darko and Mate bringing you those images and some great camera work from them. And a shout out to our team, Max Bai, Shara Brumbert, Stefan Gooch, Alex Knappman, Andy House, Medadob, the European cricket team doing a fantastic job. Our umpires led by the tournament referee, Rob Kemming, Abdul Khan, Nilkesh Patel, Sawanai. Looks like we're getting ready for the player of the match interview. Michael McCann, please let us and our global cricket family know who is the player of this match.
Seen in match number 30 of this European Cricket Series, Barcelona Bash. It went right down to the wire and eventually Barcelona Shaheen prevailed to secure their spot in Finals Day Friday with a victory over Raval Sporting. Our player of the match is Hamza Salim, who took 3 for 9 from his overs at the top of this game to utterly demolish the Raval Sporting lineup. Sharad's here to translate so we can get a few words from the man himself. You've been in good form with the ball throughout this tournament and the bat. How pleasing is it to now know that you're definitely in Finals Day Friday?
आप बड़े अच्छे फॉर्म में हो ये पूरे टूर्नामेंट में बॉलिंग भी अच्छी की है बैटिंग भी अच्छी की है पर ये मैच से अभी आपकी टीम एक डेफिनेटली सेमीफाइनल के लिए पोजीशन है तो अभी उसके बारे में आपको क्या कहना है
अल्लाह का शुक्र है जो में परफॉर्मेंस जो है ना अच्छी हुई है हाँ हमारा ये ज़हन में यही था कि हम जो मैच है ना जितना जल्दी हो सके उतना जल्दी ख़त्म करें ताकि हमारा जो नेट रन रेट है वो हाई हो और हम इजीली जो है ना सेमीफाइनल के लिए क्वालिफाई कर लें फिर हमारी बस यही कोशिश थी कि हम जो ये मैच है हमारे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है जीतना सो जीत गए
Well, thank God that he's performing well with both bat and ball. And as a team, they were aware that they want to win this game with a big margin to improve the net run rates and therefore their chances in semi-finals. And they are glad that they have done it.
And of course, Dilawal Khan hit an extraordinary 45 not out from 16 balls in that run chase, batting with the tail end after the top order didn't quite fire. There was a real hot debate over who should get player of the match between the two of you, both outstanding individual contributions. Just on his knock, is that one of the best knocks that you've seen in a T10 game for Barcelona, Shaheen?
ये दिलावर ने भी अच्छी बैटिंग की 16 बॉल में 45 मारे हैं और ये टीम को मतलब टेल एंडर्स के साथ अच्छी बैटिंग की तो आपको लगता है वो दिलावर की बेस्ट बैटिंग थी परफॉर्मेंस थी ये बार्सिलोना शाइन के लिए T10 में
नहीं दिलावर ने इससे पहले भी अच्छी बैटिंग की है अच्छे मैचों में जो है पिछले जो लास्ट टूर्नामेंट हुआ है उस मैच में भी इसके अलावा पिछले मैचों में भी उसने अच्छी बैटिंग की है पर ये जो मैच जो उसने बैटिंग किया ये मैच में नहीं जो है ना बैटिंग थी सो शुक्र है अल्लाह का हम जीत गए हमारे लिए जीतना इम्पोर्टेंट था ज़्यादा और कप्तान है वो दिलावर हमारा कप्तान है उसने अच्छी बैटिंग की ध्यान से खेला और हमें मैच जितवाया
Well, Dilawar is known to play innings like this even before and he's glad that he played the captain's knock and saw his team off.
Into finals day Friday then, 5 wins from 8 in the pool stage, but often quite an inconsistent side throughout the round robin competition. What do you want to improve for finals day Friday?
अभी आप जब सेमीफाइनल्स में आओगे आपने 5 गेम भले जीती है पर बहुत इनकंसिस्टेंसी रही है आपकी टीम में पर अभी सेमीफाइनल्स में क्या इंप्रूव करना चाहोगे
सेमीफाइनल के लिए हम जो अपना ज़्यादा ध्यान जो है ना वो बॉलिंग की तरफ देंगे क्योंकि हमारी बॉलिंग जो है ना वीक है अगर हमें ऊपर से अर्ली विकेट मिल जाती हैं तो जो पीछे वाले बॉलर हैं उनके लिए इजी हो जाता है अगर हमें विकेट नहीं मिलती तो जो पीछे वाले बॉलर होते हैं उनके लिए ज़्यादा डिफिकल्ट होता है बॉल करना सो हमारी जो प्लानिंग है वो यही रहेगी कि हम अर्ली विकेट हासिल करें ताकि जो नीचे वाले बॉलर हैं उनके लिए ईजी बॉल करना
Well, they would like to improve their bowling a bit for semi-finals and finals. They think that if they don't take early wickets, it puts a lot of pressure in the bowlers who comes as first or second change, and they would want to avoid that.
So, 5 wins from 8 for Barcelona Shaheen, and along with Pakai Care and Catalonia, the defending champions, they'll be at finals day Friday. But there's one heck of a scrap going on for that last spot, and the two teams meeting up in match number 31 are still in with a chance. The Catalonia Tigers versus Falco coming up shortly. We'll see you then for game 31.
Bienvenidos al campo de Olímpico. Montjuïc, Cataluña, por el torneo de cricket, the European Cricket Series. Barcelona coming to you live from this beautiful, picturesque location, the Olympic Montjuïc ground. And what a match we have, a crunch game. Falco Cricket Club return. They're facing the Catalonia Tigers. Awais Ahmed takes the single, giving the strike to Adil Sawa. And Catalonia Tigers decided that they're going to go with spin to start. Ghulam Dasgir, obviously something they've seen in the game that Falco played earlier. The top order again didn't click. Back-to-back singles. Ghulam Dasgir just keeping the ball just outside the off stump, making a play. Every ball so far. Once more outside the off stump. Well, we've seen enough of Awais Ahmed to know that if you keep it there, you're going to keep him quiet. You give him anything on the legs, he's going to go bam, bam. Oh, he's gone, bowled him. That's exactly what he tried to do. Cameron Raja comes in at 3 on strike. Oh! Well, for one moment, well, Cameron Raja standing there. I was going to say for one moment I thought he was bowled. Well, yes, he was bowled. Cameron Raja standing there thinking that the bails are knocked off by the keeper, but this has gone all the way through. Yeah, there you go, hitting the outside of the off stump. Cameron Raja in shock, in surprise. The captain goes 2 in 2 for Ghulam Dasgir. Well, what a fabulous decision this has turned out to be by the captain, Ghulam Sawa, to give the first over of this very important game for them to the spinner. He's done his homework, and so he should. He knows most of these teams and players very well. This is a hat-trick ball. Many a bowler in this European Cricket Series have been at this stage. None have managed to go on to get the hat-trick. Ijaz Ahmed is the batsman that has to fend it off. Ghulam Dastgir. Hat-trick ball. Composes himself. In he comes. Flights it up there. And Ijaz Samed just kills that ball dead. Well bowled. What a start this is. 2 for 2. The first over. Falco. They always do it the hard way. They've got to come back again from this. First over. 2 wickets, 2 runs. Michael, what a shock. What a surprise.
We have seen 61 innings of T10 cricket at this Barcelona Bash, and I think that's the first time a spinner has come on to bowl the first over. What a bold decision, and goodness me, has it paid off handsomely. 2 for 2. We've mentioned before Falco's top order struggling against spin. Obviously, the Tigers have been listening to us.
Hit in the air. Ghulam Sarwar takes a catch. And well, Aziz Mohammed comes on for his first over. It was a loose delivery outside the off stump. He didn't really get hold of it, trying to hit it over the infield inside the power play and puts it straight, oh well, almost straight into the hands of Ghulam Sarwar. Had to move a little to his left for a man of his ability in the field. That was simple. The Tigers are roaring. Falco, at this moment in time, have no reply. Adil Sarwar also departs. 2 runs, 3 wickets. Awais Ahmed, the first to go, playing right across the line, being bowled. Cameron Raja going first ball for a golden duck. Well, they're going to be dependent on Rahman Ullah again. And it was him who saved them first time round in the first game, got them victory. All the pressure on him now. Aziz Mohammed. Bowling to Ijaz. That's a good ball right in the zone where he needs to be aiming. When you're in under pressure, the batsman, as they are here, Falco, you want little gifts. You don't want to be fending off those sort of deliveries. Fishing. Good work. Shufan Ansar. Oh, that's in the air. It could be another one. It should be another one. Oh, it's as easy as that. They're collapsing here, falling apart. Well, Falco. It's just all so easy at the moment. And this time round, not even Rahman Ullah could do anything about that. Gifts his wicket away.
So Ishtiaq Nazir comes out at the non-striker's end. Any time where wickets above runs is something of a tragedy. Right now, wickets are pulling away from runs.
Wide ball is how's that?
That's one of our ECS favourites. Wide down leg with the speculative appeal, assuming that the umpire, in considering whether it's out or not out, will forget the other parts of the laws of cricket. Our umpire's far too shrewd for such a thing.
But that's a nice shot. That will take a little bit of the pressure off Ijaz Ahmed. Getting into good positioning.
Well, it takes runs above wickets. That is a start. I need a lot more where that came from. A lot on the shoulders here of Ijaz Ahmed and Tanvir Iqbal. Both of whom have struggled with the bat this tournament.
No ball. Over stretching, Aziz Mohammed. Maybe trying too hard now. He's got 2 wickets off the over and trying to generate and do something more than what he's been doing already. Doesn't have to. Stick with what you've done. It was good enough at the beginning of the over. Be good enough now. This will be a free hit.
Hit the free hit he faced earlier today for 6. This time he'll get just 1. Well, one tiny scant bit of consolation for Falco. Should at least be seeing the ball well here, Ijaz Ahmed, because he hit 37 not out off 28 earlier on today, as they put up 133 for 3 against Falco. His partner in crime for that devastating run scoring, Rehman Ullah, is obviously just gone. Strange innings from Ahmed. For most of it, he was struggling along the lower run of ball, and then a glut of boundaries helped them to what proved to be a total too big for Revel Sporting, as Daskir's back for his second.
Right where he needs to be. This is top quality bowling. Really is.
Makes you wonder where the spinner's been in the power play all along. We haven't seen much of it. Daskir bowling the first and the third here.
Lights this one up. Single taken, and that's the ones which have got the wickets where the batsmen have chosen to go across to try and play down the leg side rather than play straight. No mistakes from Ijaz Ahmed. Tanvir Iqbal will be surprised to be in already inside the power play. Used to coming in with maybe 7 or 8 overs gone and having a swing. Just have to go out there and cautiously play these deliveries, try and rotate the strike, score runs, and also at some point or another hit the odd boundary or 2. Difficult times these for Falco.
It's rare you see a consolidation period being a legitimate tactic in T10, but it is here for Falco. Normally a consolidation period in T10 turns out to be more of a period where you've anchored the innings and actually cost your team the match.
Well played, but no run. Catalonia Tigers. Remember, they were crushed by Barcelona Shaheen. They'd lost 2 in the spin, needed to bounce back. And well, did they bounce back against Catalonia Cricket Club, their arch rivals in that derby match yesterday. It was a feisty affair. They had to win to stay in the competition. Excellent bowling from Aziz Mohammed, who's already taken 2 at his first over, and Amir Shahzad and Mohsin Ali all taking 2 wickets each. Kept Catalonia to 125 for 8, and in reply a massive 76 on 26 balls from Aziz Mohammed. And what a key player he is for them. Took them to victory in a thriller in that last over.
I think you can make the case, given the context of the knock, both in the game and their tournament, and it being a derby, that was actually the best knock of the tournament.
Well, what a player to have in your team, and here he is again, doing what he does with the ball. Just one of those, though, isn't it? I mean, with Catalonia Tigers, I mean, when they have produced, they're relying on this man very much so. So, and also Devinder Singh Kaur. So, is there anybody else, if they get into a tight game where those two don't perform, can anybody else stand up and perform? Well, in the 2 games that they lost, the 2 in the spin, they weren't able to. So, they need to find somebody else. Oh, in the bowling department, they found Ghulam Dastgir, so it's the batting, really. That's where things go wrong when they lose those key batsmen early. up in the air. It's going to go all the way. It does. They get a 6. That's a good shot. Well, we know that he can play them. We know he's got the shots. Ijaz Ahmed. We said he should be seeing it well. Well, finally, there's a little bit of voice and support from the Falco dugout. Not a lot, but a glimmer of hope appearing. That one's hit in the same place, and it's time. It's 1 bounce 4, 10 or 2 balls. Well, that really has accelerated the runs for Falco now.
Just a bit too short and wide, really. And it invited Ijaz to play the same shot as the previous ball. Julie did.
Oh, and there we go. That's the ball that was going to do the damage. Just, I think there's hint of movement away, but in the block hole. Well, that's a sign of a good bowler. He's just been hit for a 6 and a 4, and then he comes back and does that, what you saw on the screen. Smashes the stumps over, gets another wicket.
9th wicket of the tournament for Aziz Mohammed. Little in cutter. Slow ball caught him out as well. His name, Hussein Shah, comes to the wicket after that mini recovery. And the fact that we're talking about a partnership of 20 as a recovery gives you an idea of how bad it was. They were 2 for 4, or 4 for 2 if you're watching in Australia. So 22 for 5 now. So far in the tournament, 49 runs, an average of 16. A strike rate not far off 2 a ball. Even a little cameo from him here would be useful. Both these batsmen yet to score.
Oh, that's a wasted delivery first up to the new batsman, and Aziz Mohammed knows it. Sort of puts his hands on his head in disappointment with himself, knowing that that's a wasted effort.
And it's uncharacteristic from Aziz, a second most economical bowler in the tournament so far.
Shake of the head. See this again. It was certainly very straight. Did he get a bit of bat onto this?
Shuffled across. Ooh, I think he's lucky to survive there.
Yeah, no hint of bat. Straight through. He was lucky.
Should say, of course, the men in black only get one look. It's a very difficult job out there. No referrals or any such thing.
4 overs gone. 23. 5 wickets down. Well, Falco, I mean, what would they be thinking here, Michael? I mean, they've got to try and get some runs at the ball to make it interesting. Ball point has to be 80. 80 is any less than that. It's not enough. Is it 80?
For now, 80 looks a million moons ago or away. What are we starting with? 50. Get there. Well, they'll get a single from the overthrow. Now, we talked about their arch rivals Catalonia needlessly shying at the stumps all the time. And maybe they've got a bit of that disease from them from that entertaining game last night. Seeds 1. To answer your question, I think both of these batsmen started this over yet to score. The first priority is get bat on ball, avoid dot balls, take the extras where you can get them. We know that Falco don't have a huge amount after these 2. And so whilst normally I'm always talking about how wickets are overvalued in T10, in this situation one could understand these 2 just wanted to be there for a bit of time. And then hopefully the boundaries will start to come.
Fires that one into the pads. Tanvir Iqbal trots to the other end. Remember, he is nursing an injury to his knee. Well, he'll have to put that at the back of his head, not just while he's batting, of course, but he's going to have to come out and bowl with everything he's got to try and keep his team in this competition. That's well bowled. Well played as well Tanvir. Tigers, well, they know that they want to keep this run chase to as little as possible, because there are those question marks about them. When they lose 2 or 3 wickets, they do struggle. Falco will know that as well, and that's why these two and the rest of the batsmen, if they do come in, will know that even if they can, as I was saying, get to around the 80 mark, that's going to be a test in total for Cataluna Tigers.
So the overall picture is that Pakai Care will top the group. Catalunya are locked into second. Then after that, it's a lot more open in terms of what comes next. Both these teams are in that fight. So Barcelona Shaheen finished strong with 5 wins from 8 and are almost certainly locked into third now, courtesy of their excellent net run rate as well. But then you have the Bangladesh Kings, Falco, the Catalunya Tigers, all fighting it out. Join them in finals day Friday.
With the halfway point. At the halfway point, and it's 27 for 5. And introduction, captain, to have a spin. Why not?
Spin worked so well at the top. In a way, I'm almost surprised he hasn't come on even earlier. But here he is now. Sawa. 3 wickets in the tournament so far. Likes to really flight it up. Almost sort of, it's not quite the comical level of when you're in the nets and you decide to take the mickey, but he's often not far off. He's in the sort of moonball spectrum.
Yeah, I think he's one of those bowlers where he probably couldn't bowl in many nets.
Yep, absolutely. That's his flatter one. I'll get 3 for 1. As someone, when I'm not keeping wicket badly, bowls terrible leg spin that's grenades as well. I'm entirely sympathetic. Often, if the net's not high enough, that's it. Facility's unusable for you. And Sawa's very much in that club. This is 5th over of the tournament. He's gone for exactly 2 runs a ball so far in the competition. Started well here. That's his very, very much quicker one, and it's met with equal treatment. Well, he's looking out to his field, Sawa, in disgust as to why he hasn't got a deep mid-wicket. But the first rule of when you're setting your field is that you make sure you've got your fielders where you want them. And now he's bringing him in, but this is very much after the Lord Mayor's show. So now he goes to the traditional spinner's field of extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket and square leg all out. And the realistic boundary options, square or behind square, the wicket on either side. Yes, he's going to go over their heads for 6, and that's exactly what he's done. Well, the only thing the sweepers can do there is watch the ball sail away to the mid-wicket boundary and well over it. Goodness me, did they need that 6, Falco. It's only the 2nd of the entire innings. Now he's going to come right arm over. That time nudges it for 1. So Naeem Shah up and motoring. He's into double figures.
Be interesting to see how Tanvir Iqbal, what approach he takes. Will he be quite happy just to push and shove and take the singles? Will he fancy a go?
Goes for the sweep, and that's a good shot because there's nobody out there. The man in front of square has to come a long way around. Does only get 1. Had he timed it better, he'd have got more. End of the 6th over, 41 for 5. So it was a good shot against a spinner who's got that traditional ringing of the boundaries straight. Relatively low risk. That sweep shot, particularly if you can get outside the line of the off stump for the LBW rule. So Falco's still in there and fighting. They've got a lot of time left in this innings. They were to go at 12 and over from here. They end up with 89. And that can be more than competitive if they have a good day with the ball. And we know that the Tigers, apart from their 3 key men, have had something of a soft underbelly at times with the bat. As we head into the 7th, it will be bowled by Mohamed Kashif. Kashif thus far, very expensive. That their most expensive bowler in the tournament. It's not a bad start though. Mohamed Kashif with just 2 wickets from his 7 overs, and he's gone at a slightly eye-watering run rate of 16. That's his economy rate. Not his shoe size or his age, unfortunately for him. Be very boom or bust, the Catalonia Tigers. Not much in between, either very good or very poor. So far today, they've been very good for the most part, and that is very good from Mohamed Kashif. But when he does get it right, that's what he can do. Lack of consistency is normally the problem.
Yeah, he's one of the few bowlers that can produce that sort of delivery. That was great on this pitch, right area, gets good bounce, but he's also one of many that then struggles with his line and starts to spread around all over the place.
A short, again in that channel outside off, can only be nudged away for a single. So Naeem Shah off strike, and the Tigers will be happy with that because Tanvir Iqbal has 4 off 9. It's getting to that point of a dilemma. Does he keep taking singles to get Shah the strike, or does he feel like he has to find that first boundary now? Well, that's going to go down to the fine leg fence for 4. It's just what you don't want when you've got the opposition where you want them. 5 wides from Mohamed Kashif. Wild and wide, and it's the in-swinger as well, so it's only going further away from the hapless keeper. And I say hopeless, not as a criticism on his ability there. Nothing Sufyan Ansar could do. And they've put a long stop / very fine leg out there for that. Well, and now he's actually saying he wants him to go even finer, so he's basically a long stop. Well, this is not good, really, from the Tigers. You shouldn't need a fielder down there. You can just see that fielder in the top right of your picture, his legs creeping out. It's a bit of an insult to yourself, because it wasn't the captain putting it in on behalf of Mohamed Kashif, it was him saying, I want the man down there. Essentially saying, I know I'm going to bowl more leg side wides in this over. That's a better ball again. One understands that bowling can be quite a lonely place, but got to have a bit more confidence in himself than to waste that fielder, because the problem is with the long stop there, they've then got some huge gaps elsewhere. 3 fielders patrolling the leg side boundary, but some gaping gaps from that long stop round to square leg on the boundary, and then square leg round to a very straight mid wicket, who's next to long on. That's beautifully bowled again from Kashif. So there we go. Well, one other reason why he might have had him there is the lack of confidence in Sufyan Ansar, because that somehow went through the keeper. Didn't stay low. It nutmegged him. The long stop did his job of saving further runs there. So end of the 7th over. 50 for 5. Decent over from Mohamed Kashif. Spoilt by the 5 wides. You concedes just 8 from it. We've got 3 overs left, and the Tigers, in terms of their bowling options, well, they've got Kashif will surely come back for his second after that. There's Amish Shazad, who only conceded 3 from his first. And it is Shazad who will return. And he might well have got his first wicket to go with that tight first over. Oh, dropped. Dropped. Hands on head for Aziz Mohammed. One of the most dependable players in the field with the bat, with the ball for the Tigers. Drops this one. Skied. He was trying to go up and over the cover fielders in that tight 3-man ring. Oh, that's a much better shot. Pumped down the ground, 6. Thuds into the blue backboard, over Long On's head. And well, that has got them going. Just starting to move into the realms of a vaguely competitive total. And shots like this will only help Tanvir Iqbal's first 6 of his innings. And he goes again, and that will be 6 more. Back-to-back 6s for Tanvir Iqbal, and the comeback is on. They were 22 for 5. This partnership is growing by the ball.
It's good hitting from Tanvir. He's waited patiently, hasn't he? Hasn't done anything extraordinary, just waited, and then as soon as he fancies it, he's opened his shoulders, back-to-back 6s.
He's coming right arm round here, Amish Shazad, but often we've seen when bowlers try that, and someone's got an arc of that mid-wicket long on region, you're only bowling into that channel. That's gone for his legs. It's extraordinary. And the most bizarre decision from Tanvir Iqbal there. Just spreads his legs and lets the ball go through. And by doing so, it's rightly not given as a wide, it's a dot. Had he jumped inside, it would have been a wide. Had he tried to hit it, he'd have got runs. Belted away. Square leg field's very tidily coming round. It's good from Ishtiaq Nazir. They get 1. With quicker running, they might have eyed 2, but even then, due to the excellence of the fielding, I'm not sure they'd have got back.
He's got a massive area to cover there, only the fielder. Does well.
But it's again because of the long stop. It really isn't a compliment to your keeper or your bowler to need a fielder there, particularly because they've also got a 3rd man on the fence too. Shazad bowls into that half volley slot and predictably hit for 6. Well, that's the problem with right arm around. Your margin for error is so small. It's just perfect for Naeem Shah, this. As you see, he can just clear that front leg very stylishly with a straight bat over mid-wicket's head for 6. That's a great shot. So Shazad, having gone for 3 runs from his first over, concedes 20 from his second. And this is what we said with Falco. If they can just occupy the crease for a couple of overs, both batsmen get their eye in, then when the bad balls come along, put them away. And 22 for 5 has turned into 70 for 5 off 8.
Yeah, this is great from them. This is what we were saying, these two are to not just occupy the crease, but also play the shots. Try and get them to 90. Well, it's another 20, and the way they're starting to bat now and hitting these shots. And also it's Mohammed Kashif coming to bowl. And he's got a couple of good balls in, but he's only bowling a few extras as well. It's there for the taking.
And Kashif again falls into that half volley slot. It would have been a great catch. Instead it goes away for 6. He lost it in the sun, which is understandable because he's looking right into it from there. And Ishtiaq Nazir, he hasn't got a cap or sunglasses, so he's pretty helpless here. Stuck a right hand out, but much more in hope than any kind of expectation.
6 off his first ball, Mohamed Kashif.
Struggled.
Said he was there for the taking, and
Worst
they're
economy
certainly
rate
taking
of
him on.
any Tigers bowler. And it's only going to get hurt all the more. Full toss, and you know where that's going, folks. Didn't hit it remotely cleanly, but it's still able to go for 6 over mid-wicket's head. And this is an extraordinary assault being put together by these two now. 5 of the last 7 balls have gone for 6.
Wonderful stuff. And Tanvir Iqbal just leaning on his back there, standing, say, come on, let's have the other. 2 sixes off the first 2 balls.
Could it be? Could it be 2 from 2? Are we going 3 from 3? Oh, no. Just as I tempted fate. Tanvir Iqbal giving us magnificent entertainment here with Naeem Shah. The only people not enjoying it are the 11 out there for the Catalonia Tigers and everyone of a Tigers disposition. They were so pumped up from that Derby win last night. And had Falco 22 for 5, and the fish is well and truly wriggling off the hook now. Slightly mistimed.
Better bowling, though, he's realised. It's taken him time to realise that you can't pitch it up and bowl it full. Bang it in, short of length or short. And Tanvir can't play that shot straight over for 6.
And that glut of 6s saw the partnership move past the half-century mark. They've added 60 together, this pair. Got to find a wicket, really. He's coming a long way across his crease and very deep in it. Just look at that stance. And works it away. Bit of funky batting from Naeem Shah. Given that anything down the leg side at all, no profile wides, anything missing leg stump is a wide, will be given as such. I'm surprised we haven't seen a touch more of that in this tournament.
Mm.
Iqbal skies it in the air. It's just over the head of short backward point. Fortune favouring this pair. This partnership keeps growing and growing and growing, and suddenly the 100 mark, which had seemed a distant dream beyond a dream, is rearing into view. 85 for 5 off 9 overs. Mohamed Kashif concedes 15 from his second. A difficult outing with the ball for him. He's gone for 23 from his 2 overs. Now there's 1 over to be ticked off. And they're going to go with the second choice spin of Razakat Ali. Very much a second spinner behind Ghulam Dasgir, who took extraordinary 2 for 4 in the power play.
What's interesting here is how, whatever happens in this over, Catalonia Tigers prepare themselves. They had them 23 for 5. That's going to play on their mind. They've got to try and clear that from their mind, forget everything that's happened and say, right, that's the score. Would we have settled for that? Yes, we would. Right, let's go and get them.
That's a good start from Razakat. That's just 1 wicket in the tournament from his 5.5 overs so far, going for almost exactly 12 and over in his economy rate. And he's got a second wicket of the competition. Easy stumping, held this back and then held it back some more. And just drew the rash shot from Tanvir Iqbal, who's really enjoyed pace on the ball. Against something much slower, perishes for 32 off 22. Just teased out of his ground. Couldn't resist it. And he's had some difficult moments behind the stumps, but that's good from Sufyan Ansar. Whips off those bails. So out comes Shahbaz Ahmed. As you can see, not exactly a doubt with the decision. Not a difficult decision to be made. So comes Shahbaz Ahmed. Shahbaz so far with 35 runs, had a pretty measly average of just 7. Swing and a miss from him. Well, a good last over from here. Just pulls that momentum back.
Yeah, he does. I said 90 would be brilliant before this over. We were even talking about 100. But these dot balls here and the wicket.
Nicely bowled again. And he's content to get Naeem Shah on strike, which, though sometimes might seem a bit of a defensive move from a batsman in the final over, it makes sense because Naeem Shah has 23 or 14. He's going well. Just look at this stance. Standing outside the off stump, very deep in his crease. And that's why, so that he can sweep it over the leg side fence. Swept with the conviction of a high school janitor trying to get the floorways clean so that he can go home. Wants it done quickly, very efficiently done as well by Naeem Shah.
Yeah, there was a danger of that follow through because he took one hand off the bat, swinging around and clouting the wicketkeeper on the head for a moment there.
And again, watch this stance. So he's extraordinarily deep. He's level with the stumps. Now, Razakat Ali's responding, going right arm around. This has gone very high. The bowler's underneath it, having to run back. Good catch. Very difficult skill that Razakat Ali had to turn, avoid the stumps, and take the catch. And in what could be a bit of a low-scoring thriller here in the race for Finals Day Friday, Razakat Ali bowls a magnificent final over that concedes just 7 runs. He picks up 2 wickets. And Falco finish on 92 for 7. It's a great recovery from 22 for 5. That momentum just dragged back at the end.
Absolutely wonderful recovery. They've got themselves back in the game. They were totally, seemed dead and buried. They've got themselves back in the game. They've also now added some doubt into the mind of Catalonia Tigers, who at one point were roaring they thought certain victory. Good job by Falco.
So this was the clatter of wickets at the top. Gulam Dasgir becoming the first spinner to bowl the first over at its ECS Barcelona Bash 2. He got 2 wickets in the same over. Awais Ahmed bowled for 1 off 3, and then Cameron Raja bowled by Dasgir for a golden duck. Aziz Mohammed was into the action as well. He had Adil Sawa caught there for just 1. First boundary of the innings eventually belatedly came with the score on 4 for 2. Aziz Mohammed had another one there. Rehman Ullah gone for a free ball duck. Just Ahmed led a bit of a mini counter-attack. Hit 2 4s and a 6, all of them through the offside. Aziz Mohammed responded magnificently there. And did 4-6 bowled. That was a big moment. Drop chance at point to get rid Naeem Shah, and it proved so costly because from 22 for 5, after Ijaz Ahmed had started the rebuild, Tanvir Iqbal and Naeem Shah here went about their merry way. 4 big 6s from Tanvir Iqbal, this one of them. Naeem Shah wasn't going to miss out on the fun as well. As Mohammed Kashif just kept bowling in that inviting half volley slot. The clean swing of the blade from Tanvir Iqbal. Partnership grew and grew. It was only broken in the last over by Razakat Ali. That caught and bowled to get rid of Naeem Shah from the final ball of the innings for 29 off 16 after he'd already dismissed Tanvir Iqbal in the same over. That valuable partnership of 63 for the 6th wicket means that whilst they've got a slightly below par total, Falco, they've still got reason to believe if they win this game to finish with 4 wins from their 8 pool matches, they're still very much in the Finals Day Friday race. When we come back, the Catalonia Tigers will need 93 for victory to help their hopes of reaching the semi-finals. Which team's going to get a boost in their chances of being back on Friday? Join us very shortly for the run chase.
6, so they're struggling a little bit at the bottom, but we know they're a class team. Fateh also yet to register a win. They've lost 5 from their 5. Again, we know they're a class team. This could be a good game. So let's get underway. Rob Kemming got the coin for us. So Raval is the home side. So you'll flip it. Happy you'll call. Tails the call.
Oh, even happens in
Oh God, it's stuck in the side. We're going to have to flip it again. It's loud on the side. Heads this time.
It's tails.
Ah, he's got it. All right, buddy, you won the toss. What are you going to do?
We will bet first.
Okay, talk me through it.
Yeah, we will bet first, and unlucky today. We hope it will be 3 out of 3, but no. Nevertheless, we will fight for the last match. Okay, at least we move on the table bit.
Yeah, definitely. We were very impressed by your games today. Unfortunately, just a bit unlucky and just went down to some good teams. How are the boys feeling?
Boys are confident because we lose some with the good teams and we have fight back. So, all good. We are up for the match.
Okay, good luck. Have a good game. Okay, happy? You're in the field, mate. How does that sit with you?
Yeah, even if we won the toss, we decided to bat first because we only left with 3 matches. We lost all the matches. So nothing left. Actually, for strategize, we just want to play a simple game, go and bat freely, ball freely, and at least not to finish at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, nothing to lose now, really, is there? You just got to get out there and play some good cricket.
Yeah, we don't have any pressure. We don't. At least senior players has to stand up and deliver some good quality cricket, and hope we'll register a win today.
Well, that could be you, mate. So good luck. Have a good game. So Raval Sporting Club have won the toss. And they're having a bat.
Hello and welcome back. The umpires Nilkesh Patel and Safar Naeem lead the teams. Out onto the pitch. Falco led out by Tanvir Iqbal, and what a great job he did for his team. 32 of 22. They were in real trouble. One stage. 23 for 5 at the halfway stage. 27 for 5. And then some nice bit of hitting. Gets them to a respectable and decent score. Now, Catalonia Tigers in the first two games would have said that 92 or 93 the target is nothing when they were scoring runs freely. The next two games they very much struggled. Came back with a win yesterday, and a massive win it was, but it was a different situation. It was almost like a final when they were playing Catalonia, their arch rivals, in that derby here. But now, well, 93 is the score. They would have settled for that. If somebody said to them before this match, right, you're playing Falco, they're going to score 92, you need to score 93 to win, would you take it? They would have said, yes, we would. Well, in the back of their mind, they know it could have and maybe should have been less. But their opening batsmen have to perform. The big names have to perform. And if they do, they should do it easily. Tanvir Iqbal, as expected, setting the field. He knows, as will Falco, if they can get quick wickets, they're in with a strike. Razakat Ali's been promoted up the order. And Jamshad Afzal is the non-striker.
Oh, wow. Well, even leg slip wouldn't have stopped that. That is the loosener's loosener. And no ball. That's the rules here when it pitches off the mat. Well, hopefully we can get a replay of this, even though it is a spinner's over. And this is a replay that one is suspecting will become a YouTube sensation. Well, they were trying to copy what Dasgir did, opening the bowling with spin. You wait for one, then two come at once in the same tournament. He's coming right arm around now.
It's also very interesting because Tanvir Iqbal is not a spin bowler. Now, is this the injury making him change what he's doing? Well, that's been dispatched out of the ground, and that's the way to deal with a free hit. It's not the start Falco wanted, smashed away.
Yeah, Iqbal struggled in the game against Ravel Sporting. And hopefully when we do get a quiet moment, our excellent production team behind the scenes can slip in that first attempted delivery of the innings again. It really is worth watching back. It was quite an extraordinary ball.
Oh.
I mean, a fine leg on the 45 was what was needed to stop it. We've got a bat change. Maybe now we can have a look back at that first delivery, the massive no ball, as we see this bat change.
Oh, this standings is so well poised, isn't it? I mean, this game, Falco, they can win it. This is their last game. That takes them to 8 points. Catalonia Tigers will remain on 6, but they'll have 2 more games to play. Barcelona Shaheen finished all their games. We saw them earlier. They've got themselves up to 10 points. So there's that one more place up for grabs, and it can be any one of 3 teams. Well, easy peasy.
Oh, he's taken his time to walk off. That was extraordinary. He stood there for a long time after this catch was taken, Jamshad Afzal.
Well, yeah, he did. It's almost like. Do you think he got confused and thought that was the free hit, but not realising that he's already played the free hit? Because he just stayed there and thought, yeah, you caught it, but it don't matter. I reckon he's got himself confused there, the batsman.
He's had an absolute shocker. And in doing so, he confused everybody else on the ground, not least us and the scorers who were briefly looking at us, wondering what on earth was going on.
I think we were puzzled because the umpire was doing a little bit of waving around as well. I'm thinking, okay. But in the end, he's gone.
That's just his dance moves he's practicing for later. Aziz Mohammed is the new batsman. Ooh! Joining Catalonia at the coconut shy, Falco, having their first go of this innings. And why not? There was 3 men backing up, and had he hit, I think he was gone.
That was Cameron Raja with the pick up and throw. Tanvir Iqbal has amazingly got a wicket. I think he's probably was much as surprised as... Oh, that's an absolute beauty. What a delivery that was. Well, he's got an injury. That's why he's bowling just of a few steps. But the celebration, well...
He suddenly finds a lot of energy. Just watch this once the ball hits the wickets. He sets off he goes. We don't
what
quite
a
catch
ball. Michael, this for me so far is the ball of the series. The movement on this, when we watch it again, straight on if we can, the movement on that delivery was absolutely amazing.
It's the outside of the off stump. We were trying to work out exactly how he's done this from the commentary box. Think of the poor batsman. So here we go again. Tanvir Iqbal in. Just slides across him and chips that off stump bail away. That is delightful. 9 for 2. Well, Falco were 2 for 4. Collapses at the start of both innings. Devinder Singh Kaur comes out at number 4. Always going to struggle to get an LBW from right arm around.
Yeah, we see this again as the over comes to an end. And the interesting story behind this is when I saw Tanvir after their last game, not the one earlier today, but the other day, and we were chatting, and I said to him, how's your injury? And he said, really bad. And I said, you've become a batsman now. I said, well, maybe you should just do what the others to do. Just a couple of paces and toss it up. And Cameron Raja, who was there at the time, sort of said, yeah, why don't you do that?
So what you're saying...
Why don't he just...
All of his success in that first over where he's taken 2 wickets is down to you.
But not the first ball.
Oh, you're not taking responsibility
I'm not
for that
taking
one.
responsibility
Well,
for the
we
first
haven't
ball.
managed to get a replay up of it, but I'm sure plenty of people have already started spreading it round. You can see that becoming a viral sensation. Went down to fine leg. Well, that's a much better first ball from Ahmed Shiraz, rolling left arm around to Aziz Mohammed. Now, this is a huge partnership. Its importance cannot be overstated. These are the only 2 players to have scored 50s for them in the series across the competition, and these are the only 2 players to have scored more than 100 runs across this tournament.
Mohammed Shiraz. Oh, he's latched onto that. That's going out of the ground. Ginna Badda Shaka. That's what these 2 need to do. I think they need to play their own game. Try to get the context of what's happened out of their mind. They'll be thinking about how they couldn't get the last few Falco wickets, how they managed to recover and set this target of 93. Now they know that 2 men have already been sent back. These 2 have to play their natural game and try and win this game for Catalonia Tigers.
But you talk about burying that context, Rico. It's difficult because cricket is inherently such a psychological game.
Oh, this is clinical. Top batting this. Superb strike. That's dynamite. Loving it.
Back-to-back 6s. Aziz Mohammed into double figures. And looking dangerous here. It's also up to 200 runs for the tournament. It's 22nd 6, so almost 2/3 of his runs across the competition coming in maximums, and you can see why.
Good reply. Get the pace off it. Mohamed Sharaz, the slower ball. Ek wicket chahiye, ek wicket chahiye. That's what they're saying. We need just one more wicket.
They know, just like we said, these two batsmen are the key. Wouldn't really feel that confident, the Tigers, leaving much to the rest. Because there's been a few cameos from the middle order, but few of those coming in pressure situations quite like this.
Well, these two batsmen were the ones that got them the victory against Catalonia. They had to come together and come together strong. Aziz Mohammed making 76 not out, 26 balls, and he was supported well, 21 not out from 15 from Devinder Singh Kaur. That's what these two can do when they're together, and that's why Falco is saying, Ikor wicket Jaidia, they know how important this partnership is to break. 22 for 2. Second over now, so Tanvir Iqbal.
Off the short run, advised by my co-commentator, who's available for freelance coaching opportunities in Spanish cricket. Shamelessly using this as a means to find such work.
I just wonder if this is pushing his luck now. I just think not the best of throws. Is this one of these moments where you put a bowler on that you're not sure about because
You get
he's
away
injured,
with it, and
you've got a wicket, and then you think he's done what I needed. Let's just hide him
didn't
now.
get one. He got two for 8 from that
Yeah,
first over.
of course,
but
yeah.
but one of the key things in the art of captaincy is just sensing when batsmen are about to get on top of a bowler before they do. Well, so far so good. 2 singles. Still in the power play, of course. Everybody up on the offside.
Well, you see Azim Mohammed just moving around a little bit, trying to put off Tanvir.
Well, he's moving around because he's desperate to get the ball through mid-wicket where there's a huge gap. And they very deliberately left him that, Falco. Want to tempt him into trying something unorthodox to get the ball there and maybe getting out in doing so.
Oh, he's put it down. Well, what an opportunity. Tanvir is standing there with his hands on his head. Not that he's missed out on a 3rd wicket, but that was crucial. And I think that was the deal. Sawa putting that one down. He did the hard work, got under it, and then the ball just was bouncing out of his hands, and he's unable to pluck it again at the 2nd attempt. That's gone, been signalled wide, and it's going to go all the way. Oh, the catch goes down. Tanvir's head probably goes down. The ball goes down the leg. 5 wides, and the two batsmen having a chat. And probably saying to each other, look, we've got to understand how important what we do here is. We know what's to come. Until we get relatively home safe, we shouldn't be taking too many chances. Just moving the field around there on the offside, just keeping them on the ring. Nobody's sweeping. Devinder Singh Kaur holding back for the moment, hasn't gone for any of his big shots.
But we saw a more restrained side to him in that run chase against Catalonia in the derby last night after the boom boom of last Friday.
Nicely played. He's played it on the up. But other than Cameron Raja, who's inside that ring, there's nobody else there. He'll get away with that and take the single. Takes him back on strike. 31. And that's the power play gone. In terms of runs, they're bang on. They won't want to let that get any higher. The wickets that they've got to be aware of, and as we keep saying, this partnership is so crucial. Mohammad Shiraz is going to continue. Tanvir Iqbal. Oh, that's just beautiful. Balle, balle, balle. He smashed that away. Over square leg. There is a fielder there, but there's not much he can do about that. That's just hit so cleanly. Devinder Singh Kaur, when he plays his natural game and he doesn't get flustered, he does play some beautiful shots. That was so well played. A key figure here in the mornings as well and around the ground when he's getting everything set up. So we do get an opportunity to talk a lot. And one of the things he does say is that he always has to be wary of the bounce. It's gone down the leg. Aziz Mohammed was up for the run to take 2 off that, turn it into 2 wides. Devinder Singh Kaur quite happy just to stand his ground and say, no, let's not take a chance. And I think I agree with him there. There's no need to take a chance.
Power play gone. But the power play's largely irrelevant with these two. They're such good hitters. And for all we've rightly talked about this magnificent Falco recovery from 22 for 5, after all, it's still around 8 and over to win. Nothing these two should be scared of. But if these two get out, it looks all so different so quickly.
Smashed it in the air. Shouts a catch, but nobody's catching that. It's gone over the boundary rope. 6 carreras más. Qué bueno, qué fuerte esta hombre. Aziz Mohammed. He's full of confidence about himself. Sometimes I think Michael may be a little bit overconfident. He seems to be, out of the two, he seems to be the one a little bit edgy. He seems to be a little bit more wanting to get after the ball. But Devinder Singh Kaur seems to be the man who's a bit cooler and relaxed here.
But then again, that combination worked pretty well yesterday. That extraordinary partnership.
Fuller ball. Eyes not lighting up for Devinder Singh Kaur. Many a batsman would have had a swish at that, thinking it's a full toss, but he's quite happy just to stay in line and just show the blade of the bat, play it out into the gap, take the single.
There, around the halfway point of this chase already.
And there you see the difference between the two that I'm referring to. Aziz Mohammed is having a real go at every ball. Devinder Singh Kaur, as that over comes to an end, is quite happy just to get in line with the ball and take the single. 47. 4 overs gone. 2 wickets down.
It's a pretty simple game this from here, folks. If these two are in for another 15 minutes or so, it's probably over. But one, if not both of them, get out, and Falco are dreaming of a 4th win from 8, and being white in the Finals Day Friday picture. Naeem Shah on to bowl. That's a half volley, and that's gone for 6.
Yes, I mean, for a moment there, Naeem Shah coming on, thinking he's going to get the wicket. But it goes over the man, and we've got some players of other teams watching from outside the ground. And until that ball was sent back, and the batsman and the 6 was signalled, they had no idea. They thought maybe it could have been out. And when the umpires put his hands up for the 6, there was a big roar. So there's obviously people out there that are supporting Catalonia Tigers to win this game. This is a bold move again from Falco, from Cameron Raja. Hasn't put himself on to bowl yet. He's deciding that maybe spin could break this partnership up. First ball went for 6. A couple of singles follow. That's wide. It's hit hard. It's going to go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. That's 6 more. Not intelligent bowling that because, well, Devinder Singh Kaur is going to latch onto anything that's wide. There's nobody out there, just the infield. He's a big, strong man. He gets right under that one. Sends it over the top. 6 runs. Gambled on the spin. Not paying off at the moment. He had a swing at the bat of that one, Devinder Singh Kaur. Whereas previously he's been quite happy just to casually play it down. The result is the same. Single.
Required run rate under a runner ball. It's Aziz Mohammed, the master blaster, doing most of the damage once more.
Oh, that's a full toss. Just looking at the umpires. Well, that has hit him quite high, but I have to say, we did see him coming out off his crease and moving into this, so it was a ball that was also dipping. So I don't think there was any real shout for that to be a no ball, but he missed out on a full toss for sure. He'll be fortunate because I think that was one of those which if he did make contact, he would have just skied up into the air and would have been a catch perhaps that Awais Ahmed would have been involved with. It did not happen. It ends up being a dot ball at the end of the 5th over. That is 63 for 2 wickets down.
So maybe this slight delay, missing out on that full toss, could play to Falco's advantage. Break in play always favours the side of the momentum's going against, and it's just been running away from Falco recently. 30 to win off 30. We've seen teams lose games from much stranger positions than this. And now one of the few certainties in the European Cricket Series is that no matter what injury you have, the first thing we go to is always the spray. And that's what's come out for Devinder Singh Kaur. He's going to get that on his upper thigh. Luckily for him, it's avoided the more private regions that can really, really hurt. Doesn't seem too bad. He has 11 off 10. Very much playing the second fiddle role. But every good orchestra needs a decent set of second violins in the engine room to go with the first. You do all the flashy show tunes. And the man on strike is said flashy show tunes man. Aziz Mohammed, he has 38, 2 sixes from yet another half century. Kawar Javed to bowl. And that's belted away. That's one of them. He deals pretty much exclusively in 6s, Aziz Mohammed. That is his 6th of the innings. 36 of his 44 runs have come from maximums. This the latest.
Michael, if you could, you'd signal that at 12, wouldn't you? You would signal that at 12, and that Devinder Singh Kaur, well, you know he can hit it big. That was massive. Let's give that a 12.
Devinder getting a single this time. Rightly corrected by our excellent scorers away to our left. So as my co-commentators to the right, in all the febrile excitement of this race for Finals Day Friday. Somehow wrongly giving Aziz Mohammed his billing.
I'm surprised, Michael, that the captain, Cameron Raja, hasn't stood up and come on to bowl this over. He's got to play a part in this. We talked about how a captain has to perform. I mean, Dilwara Khan had to play a captain's innings, didn't he? The Barcelona Shaheen, when everything was collapsing around him, had to stand up tall. Cameron Raja hasn't done it with the bat. I would have thought he's had to try something, being the captain, to try and get this breakthrough.
He's left it to his lieutenants, who thus far aren't delivering. That's a low full toss. Just calmly takes one down the ground, Devinder Singh Kaur. It's hit 1-6, but apart from that, it's just dealt in singles and dots. He has 13 off 12. Working their way towards the target. this point, net run rate definitely has to be a thought from the Tigers. They won't want to take any longer than is necessary for these. Very hopeful appeal. Going down leg and height also an issue.
Even the Catalonia Tigers camp is staying very quiet. They're not getting too excited. They're going to wait until the final runs are scored. This game could still change.
That's another single for court. So he will keep the strike. He's ticking along okay. It's Aziz Mohammed who's doing the bulk of the hitting.
Another over comes to an end.
74 for 2 then, after 6 overs. Scoring system still catching up with the brilliant batting of Aziz Mohammed and Davinder Singh Kaur. Partnership now worth 65 runs and still unbroken. And Aziz Mohammed is up to being the 3rd highest run scorer of the tournament in the process of this innings. He's overtaken Kuldeep Lal of Barcelona Shaheen. Adil Arif on to bowl. He's only bowled 2 overs in the competition so far. Oh, and there we go. Simple as that, a straight ball. Davinder Singh Kaur plays the first shot in anger of a generally very becalmed innings. And he has to go. It's a low skidder from the slingy arm action of Adil Arif. He's got him. Well, they needed a break in the partnership. And exactly that is what has happened. So 74 for 2 becomes 74 for 3. Mohsin Ali Bashrat comes out trying to finish the game off. Davinder Singh Kaur departs after another good knock from him. Might not look that useful on the scoreboard in terms of runs and balls, but in the context of the game, it was important. He stepped out, they were 9 for 2. He's played good second hand in the partnership to Aziz Mohammed. Oh, is that out as well? Yes, it's gone. He's got him.
Oh, that's a beauty.
2 in 2. Oh, Mohsin Ali Basharat can do nothing about this. This is a pinpoint Yorker. Hitting the base of leg, no doubt about that one. Finger went straight up from both of us here in the commentary box, and the scorers away to our left. And in turn, the umpire, who rightly took that extra second to make sure there was no good reason why he shouldn't. And so Mohammed Kashmir steps out to face a hat-trick ball. Well, this is T10 for you folks. They looked like they were cruising this, starting this 6th over on 74 for 2. And having been 74 for 2 at the start of the 6th, they are now 74 for 4. They couldn't, could they?
Well, could he get the hat-trick?
Blocked cautiously back. Mohammed Kashif eager to not have his name be part of such a situation. Now they've got to get back to the task of finishing off the chase. Now Aziz Mohammed will look at this, what is left of it, as simply a few 6s being needed, because that's the way he plays the game. I doubt he'll change. Helped by the no ball, and he'll get a free hit. It pitches off the edge of the mat.
That's just all about the pressure on the bowler because of who he's bowling to.
Absolutely.
So beautifully to all the other batsmen. Key man comes on strike and he thinks he's got to do something different, something special. Free hit.
So Aziz Mohammed has this free hit. Oh, he's walking all over the shop. And could it be caught? Nope, skied over the head. It is taken in the end, but not by a fielder. By Stefan Gooch, who's part of our operations team. It's a good catch, but not a significant one in the context of this game. You can see well over the head of the man in green. 6 more to Aziz Mohammed. He's having all the fun out there, nudges this one away. Will be a single as they edge closer.
Quality batting, isn't it? Just quality. I mean, Devinder Singh Carmichael was the one who was playing it safe, yet he's the one who's out, and he'll be probably thinking back there, maybe I should have just played my normal game as well. The way it goes sometimes, swings in roundabouts.
That's sensible from Mohammed Kashif. No need to do anything dramatic. 3 leg side sweepers, take the single. Take another run off. Since Mohammed gets the strike back. Doesn't, in fact, Kashif keeps the strike, beg your pardon. So 7 overs gone. And the Catalunya Tigers 83 for 4. Kashif off the mark. Aziz Mohammed there looking to finish things. He has 33 of 19. I mentioned he's gone to 3rd in the top run scorers of the tournament. Mohammed Hassan ended the pool stages with 305 runs at an imposing average of 76. Yasir Ali in 2nd. He has 272 runs. 3rd is the man at the non-strikers who's watching a lovely flick off his legs by Mohammed Kashif. All about the whippage and the wrists here. Just turns it away, knows where his gap is, and finds the boundary.
That's a delightful shot, isn't it? Totally composed, not trying to overhit it. All about positioning of his body and the timing of the ball. 4 runs.
Slow ball. But it will go to the boundary once more. It's come off his pads. I'd expect this will be leg by. So, well, no signal as glove. Let's have another look. Oh, no, it's bat. No, it's got a little flick on it through. My co-commentator who's initially advised me that to come off the pad might
yeah, that's
might fancy a trip for the old prescription check. Dare I suggest?
Specsavers, yeah. Where's the nearest one?
Other opticians are available, and if the brands you named are watching and do wish to sponsor us, be welcome to such inquiries. Don't believe in amidst the current European cricket sponsors that we have an optician partner. But maybe that might not be such a bad idea. Of course, good eyesight, oh so important.
2 required for victory.
Well, joy will be delayed there. Aziz Mohammed could have been run out. He was running into Awais Ahmed. This was very careless running from the non-striker Aziz Mohammed. Still 1 run to win, and it seems like they've decided to start the post-match handshakes a bit early. And our umpire's rightly reminding them, no, you're not done yet. They are going to win this game, we know that, Catalunya Tigers.
Well, they're going to have to wait a little bit longer because, well, the man of the moment, Aziz Mohammed, has been bowled as the scores are tied.
Well, this is just one of those comical moments. The players had walked off thinking the game was done. Aziz Mohammed had nearly got run out from that ball. And they're told to come back because it's 1 to win. He's lost his concentration. He's got out. So now Ghulam Dastgir has to go in and try and finish it off. Aziz Mohammed with another good contribution. Passing 200 runs for the tournament in that knock.
Falco, as you would imagine, all up. 2 more wickets here, and who knows? Well, they should. Oh, it could still be out if he gets the belt off. He's gone. Another one. Well, that was just very, very strange and comical. Run out follows the wicket of Aziz Mohammed. Aziz Mohammed getting bowled. He played it down onto his pad and onto the stumps as he went. Next batsman comes in. Ghulam Dashta plays the ball out, and if both batsmen had gone straight away, it would have been the easiest of singles.
This is just getting a bit silly, isn't it? This game should have been done about 10 minutes ago.
No, we laugh, but Catalonia Tigers may not, because all they're doing here
is harming their net
is
run
harming
rate.
their net run rate, yeah.
And we should remind you that that's going to be really important for them. So Falco, we know that they're going to lose this game by something ridiculous, 4 more wickets and 4 balls. Falco will finish with 3 wins from 8 in the pool stages. Catalonia Tigers will be 3 wins from 6, but they're in a tussle now with Bangladesh Kings, assuming they do win this game, for that 4th and final spot. Everybody right in for Falco. Can they keep it going? Yes, they can. Well, this is fun, isn't it?
Michael, if
they miss out on, I know where you're going with this.
Well, not just that. If Adil Arif can get those Yorkers going, get a couple of more wickets here. Who knows? Well, tried it. Too much width. 4 runs, and that's the match. Well, great effort.
Well, it's going to be a game that's ultimately remembered for the all-round contributions of Aziz Mohammed. A fine game from him. 3 for 18 with the ball to help contain Falco. And then, whilst eventually it was finished off by the pair on your screen, his 33 of 20 balls with the bat was crucial to seeing this run chase home, which belatedly they did. They took their sweet time in the end. 2 wickets falling when the score was tied. But they do win the game eventually. Victors with 8 balls to spare by 4 wickets. That was absolutely superb at the top of the innings. Tanvir Iqbal bowling Razakat Ali for a second ball duck with one of the best deliveries of the tournament. Lovely swivel pull shot from Jamsad Afzal. And Iqbal had his 2nd wicket in the first over. And Afzal was gone for 6, caught by Rehman Ullah. That was the drop catch. And then 5 wides in his 2nd over from Tanvir Iqbal. He was not quite at his best in that 2nd compared to the 1st. The alliance of Aziz Mohammed and Devinder Singh Kaur, so dependable in that derby win against Catalonia last night, came together once more. And weren't they excellent? Taking things from 9 for 2 to 73 for 3 when Kaur was eventually out. They added 64 runs in less than 5 overs together at the crease. It ended there though. Kaur bowled by Adil Arif for 33 off 17. Aziz Mohammed soon afterwards took advantage of a free hit to swipe it for 6. Lovely clip shot from Mohammed Kashif brought him 4. And then he did it again. Even finer shot the 2nd time around. Aziz Mohammed got bowled with the scores tied. Playing on. And then his 2nd wicket was lost with the scores tied. Neat glove work from Awais Ahmed. Cameron Raja with the throw, so Mohammed Kashif gone for 11 off 6. And it eventually fell to Ghulam Dastgir to finally get the game finished with that boundary. So he finishes with 4 not out. Both openers failing for the Catalonia Tigers, but it was all about Aziz Mohammed, moved up to 3rd in the list of highest run scorers in the tournament, and Devinder Singh Kaur, who matched him with 33 and scored at a quicker strike rate. Both men hit 4 sixes. Why do you need to hit 4s when you can hit massive maximums? And they both did just that. Mohsin Ali went for a golden. Mohammed Kashif chipped in with 11 handy runs. As for Falco, Tanvir Iqbal is an experiment up the top of the order, bowled very well, 2 for 17 for him. Adil Arif was being saved until the death. The problem was, ended up only using 8 balls of the 12 he had available. He took 2 for 14. Naim Shah and Mohamed Shiraz, both very expensive. Courage Aved bowled well enough, 1 for 20 from his 2. And so Falco, with that defeat, finished with 3 wins from 8 across their pool stage. Victories against Barcelona Shaheen, Fateh and Ravel Sporting. 5 losses mean that they will not be making it through to finals day Friday. The Catalonia Tigers now grab yet another victory, a very valuable one too. It's their 4th win from 6 games so far. They're in pole position to make the knockout stages. Destiny very much in their own hands. If they win their last 2 games, they will definitely be there. And joining Pakakere, Catalonia and Barcelona Shaheen at finals day Friday. The Bangladesh Kings are still well in contention. If they win both of their last 2 games, that would probably be enough for them to progress. It's all hotting up very nicely at the back end of this one. But for now, let's get some reaction from match number 31. Let's go to Rico Full, who is pitch side with our player of the match, a choice that will not surprise you whatsoever.
Match 31 looked like it was all going one way. It was all Catalonia Tigers to begin with in that first innings. And that was thanks to the man standing to my right. First of all, doing a great job with the ball. Aziz Mohammed taking 3 for 18, which really had Falco in all sorts of trouble. Falco recovered, credit to them, getting to a good score of 92 in the end. And then they took some early wickets thanks to Tanveer Iqbal. But the man to my right again, the perfect all-rounder, the key man to have in your side, Aziz Mohammed, scoring a brilliant 33 of 20. Aziz, ਵਧਾਈਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ, player of the match ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਬਣ ਗਏ ਆ। ਅੱਜ ਤਾਂ all-round performance ਸੀ। ਪਹਿਲਾ ਬੋਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫੈਲਕੋ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਟੌਪ ਆਰਡਰ ਬੜੀ ਤਕੜੀ ਆ। early wickets ਉਹ ਟਰਬਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੀ, 23 for 5 ਤੇ 3 ਵਿਕਟਾਂ ਲਈਆਂ। ਫਿਰ ਬਾਅਦ ਚ ਬੈਟਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੈਟਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਵੀ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਮਾੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਕਲੈਪਸ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ। ਟੈਨਵੇਰ ਇਕਬਾਲ ਨੇ अर्ली 2 ਵਿਕਟਾਂ ਲੈ ਲਈਆਂ। ਪਰ ਤੇਰੀ ਬੈਟਿੰਗ, तेरी अप्रोच सेम अप्रोच, प्रेशर नहीं लिया, अपनी गेम खेली।
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। हमने पहले ही प्लान में लिया कि अगर हम टॉस जीत के उसको बारी देगा और उसको 100 के नीचे इंशाल्लाह आउट करेगा, और जो उस प्लान पे हम कामयाब हो गए।
Yeah, just saying, yeah, it was all part of the plan. They knew that he was under pressure. They had to get wickets early. Awais Ahmed and Adil Sawad did that first, and then with the bat just played his own game. Team ਦੀ मोराल किद्दां सी तां ਵੱਡੀ गेम ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਪਤਾ, ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਓ, गेम ਜਿੱਤੋ, ਚਾਂਸ ਰਹਿ ਗਿਆ, ਨਾਲੇ अच्छी तरह जितते नेट रन रेट भी एक बोनस मिलूंगा।
हमने ये 92 टारगेट था, इतना बड़ा टारगेट नहीं है, और हमने इसको बोला है कि हम विकेट नहीं गवाएगा, इजी रन है, और उस पर हम कामयाब हो गए। 92 इतना बड़ा टारगेट नहीं था और हमने चेस कर दिया।
Yeah, we're just saying that with the target of 92, they knew that if they took the time, relaxed, that they would easily get there. And in the end, they did. It was a good all-round performance. ਹੁਣ टीम मोराल किद्दां last few games ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ?
हमारा पहले हम 2 मैच जीते हैं, बाद में 2 मैच हार गया, तो उसका मोराल हमारा थोड़ा ख़राब हुआ था। बाद में 2 मैच जीत के ना हमारा मोराल बहुत अच्छा हो गया। इंशाल्लाह 2 मैच रह गए, दोनों जीत के सेमीफाइनल तक क्वालिफाई हो जाएंगे इंशाल्लाह।
Saying that the team morale is naturally very good. It was good to start with. When they lost those 2 games, the morale went down. But now 1-2 more, they're looking good, and they're hoping that they're going to continue to carry on winning and win the last 2 games. ਵਧਾਈਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ. Well done. Player of the match, Aziz Mohammed. Don't go away. We've got the final match to come today. And it's going to be the case of, well, Raval Sporting playing the 3rd. They've had a marathon session here. And can Fateh open their account in this last game? I think it's going to be exciting. And we're looking forward to see if the fireworks from Fateh can start. And there's going to be a little bit of Jakte Fateh.
Welcome back to this beautiful Montjuïc Olympic ground, the conclusion to day 8 of this Barcelona Bash European Cricket Series. Fantastic to have you with us. And these beautiful drone shots showing a bit of the teams warming up for this game between Raval Sporting and Fateh, two sides that we know will not be with us the finals day Friday. Fateh with 5 losses from 5 so far, desperate to get their first win of the competition. Raval Sporting with just 1 win from 6. This their 3rd game today. They've already lost against Falco and Barcelona Shaheen. Desperate to avoid defeat for the 3rd time on the same day. Raval Sporting have won the toss, chosen to have a bat. Kishitij Patel needs to face the first ball. Isham Patel at the non-striker's end. And Trilichan Singh, who's been a good addition to the Raval Sporting bowling attack, starts well there. He's a recent addition from Grazia. Picked up 6 wickets, their top wicket taker of the tournament. Your European Cricket Network commentators for this game. Yours truly, Michael McCann, and to my right, Rico Fogg.
Yes, welcome back, everybody.
And that's the first boundary. Power play time. Why not have a go? Have a go he does. And Kishitij opens his account. The big wicket in this lineup for Raval Sporting is off and running.
Yeah, nice shot. That's what we used to seeing from the better batsmen. They know the fielders are in the ring, just chipping it over the top. Well, there's been a change now, straight away to the left-hander. The man out.
Good response from Trilichan. Kishitij, the only batsman to get past the 100-run mark for the tournament for Raval Sporting, which somewhat sums up a bit of their problems. He's actually got twice as many runs as anybody else. Show you just how dependent they are on him. And that's a half volley. He's not going to miss out on that. Everybody up on the offside. The ring of fire. But it's not much of a ring of fire when it's pierced this easily. Bit of a gimme ball from Trilichan Singh. Didn't he put it away well? .4 to start.
Yeah, nice shot. Proper cricket shot. Got to the pitch. Finds it through the ground. Nicely done.
So Isham Patel will face his first ball now. Isham Patel thus far in the tournament, across his 4 knocks, has made starts in 3 of them and then has not gone on. And like every batsman whose name wasn't Amit Das in the Barcelona Shaheen game, fell for single figures. That's a dangerous quick single. Was his bat in the air? Yes, it was. Ishan Patel is run out from his first ball. What brilliant work this is from Trilochan Singh. Well, if you want a clinic for how to field off your own bowling, then Trilochan Singh can lead it with this demonstration. Just nudged away. Gets there, turns and throws. And Ishan was comfortably short. Never mind bat in the air. Even if the bat was being slid in, I'm not sure he'd have made it. 9 for 1 at the end of the first. And Manish Manwani walks out. He thus far in the tournament has just 50 runs across his 5 innings. Reval Sporting not helping themselves. A very preventable run out.
Yeah, I mean, both batsmen decided to go. There was no hesitation. Kish Patel backing up. Ishan Patel went straight away. They normally do run very well together, but that was a risky one. But they just weren't expecting Trilochan Singh to go across, field it, and get the throw in. And what excellent cricket that was from him. Trilochan Singh. The first over comes to an end, 9 for 1.
Rajiv Singh to bowl the second. That's 4 wickets in the tournament so far with his slow little off spin. Could have another run out here. Some very enthusiastic appealing from various fielders before realising that bells had never actually come off. The throw over the top of the stumps. But again, good intent from Fateh. Desperate to get their first win of the tournament. And after the recent run-out disasters, it's a very gentle single, but it's the fielders who are heading into each other. Happy Singh Lovely, able to see the funny side of it. Can be a nasty collision sometimes, but that was very much cricket in slow motion, so no real danger of that. They sort of ran into each other there in almost comically slow motion. Realised what they'd done.
Yeah, Happy Singh had the ball grabbed away from him. But the good thing was, is like his name, he was able to smile and be jolly about it.
LBW appeal there, but too high and going down leg, apart from that, as they say. Fuller, that comes off the pads again. No appeal this time, and rightly not. It's a wild throw, but well backed up by Kuldeep Singh, who's been one of the better fielders in this Fateh outfit across the tournament. And that's 4 runs. And that is what happens when lax fielding lets the pressure get away. It was a half volley. It was there to go from Kishitij. It probably should have been stopped. Went straight through Manjinder Singh Lovely, the captain. We'll pick up one more here. Kishitij not quite at his fluent best yet. So, end of the second over. 17 for 1. 7 runs coming from it off the bowler, plus that leg by. I think Fateh will be quite pleased with this start.
Yeah, they've done well. I mean, obviously, Fateh will be up for it, and 100%, I would guess, as long as they can contain this score to around about 100. Any more than that, it's going to be a big ask for them to get. So if they can keep taking wickets, keep this run rate down, they'll be up for it. They'll be wanting their first victory. And of course, Reval Sporting will be wanting their second. So it's going to be an interesting game, this. Can Fateh open their account with a win here?
Yeah, they did get their highest score of the tournament in their last outing with the bat. 99 for 8 in the loss against Pak Care. But now they're trying to contain with the ball and not doing so successfully there. There was a puff of white dust there. Ball seeming to hit the rope. And so it's been signalled as 6. Trilochan Singh back on, dropping too short. Pulled away, and just watch here. Poof. Just a bit of dust coming up. Well, the fielder's saying it bounced just inside, but it's been signalled as 6. No doubt about that one. That's 6, hard and flat, over long off. Kishitic starting to find his range here. And that barrel of a shotgun that can be his free swing of a bat is beginning to click into gear. Better than my ability to describe it. That was screw away for 4 more. That's really mistimed. Didn't mean it at all, but all the luck going with Kishitic. Well, he's gone for the full-on ballerina spin round. Have a look where on earth that's gone. He gets it away. 6-6-4.
Yeah, right on cue. He knows that this is the last one in the power play. Trying to make the most of it, and so far, doing a good job.
Guided away. Could get 4 for this too. It will run away for 4. Well, he's shown us the boom boom, as the man to my right would say it. And there's a bit of the tiki-taka. Just guided, used all the pace that Trilochan had put on it. Really intelligent batting. Bowling in the power play can be a lonely place at a time like this. Where does Trilochan go now?
Well, exactly. I mean, so much better, isn't it, when you see the shot being elegantly played as opposed to a big swish that goes for an edge. Better reply.
Well, yes, there's 2 ways to find the third man boundary in this competition there, and Kishitic in 2 balls showed us the ugliest way, and then the most aesthetically pleasing straight afterwards from 0 to 10 in terms of aesthetic score. 6-6-4-4-1. Last ball of the power play. Does Manish Manwani fancy a swing? You bet he does. A very good one as well. Down the ground, 1 bounce 4. Lovely straight shot to open his boundary account. And that is a big, big over. 25 runs coming from it. And Trilochan, arguably Ravel Sporting's best bowler, ends up being hit for 34 from his pair of overs in the power play. And Ravel Sporting are 42 for 1 off 3. 36 of those coming off the bat of who else but Kishitic Patel.
That was very important over for Raval. They were under pressure. Only gone for 17 off 2. They needed a good one. They got one of at least 2 left-handers, making life a little bit difficult for Fateh. I was saying, Fateh, no, they can't let this run go too high. They know what their capabilities are. And at the moment, as Michael said, the best number of runs they've scored has been 99. They've got no additions to the team. It's the same team. Well, now at least they can spread the field.
So Rajiv Singh's going to bowl his second. He went for 7 from his first. That's a very decent start, and they've learnt about trying to run a quick single when you've nudged it just near the bowler. Not making that mistake again, Kishitic.
Single taken by Kish Patel. Happy Singh fielding in his normal position. It's very safe in these areas, as is Kuldeep Singh. 1 on mid-off, 1 on mid-on.
Yeah, they'll be looking to contain. And that's good again from Rajiv. It's interesting as this tournament goes on, one thing you notice is trends where sides learn from each other. The first few days, early last week, everyone seemed sort of terrified to bowl any spin in the power play. And then a few teams did, and it worked. And now as it's going on, the trend's only continuing all the more. Rajiv, of course, not bowling in the power play now, but he bowled the second over. Gulam Dasgir opened the bowling. The match that's just finished with the Catalonia Tigers very successfully. Huge swing and a miss, a massive Yahoo. It's gone through the keeper as well. A long stop is there. Long stop stroke short third man.
Great over that was, I mean, after seeing all those runs come off the last one, they needed a good one to pull this back in. Only 2 runs coming off that.
Quite right, yeah. He got through it in about 20 seconds as well. Perfect for the over rate from Rajiv Singh. .1, .1, .dot. So he finishes with none for 9 from his 2 overs. All the 4s here at the bingo hall. 44 for 1 or 4. The sun is back out. Brilliant to see that. It got a bit chilly for a few seconds, which even in mid-November, we can't be having that in Barcelona in the middle of the afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, you say brilliant to see that. Let's have a look at the captain, Manjinder Singh. Lovely there, who's at the mid-wicket boundary. Well, he's not going to see anything, is he? I mean, he needs a cap. He's standing there with his hand so you can actually see what's going on. But he's not going to be able to take a catch in that position. He's got to try and get a cap, hasn't he?
It baffles me. I mean, in this entire team, there's only 2 fielders that have got caps. One of them in front of us, Happy Singh, isn't fielding into the sun, and he's got it on backwards. Doesn't really make much sense, the cap settled situation. And it is Happy Singh in front of us with his cap on backwards, who takes the catch perfectly. One of the most dependable fielders in the tournament. While it might be advisable to lend his teammates his cap for their future endeavours, he makes no mistake himself. Skied up, trying to get it over into the vacant mid-wicket region. That is a really significant breakthrough. Manish Manwani gone. 6 off 7. He has hit a couple of good cameos in this tournament. He's instead caught by Happy Singh. 44 for 2. Out comes Govinda. Now, Govinda is one of the few players that they've seen some green shoots with from the bat in this tournament for Ravel Sporting. He's at the non-strikers. Nishitaj continuing on his merry way with the single here, which brings on to strike Govinda. Now, Govinda has comfortably the best strike rate of anyone in a Ravel Sporting shirt. Scores his runs at around 2.5 per ball in this competition. Hit 32 off 19 against Falco this morning in game 1 of the day. That's a lovely inside-out shot. And it does go away for 4. Well, that's a really good square drive. It opens up his body here to find the boundary. Just watch. The replay doesn't quite catch it. Just the final flourish. Manipulates the ball into the space, Govinda. You may also remember from an extraordinary performance in Ravel's only win so far. He truly was, as Enrique Iglesias would say, their hero. 36 not out of 9 against Minaj, with 4 big 6s. For now, he'll get 1 there. We are in Spain after all, of course.
Nice work. 1 boundary from it so far, but Randeep Singh Dade, well, takes a wicket of his first ball, and now he's keeping the ball in the right areas.
Well, that's gone. Half volley slot. It's over our heads. It's threatening our cameraman, who ducks for cover as it flies past him as well. It's a good thing Kookaburra have given us plenty of spare balls. That is a Bizaway super strike. And we're going to need our travel partner to see if they can try and find a way of getting it back. Flies over that blue backboard and a long way further too.
Oh, that's a dirty ball, short. Gandhi ball, Sigi. Khana Pina, batsman Lee. 4 more. And as Kish Patel is getting his eye in. Didn't quite get the 6. That would have taken him to his 50. That one goes for 4. 48 of 20 balls. And this is a Kish Patel we're used to seeing. Playing fluent shots. And racing along, almost on 50, blink of an eye.
So at the midway point, Kishitic Patel is on the brink of his half century. You don't need to be a genius to know that if he's on 48 off 5, then maybe this could be our first centurion of this 2-week Barcelona bash. 60 for 2 off 5. Kishitic doesn't have the strike right now. Govinda Singh will be facing Lovely Singh.
Yeah, Majinder Singh Lovely decides it's the time for him to come on. Yeah, I mean, one thing that Fateh don't have, they don't have an explosive bowler that's come charging in. All of the bowlers, if they get it right, are just bowling wicket to wicket. But when they don't get it right, like that one, too short, too wide from Majinder Singh, and just helped along the way. It's a nice shot from Gurvinder Singh. He's not going to miss out on anything wide. It's another boundary to him. That's 2 now in the space of 4 balls. Well hit, he beats the man, 4 more. Oh, Majinder Singh Lovely, the captain, he's having a look now at his field and he's bringing, yep, this is good I think. He's got to do it. He's bringing the man who's right deep there on the boundary and offside. He's got 2 men out on the off, bringing extra cover into the ring, pushing, and the leg side back. Personally, I think he's got the mid on. Oh, that's very wide. And Kish Patel goes on to strike, and one thing he'll be thinking here is exactly what the commentator Michael McCann just said. We're at the halfway stage. He's going along nicely. The bowling is there to take on. That's the eye up this 100. It'd be a wonderful way for us to finish this, which is match day 8, I should say. Match 32.
He's the only player to have scored a half century for them in this competition. Indeed, there's only ever been 2 other knocks for Ravel where players have got into the 30s. And that sort of sums up the problem with their batting. They impressed us when they first came in. They hit 128 against both Catalunya Tigers and Catalunya, who are both teams that quite possibly will be at Finals Day Friday with the bat, but they've fallen away a bit with their batting since then.
That's a lovely shot. Picks it up beautifully. Sends it out of the ground. Majinder Singh Lovely having a torrid time. Not only did he bowl a few wides, but he's bowled a few shockers. And they've been put away in style. Oh, Gurvinder Singh. Not going to miss out on those. Oh, he's picked that up beautifully. Balle, balle, balle. That is nice. That is sweet. It was effortless. Just pure, classy timing. 6 runs. Well, he has put an extra man out there on the boundary. But, well, if you're going to hit it that well, it's going to make no difference. They might as well climb up the fence and sit in the stands and just watch this execution. Good hitting from Gurvinder Singh. Well, Singhs are normally in harmony with each other, but this is a match. There's a lot at stake. Raval will want a second victory. They want to pick themselves up and make it a good end to what has been a rather disappointing day for them. But well, they themselves want to register in this, their 6th match, their first victory.
Well, to lose once on a day in an ECS event would be considered unfortunate. To lose twice might be seen as careless. And, well, to lose for a 3rd time today, which is what could happen to Raval Sporting, would be seen as some form of cricketing despair. But going about it well to avoid such a fate.
85, 2 wickets gone, end of the 6th. Sliced away, and that's going to probably race away down there to the 3rd man boundary. And it does, and that's the problem when you've got the 3 on the leg side, on the boundary. straight away you've got no protection there deep. Well, there's a bit of debate going on whether they do bring one of those men in. They've decided not to. What they've done instead is given themselves no protection. So Randip Singh Dade, nobody on the offside boundary now by the third man being pushed back. And that's where he's aimed that at. Well fielded. Had to make that stop, otherwise it was going to be 4 runs.
Well, this takes real courage when the chips are down. It seems like everything is going against you. That little bit of good fielding can just try and get something going in a positive sense. The one thing they're having a huge problem with, we're seeing it again now, is sorting out their field for the left and right-hander. Huge gap at square leg here.
Swing and a miss. Manish Kumatoki doing enough to stop it.
The problem with a field like this, it's a 5-4, very, very split field. We've basically got a long stop as well out on a very fine leg boundary. It's not really clear to the bowler. What do you want me to bowl?
Well, here it is through the gap. Bolo Shaba. That 4 brings up his 50. 52 of 23 balls. That's great hitting. He's hit 6 4s in that and 3 6s. Excellent work from Kish Patel. And we should say to him, welcome back. He's been off the boil a little bit. He's come back strong in this, the last match of today. And he's still going. Balle, balle, balle. Out of the ground it goes. Onto the top of the nets, the other side of this ground. He's having some fun. He's had to wait a while to get into the groove. Well, he's into the groove now and he's having fun. He's in party mode. Randip Singh Dade.
Oh.
He's played one there before, but this one didn't quite time it. We'll get the single.
Now, Ravel Sporting aren't going to be at finals day Friday, but Kishitij Patel is putting together as good a case as anyone to be in the team of the tournament. End of the 7th, 101 for 2. Kishitij will keep the strike after that single. He's on 59. Backs up his 65 off 33 against second place Catalunya in game 20 in a losing cause, and 40 off 24 against Pak Iker, the table toppers, in match 24 of the competition. So Kishitij himself has had a very decent individual tournament. He's just been in a side that batting and bowling depth have often been found wanting.
Yeah, so we've come to the end of the 7th over. The score 101.
There we go. The batsman having a look upstairs and seeing a buzzing bee of a drone above him. Certainly can't miss hearing it. It's been flying around our commentary box above it a few times. I reckon 150's on here.
It's a nice start from Hargurjit Singh. He's a bowler, if he gets it right, it's difficult to get away. Obviously the idea is that he'll bowl this and the last over. Already the score is past 100, so Fateh now know that if they are to chase these, they're going to go into unknown territory for them. They haven't passed or got to 100 yet. 99 is the best they've managed. They'll want some tidy overs here. Oh, wow, what a big one. That is huge. Gidna Bada Shaka Gurwinder Singh. Well, like I say, he sings normally in harmony. He's on the opposite end this time, not in the same team. And well, while this competition goes on, he's going to take charge. That's a big hit.
Well, this has gone out of the ground and onto the road. Stand and deliver. Par 4, 450 yards. Get your driver out. That is exactly what he did.
Oh, he's got another one. Could be a chance here. Oh, the fielder was a little bit slow for me getting back. He needed to get back a little bit quicker. He didn't really, to be fair, look like he was going to catch it even if he did. He's hands were too spread wide. And again, there we said before, the sun is in his eyes. No cap. Kish Patel will no doubt continue this attack. Happy saying, well, in the end, deciding that was going to drop short.
Well, his teammates are saying to him, mate, that was a bit of a refusal. And I've got to say, I'm with them. He really did seem to stop when he could have had a go at the catch. It wasn't one of those where the ball was definitely going to roll on past for a boundary, because it scooped it up in the air. Mistimed it completely. He hasn't mistimed that, though.
Oh,
That's
there
6
he goes.
more. Well, they just can't find a way to stop this pair. Kishetij and Govinda going about their business in supreme fashion, and maybe just taking out a bit of revenge after all those defeats that have left them unable to reach finals day Friday in this struggling Fateh side.
It's a better ball. It's in the block. But, well, I mean, he's being taken apart here. He's not liking this. He is a bowler that can tie them down with a good line. But, well, thing is, though, you've got two batsmen here hitting the ball big. And they're going to take it on, aren't they? I mean, you look at the wickets that have gone down. The last wicket went at 44 for 2. These two are rocking and rolling together. Kish Patel, 61 of 27. Gurvinder Singh, he's approaching, he's 50. 45 of 13. That's what he's all about, Michael. He doesn't hang around.
I reckon the 100 partnership is well within grasp here. That would be 144.
Oh, there we go. He's actually hammered that away. And what a way to bring up your 50. Balle, balle, balle. Sare bolo, shaba, shaba to Gurvinder Singh. Fantastic hitting from these two. T10 at its best. Well, no wonder it's the fast and furious format of the game. And this is what it's all about. Explosive, action-packed entertainment. Taking this world by storm. I bet you're loving this wherever you're watching from. And that one, the shadow catch it, but is in between the two fielders. One bounce 4. Absolutely awesome this is. It's carnage.
Well, Govinda's catching up Kishetij. Partially through finding boundaries at will, but also some ruthless strike manipulation. He said, not only are you not having a century, Kishetij, I fancy one.
Oh, let's go for another one. It's going to go over. It does indeed. 6 more. This is just, well, unbelievable. You know what, Michael? Earlier I said was giving Devinder Singh Kaur a shout for all the work that he does. And, well, this man here hitting the ball all over the place, Govinda Singh, as we walk into the ground around about 7:15 in the morning, he's walking, doing the lines on the pitch, sorting out the boundary, really has worked hard, not just for this European Cricket Series Bash number 2 here in Barcelona. Go for another one this time. Oh, it's been palmed over the rope. It's 6 more. Well, gives a chance. And that would have been cruel for him to be out as I'm bigging him up. So I'm going to finish quickly in case he offers another. That's gone for 6. 6 more to his total. Done a wonderful job the first time round in Barcelona and the second. And it's just great to see him playing the game, having fun and scoring stack loads of runs. Well done, Govinda Singh. He's not finished yet. That's 4. He's just finding the gaps all over the place. Fateh's fielders now, they're representing like a sieve.
He's overtaken him. He's overtaken Kishetij. It's just extraordinary. Kishetij had about a 40-run head start. And it really is that song, anything you can do, I can do better. Any runs you can score, I can score faster than you. He's on to 71 of 18. And he goes again. Oh, my goodness. This is just a brutal assault. 6-4-6, 6-4-6. It is the most expensive individual over of the week. 32 runs taken off poor old Devinder Singh, who will be having nightmares about that tonight. Kishatij Patel and Govinder Singh will be living rent-free in his head for the next few days. And you can't blame him at all for having such psychological demons. Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear. But hey, this is marvellous because with that 6 coming there, they've also put on the 100 partnership. So well done to these two. It's been absolutely fantastic. A pleasure to watch. Well, it has been for us, and I'm sure it has been for Raval Sporting. Not if you're a Fateh player.
Yes. you had me before I can mention it.
150 coming up with a single. Well, it looks like Kish Patel has held his hands up and said, mate, I can't keep up with you. Have the single and just keep going.
Yeah. Which seems bizarre because Kishatij was the one carrying the first half of this innings, and now, make no bones about it, that's the man we're here to watch. It's the Govinder Singh show. Now 4 sixes here, and he's got his century. It was meant to be Kishatij we were talking about for such an honour.
Happy Singh just pulls out of his action there.
This is just bonkers. He's scoring at 4 a ball.
It's unbelievable. And well, this is what we know though that Raval Sporting can do. Unfortunately for them, and this marathon mammoth day for them, they just weren't able to produce this sort of hitting in those earlier 2 games. He smashed that away, but it will only go to the man there, square leg. Didn't quite time it. Well, they don't take the run either.
Well, they haven't taken the run because Govinder Singh fancies his ton, and he needs 4 sixes from 4 balls. He's already hit 8 of them.
Well, that is something that has been very, very rare in the last few overs. It's a dot ball. Happy Singh, where you been hiding? Well, we know where he's been hiding himself. Happy Singh, he's been doing the fielding here in front of us. Well, if this ends up being a tidy, decent over, you'll be wondering why he's been hiding himself. Well, he smashed that away. 1 bounce 4, too much width. Happy Singh, rightly so, trying to keep the ball out of his zone. But he still just, that was too wide, just rocks back, punishes it. It's into his 80s now. It's not going to get his ton, but what an innings it's been.
That was the first dot ball in 19 deliveries. Ouch.
Wow. That's something. Whoa! Balle, balle, balle. That's out of the ground as well. Happy Singh, well, you couldn't hide it for too long. He was going to get after you eventually. 6 more. This is just, well, magnificent. A master blaster. He's doing his job. I said in his last knock, well, he's the master blaster in the making. Well, he's made it now. He is a master blaster. Fantastic. And that's, well, sad way for... Yeah, a sad way for Kish Patel to get up. But it was the last ball of the innings. And like we quite rightly say so many times, that it's not about individuals. It's about trying to get that extra run or those extra runs for the team. That's what Kish Patel was trying to do there. He gets himself out. Well, we're talking a lot about Gurvinder Singh. Well, let's not forget about how important his role was at the beginning when those wickets were falling. It was he that put it together. He's not been at his best. He knew he had to find form. He did. Well, that was just absolutely awesome. And Fateh, as they walk off, there'll be all sorts of questions. Where did it go wrong? 60 for 2 at the halfway stage. And it's ended up at 160 for 3. You see those highlights. Most of those are going to be some big hits, I would imagine. Early on, Did a chance Singh started well. And this was a bit of magic from him. That was superb. How well, not only did he get there, but the positioning of his body. Watch this again. Gets down low. Head still. Absolutely brilliant. He knew he got his man. And at that point, it was all smiles, and then very quickly, it started to go wrong. They had to wait for the wicket of Manish Manwana. And you just thought when they introduced the new bowler, Randeep Singh, and he took that wicket of his first ball. That was a classy shot there, Kish Patel. And that was a nice shot. That's Manish Manwana. He plays that shot very well, the one that's going straight. And this was the one which Happy Singh took the catch. We feel that probably should have had one later on. Looked like it sort of catch avoidance to us. Was happy just to let it bounce in front of him. And then after that, it was just it started off being the Kish Patel show. Gurvinder there, well, just picked that one out. The gloves of the wicketkeeper. Just beautiful timing. I love the way he just gets into position. His footwork is great. Getting a lot of support there from Kish Patel. That one was wide. Had a swing at it. And when you know that the men are on the ring can get away with it, Kish Patel didn't want to lose out as well. Absolutely brilliant batting from these two. And that partnership that they put on was 116 runs. Yeah, there was a lot of that there. Well, the bowlers won't want to see their bowling figures, will they? Particularly one bowler, Gurvinder Singh. Well, Gurvinder Singh actually took him apart. And yet you have to wonder, because when you think that Rajiv Singh bowled 2 overs for just 9 runs, it just makes you think what the others went for. And you could even scratch one more off that. Happy Singh last over went for 11. So that tells you what happened in the other 7. Well, you don't need to ask the question. You can see it in your screens. It was just big shot after big, and then there, quite sadly, an anticlimax to the end of the innings. But they've done the job. And, well, they quite rightly will be thinking that 160 for 3 against Fateh, a team that have struggled, is enough. But cricket is a funny game, and this T10, as we've seen and you've seen, our global cricket family, anything can happen. All it needs is for somebody like Happy Singh and Rajinder Singh Lovely to be in the same sort of form and mood as Gurinder Singh and Kish Patel, and that is on. Anyway, we shall be coming right back in a few minutes' time to show you just how Fateh go about that run chase. Will they do what seems the impossible and register their first victory in this European Cricket Series? We'll be right back. Hasta ahora.
Well, for the final time today, welcome back to this gorgeous Montjuïc Olympic ground. Some drone shots from earlier on this Wednesday. Just to show you this resplendent venue from upon high. We're here in game 32. We're all recovering from an extraordinary assault in the first innings put together by Govinda Singh and Kshitij Patel. As Ravel Sporting have piled up 160 for 3. And now Abhishek Borikar will bowl the first ball of the reply, which almost brings a wicket. He's made a mess of it out on the third man boundary. And Happy Singh will be very happy here because he's very lucky. Would have been a wide had he left it. And that is a refusal. Not the first one we've seen in this game. Abhishek Borikar charges in again, their top wicket taker in the tournament. That's back of a length on off stump. Well bowled. Can only find one down to long on. So Happy Singh, having got, fortunately, his first boundary, follows up with a single. And lovely Singh on to strike. And resist the temptation to just make endless puns about these two being at the wicket. It does feel a bit like a Mr. Men sort of cricket team. If the Mr. Men decided to, you know, just have them all in a row. Swinging a miss outside the off stump. For those unfamiliar, the Mr. Men comics were sort of a children's comic book strip that featured different, well, as the thing would go, different little men with different colours and characteristics. The whole lineup doesn't continue in this way for those unfamiliar with Fateh. So that goes all the way through. Good stuff from Borikar. Yes, we're not going to see Mr. Tickle, Mr. Greedy, Mr. Sneeze, Mr. Bump, Mr. Snow, Mr. Messy. But we have got Mr. Happy out there. He's at the non-strikers. And we've also got Mr. Lovely.
We also have a Mr. Messi, but he just plays a different sport. He's football.
He does. He's a couple of miles down the road at the moment. At the camp now. So that's a wide. We do, of course, yeah. Maybe we can get him down there.
I think Majinder Singh Lovely, if he carries on like this, he's going to dislocate his shoulder. He's walking away from the ball, so that's the first thing why he's not making contact. And he's going to do himself an injury. He's trying to hit it so hard.
Well, they are chasing 161 to Rin.
Just watch his movement. Watch how he backs away to try and give himself room. There he goes. He's already starting. Off he goes. Gets bat on ball. So after a couple of swings and misses, one of them, fair enough, was a wide. He does make contact, takes a single. I wonder on that note of yours whether people listening, whether there's anybody there listening in India is thinking, that's a great idea. Why don't we have, instead of a Mr. Men book, a Mr. Singh book? You could have given somebody an idea there.
I don't want to get into a Winklevoss Brothers style scenario. So that is away off the inside edge. That will be one. Those unfamiliar with a slight niche reference. If you've seen that film, The Social Network, in regard to Facebook's formation, the Winklevoss brothers were some of the various people involved in said formation, and ended up coming up with a settlement for Mark Zuckerberg after accusing him of taking the idea. We hope it doesn't end quite as acrimoniously as that particular dispute did. End of the first over, 8 without loss. Fateh still with the two Mr. Men Singhs out there, Happy and Lovely. Good over from Borikar, a challenging over, and he was a bit unfortunate not to take a wicket off the first ball of it. Now, as per usual, opening the bowling with him, Manish Manwani. If you missed it from the first innings, for goodness sake, once this is done, get yourself over to EuropeanCricket.com and watch the highlights. Govinda Singh and Kshitij Patel went positively ballistic. Oh, he's nicked it. Oh, we could have had the first authentic slip catch of the tournament. But Isham puts it down. And it does just about go for 4. The second 4 of the innings, both of them edged through third man.
Well, look at this. He does what he does. It's going to be a wide ball. And, he would have fancied himself to take that. He's a great catcher of the ball. Isham Patel puts that one down.
That is a no ball because it's pitched off the mat.
You know what? I don't think, I'm trying to, now that you've mentioned it, I'm trying to think if I've actually witnessed myself a slip catch in all the T10s that I've done. I'm really having a hard think. I don't think I can, you know.
Inside out. And nobody there. Power play time. Everyone up on the offside in front of square. That's a lovely shot from Happy. Channeling the name of his partner. Gorgeous stuff. Meets it on the half volley. That is the first boundary with any conviction behind it. Followed up by wide and a wild swish. Happy Singh on to 14. Mr. Lovely Singh has 1 off 3.
How about you, Michael? Any slip catches come to mind that you've witnessed, T10?
Not in the ECS, I don't think. That's yet another wide.
If you haven't
watched a fair bit of it from home as well across our coverage, as well as being at Frankfurt, Rome, and then here for weeks 1 and 2. I know you've covered plenty of the others as well. Between the two of us, we've been across a fair number of them. Of course, teams rarely have a slip in at all. When they do, you actually need a catch to go there. It's down leg as well, but credit to the wicketkeeper here, because that was not easy. And Kishatij Patel, who's having to back up, and that is tricky when you're a wicketkeeper batsman and you've had a long knock and then you've got to go and keep. And that was a good stop down the leg side. That's not going to be stopped down the leg side. That's going to be taken on the mid-wicket boundary expertly by European cricket staff member Sharad Brambat. What a lovely take. Unfortunately for Ravel Sporting, he'd not been invited on as a guest fielder before this ball. Just watch him in the... Well, a replay has to be cut because we've got to get back to the next ball. But hopefully we might be able to show that one again. That was an excellent crowd catch. Here we go. So it's short, pulled away, and fancying his moment in the sun, he jumps out from the umpire's marquee and takes an expertly judged catch just around shoulder height. Good straight drive down the ground and nicely fielded as well. That's a good stop from Govinda Singh, who, much like Kishatij, might have scored his runs with the bat, but he's by no means grazing out there. Adrenaline still pumping, desperate to contribute. It's Mandwani, little off-cutter. 1 out to the mid-wicket boundary. It's not a bad start for Fateh here.
Not at all. And, you know, going back to that catch, what Sharada Brumba is pointing out to you all there, as did Stefan Gut, is that we are all cricketers ourselves. So if we get the opportunity to take a crowd catch, we're going to take it, aren't we? That was a good catch.
Nice. Two in two for the European cricket staff members today. And some of the catching we've seen at times out on the field, it does make one wonder if maybe in another world a team could be raised. 28 for 2, off 2, 28 for none, off 2, pardon me, Fateh. And Borikar's going to come on and bowl his second, and bowl out in the power play, as he so often does. Yes, there is some fancy discussion of how much fun such a possibility might be. That's clever batting. That is a sachet down the catwalk. Very deliberately done. There's no profile wides here. If you miss the leg stump by an inch, it's a wide. We've seen precious little of this week. Hopefully we might be able to sneak in a quick replay. Because Mr. Man Lovely is fancying himself on the catwalk. Well, that one's away through extra cover. And that's 6. Well, they haven't given the ghost up here, Fateh. And right now, they're scoring only just below this very high required run rate. And who needs 2 hands on the bat when you can do it with 1?
Yeah, once more, that's his trademark, isn't it, Mahendra Lovely? We haven't seen him make too many runs in this European Cricket Series, but when he does, that's his trademark shot. One hand coming off the bat. Anyway, thankfully to the square leg umpire and any fielder that's fielding close, he manages to keep 1 on it.
Fateh have already had their best power play of the tournament here. We've still got a few more deliveries to add to the tally further. That is perfect from Borika. Wide Yorker. Doesn't get much better than that. Can't do much about that. Swing and a miss. 2 out in the power play. Long on and deep third man. That slip field is still in play. Borika's earned the right to have him there. Could have had 2 wickets already in this spell. And instead he's clouted for 4. Well, that isn't so wise. He's bowled into the arc of Manjinder Singh Lovely. And the man who might well be making a starring appearance in a Singh Mr. Man comic one day heads into double figures here. Just short, and that's exactly where he likes it.
Yeah, I think Abhishek Borika will be having a think here, knowing how he's moving away. If he can get one of those Yorkers that are swinging away right on middle stump, he'll have his man for sure. Just too short at the moment.
So 1 ball in the power play left. Mr. Happy facing up. Pretty content with what he's done so far. 21 off 9. I reckon he's going to fancy another boundary here off Borika. Well, he will when it's in that half volley slot. Total miscue. Well, if we were writing a comic book story about this innings, it would just be all about Happy Singh having all of the luck. He could have been out 4 times now, all off the outside edge. He somehow scored 10 runs from those shots. And at the end of the power play, as the man to my right would say, it's a bit of Chak de Fateh. 40 without loss from 3. They couldn't, could they? 5 losses from 5 in the tournament. They're chasing down the 2nd highest score in the competition. Only the Catalonia Tigers, 165 for 4, scored against Raval Sporting, like we say. It's a bigger score in the tournament. And on comes Gurang with his spin. Now, he's been very expensive today in the first game. Went for 35 from his 2, but came back well. 3 for 14 from his pair of overs against Barcelona Shaheen.
Been an interesting test because Manjinder Singh Lovely does not move his feet.
And he also doesn't hit the straight one. Well, the man to my right predicted that it would bring a change of dynamic spin, and it's all over for the Mr. Men. Happy and Lovely, they've been joyfully going about their business in the power play, enjoying pace on the ball, and chances are plenty. But you can't get any luck off the outside edge if you can't even find that. He misses this by a mile. There is a huge gate there. You could drive a bus through that. 41 for 1, and Happy Singh departs. Not so happy now. He's gone for 22 off 11, and Rajiv Singh heads out.
Yeah, I mean, I've got the wrong Singh there. I was thinking of Manjinder Singh Lovely on strike, but it would have been the same thing. Both of them do not move their feet. It's just one of them backs away, the other one triggers across. And if you're not moving your feet coming forward to Gurang, you're in trouble.
Oh, we tried a little paddle there. Missed it. I'll take the wide. Oh, there's also mini milestones here for Fateh, so So far with the bat in this tournament, 54 all out, 80 for 8, 94 for 4, 80 for 5 and 99 for 8. So that 100 mark has got to be one that they look at. They made a decent start towards it. Garang trying to put the brakes on. Oh, it's a very slow ball. He's had a stumping. Not given. So Manjinder Singh Lovely survives. They're desperately trying to get the first win in this competition. They've got to face the Bangladesh Kings tomorrow afternoon. That's a really tough game as well. As we see that stumpy chance, but back foot was always down. And the Bangladesh Kings are going to need that win, quite possibly, to get into finals day Friday. So that's a difficult game for Fateh. Tempt and tease and turns away from the right-hander. That is Gaurang Mahyanvashi at his very best. He's only 18. And he's really shown us when he's got it right. Just glimpses what a promising young spinner he is. Not afraid to give it flight. That's another wide though.
It's an ideal time for a spinner to be bowling. I mean, I wouldn't surprise me if Ishant Patel fancies it as well. When you've got batsmen that are not taking control, not taking the charge, and they're sitting inside the crease, it's the ideal type of bowling to be bowling.
Steps away and bowled. Simple as that. The second one in the over. Exactly as predicted and advertised in the brochure provided. And Gaurang gets his second wicket in the over. 44 for 2. And Fateh's fun is having the brakes being firmly placed on it now by the youngster.
Yeah, this time it is Manjinder Singh Lovely. As I said, he normally backs away. Doesn't come to the ball. And therefore that's his downfall. Good ball, good length, just floated up. 2 wickets down, 2 of the big men gone.
Gurjit Singh comes out. He's had a pretty poor tournament of it so far. Just 50 runs in 6 innings.
See the young man picking up 5 wickets here today, you know, Michael, if he keeps bowling this line.
Both of these batsmen yet to face a ball. And they're appealing for a little nick there and also a stumping. They're at that level of excitableness, Raval Sporting, that they're just going up for everything. As it was, it looked to me like a really good ball that beat the outside edge. Here we go. Yep. That is lovely from Gaurang. He's still got 7 balls left to get the 3 wickets for that Michelle.
Yeah, we just watched that, or just having watched that again as the umpires reset the bails. There's been spinners and senior experienced spinners bowling on this saying that the ball doesn't move. Well, you saw there, it clearly does. That was a bit of rip on that.
Workmen blaming their tools. Here's Gaurang, the teenager. That one keeps low, outside off. If he'd have hit the pins, he might well have had a 3rd wicket in the over. As it is, I think he'll be pretty content to settle with 2 wickets and 3 runs coming from that over number 4 of the innings. So it's all the 4s for Fateh. 44 for 2 off 4. Rajiv and Hargurjit both yet to score. After the misters, Happy and Lovely, both removed by Gaurang. Now, dual spin attack, as it so often has been for Raval Sporting. Here's Ishan Patel. He's had a pretty poor day of it with the ball. Decent start though. Oh, they could run here. Unfortunately, any possibility of the run was removed by Rajiv Singh looking at his boot. Slightly messy in the field there from Raval. Flighted, tempting and teasing. Comes down the pitch and he's got this into the gap at mid-wicket. Fancy footwork. Could be a run out on the second. Just about made his ground. Very good team fielding here from Raval. First, it was stopped by Yudhvir Singh with the boot. Oh, well, he's eventually... Manish Manwani threw the ball in after Yudhvir Singh had stopped it. It seems like after a bit more deliberation that he's been given out. Well, that is a curious one because as we saw and you saw, our eyes weren't deceiving us. It seemed to be a shake of a head and a no, which has turned into yes. So it's 45 for 3. Najeev Singh has been run out by Anish Manwani and Ishan Patel in combination. Ishan Patel now starting with a wide. The new batsman is Kuldeep Singh. He's at the non-strikers. That's a curious one. Big swing. Look how far he's stepping away. This is not batting by percentages.
No, and well, you can see here from every batsman we've seen so far, just not used to playing spin.
Chipped up just over the short cover fielder for one. Now, one shot that I'm gobsmacked continuously that we're not seeing a lot more of, both at this tournament and in other ECSs, is the various variations of the sweep. Instead, batsmen desperately wanted to step away and try and clout it straight. That's a lovely straight back for a block. Patel will look to finish off now. Good tidy over. Big appeals. Not given. Shake of the head, so Ishan Patel concedes just 4 runs from the 5th over. Would have hoped to have had his man here. Kuldeep survives. Ooh, well, that looks like a very good shout to me. Possibly hitting middle and leg halfway up, but not given. It's always difficult to be the men in black out there. They only get 1 look. End of the 5th over. 48 for 3. Patel concedes just 4. And again, we're going to see it in this over from Garang. There's nobody behind square on the leg side for the sweep shot. And by getting your pad in front of it, you've at least got a second line of defence.
Well, he's got hold of that well. Like you say, it's the one fielder there. He was sort of camouflaged there for a moment in front of the tournament referee's marquee.
Well, that was better. I mean, it wasn't quite a sweep shot, but it was something close to it. And of course, if you get your pad out here, you're very unlikely to be given LBW from this left arm over angle.
Chase on for Manish Manwani. He doesn't get there. Well, he tries to stick a foot out there, which thankfully didn't make contact. If it did, that would have hurt and left the mark. Really better off having a slider or a dive. Well, finally, they find the boundary rope. That one's angled in into the legs. Kuldeep Singh. That's come with a lot of flight. It hits well. That's going all the way over the top, over our commentator's marquee. 6 runs. And finally somebody has decided to take on the spin. Gurang just flighting it up. Kuldeep Singh playing some nice shots here. And he's hit that well as well. There's a fielder out there, gets down low. Be just a single. Young man sprints back to his mark. Those were the days. keen as ever to get another ball in. What a bowled.
And it's one thing that's impressive about Garang is he seems to understand that when you're a spinner and you're bowling well, you want to get through it quickly, and when you're getting hit, you want to take your time.
60, the score. 6 overs gone. And I think at this moment in time, with another 101 needed of 4 overs, I think Pate will, in their minds, hopefully have something like the 110. A landmark that would be something positive for them going into their final game tomorrow. The fielder there, but it's gone over him. 6 runs, that's well hit. It's good hitting here. That's nice.
That takes Kuldeep Singh to his best ever ECS score. Just 30 runs from his previous 5 innings before this. So it's a relatively modest achievement, but something you'll hope to build on.
Gets beaten with that one. Oh, it's almost like he's having a net. You get that feeling he's out there and he's thinking, you know what, I might as well just get some batting practice in here, see where it takes me. Oh, he's absolutely launched into this. Ginna, Badda Shaka, that is huge.
Well, it's bounced off the stands, which are thankfully empty, so no spectator injuries to worry about, and it's bounced onto the road behind it.
Good running, put pressure on the fielder.
It's also very good bowling by Shyam Patel. He had the presence of mind just to hold it back, well outside off, and Kuldeep so eager to find the leg side boundary, didn't really consider the offside.
Gurjeet Singh also won a bit of the action, doesn't quite time his attack. Single taken. Kuldeep Singh back on strike. That's nicely played. And it is unfortunate that Rajiv Singh did get himself run out, because Rajiv Singh and also Kuldeep were 2 batsmen that lower down, and I mean lower down the order, did produce a little bit of fight and grit as that over comes to an end. 75 for 3, 7 gone.
I've had a few people asking me for some partnership stats from that extraordinary stand between Govinder Singh and Kshitij Patel in that first innings of this game. They put on 116 in 35 balls that ended with that run out of Kshitij off the final ball, going at almost exactly 3.5 runs a ball. Won't surprise you to know that that is the highest partnership of this competition. It's only the second partnership in the whole competition worth more than 100. Aziz Mohammed and Devinder Singh Kaur adding 103 for the Catalunya Tigers against Revel Sporting for the second wicket. Was this a chance for Borikar?
That was well hit.
He's wringing his hand. I wouldn't blame him.
Stop, yeah.
But I think he's signalling that he felt like there was half a chance of a catch there. That would have been extraordinary had he taken it. And to finish off the statistical statgasm, there was a run of 9 consecutive balls of a 4 or a 6 being hit. That was when poor old Devinder Singh was thumped for 32 from his over.
Mohammed Rizwan. That's well bowled. Probably just being angled down the leg.
And last but not least, Govinder Singh's 87. As we see the speculative LBW appeal from Mohammed Rizwan. Well, it's definitely not going over, but he's going down leg. His 87 off 23, not out, was the second highest score of the entire tournament.
Happy to take the wide, just moving inside of it. Kuldeep Singh.
Second only to Yasir Ali's 94 off 38 back last Monday. Feels like a long time ago, doesn't it? Had so much exciting cricket in between. That was against Barcelona Shaheen.
Swing and a miss. Fateh moved on 2-3 wickets down. Oh, he's hit that very well. A slower ball held it back, but it's out the ground. Balle, balle, balle. That is nice. It's sweet. And Hargurjit Singh, he wants to get in the action as well, and I think he wants to get into our book as well. A nice hit from him.
Which one would you have him as?
Well, Hargurjit Singh, maybe Gritty Singh. Certainly showing some grit at the moment. It's good from him, good from both of these two. Come out, played positive shots. Yeah, there's been a few swings and misses, but you're going to get that. We've seen even the best batsmen do that. The likes of Mohammad Ishan doesn't make contact with every ball he gets, and yet he's up there with over 300 plus runs, sitting at the top of the leaderboard and most runs scored. These two doing well. 86 at the end of 8 overs, 3 wickets down. Looking to get beyond the 100 mark as Manish Manwana brings himself back on to try and stop them getting there. The win is already in the bank. Trying to get a few more wickets to his tally. Not interested in taking the leg by. Hargurjit Singh now fancying himself to play a few top shots. Beautiful afternoon this has turned out to be. Being caressed by the sun. And those of you who've been wondering what the temperatures are like here, well, today it's been around 21 degrees at its high. It's not bad, is it, for this time of year?
Yeah, if you're watching on from colder winter pastures, I apologise for my co-commentator.
Hit that hard. There is Abhishek there. Takes a very good catch. Kept his eye on it. He knew he had to get low to take the catch. Did so. Kept his balance and made sure that when he did hit the ground, the ball doesn't pop out. Hargurjit Singh just trying to, there you say, makes himself some room. He hit it well enough, but unfortunately for him, found the safe hands of Abhishek Bodikar. So Manish Manwani does take another wicket.
New batsman is Randip Singh Dade. He will face up. It's about the mini milestones for Pate, and the big one, when is it not in cricket, is the 3 figures. They've never reached it in this tournament until today, maybe.
We've got 0-0 shirt bowling to 0-0 batsman. Just place that out. Takes the easy single. That brings Kuldeep Singh on strike. Now Kuldeep will certainly have a go. So far he's been pretty successful. He's met the ball well. And not this time. He does have a go. Manish Manwani was up for the challenge, got the ball in the right area, and gets another wicket to his name. So his tally is creeping up, makes a mess of the stumps. And with that wicket going, with Hargurjit Singh just before him now, Kuldeep Singh going in the same over, well, that 100 That has eluded them so far as a team score. Now once more looks quite distant. 87. The score, 5 wickets down. Well bowled, Manish Mawani. He's taken 2 wickets off his 2 overs for 21 runs. Mohammad Rizwan is coming on to bowl this, not just the last over of this match, but the last of today, which is match day number 8. It's well hit. Take the single. .88. Well, Fateh will have to wait another day if they are to register a win. They're not going to find their opposition any easier. Bangladesh Kings, they're a team we know very well.
And they've got to play the Catalonia Tigers as well tomorrow morning. And that isn't really ideal when you've lost 6 from 6. You've then got to face 2 sides gunning for the points, because that would sound like some kind of relationship disaster. 3 into 2 doesn't go. And that's not me speaking from experience. That's just me speaking from statistical fact of tables, dear viewer.
That's a nice shot. Captain Isham Patel doing the fielding.
So the situation will be thus. Barcelona Shaheen with 5 wins from 8. The Catalonia Tigers with 4 wins from 6. And the Bangladesh Kings with 3 wins from 6. Those are the 3 contenders to make it through to finals day Friday. And they'll be joining Pakai Care, who've topped the table with 7 wins from 8. And Catalonia, who have, pardon me, gremlins in my throat, 6 wins from 8. And tomorrow, the Catalonia Tigers play Fateh and Minaj. And in the middle, Bangladesh Kings play Raval Sporting and Fateh. So it's a bit of a Catalonia Tigers and Bangladesh Kings sandwich tomorrow.
Just inside the area for the wide line. So it's a dot ball. What could be interesting there, though, Michael? I mean, with Catalonia Tigers, we've seen how, okay, they can have a blip, but they can come back strong. If they win and continue to win both their games and win big, on the net run rate, they could also pit perhaps Catalonia to the 2nd spot. It's just played out there as this game reaches its conclusion. Throw into the keeper. And that will be that. Fateh get into the 90s, 92 for 5. Once more, the top order let them down. But the encouragement they should take from this performance going into the 2 games they got left is that someone somewhere down the bottom is always willing to have a go and not give up. Kuldeep Singh, good knock from him, 26 of 14, supported at some point nicely by Hargurjit Singh. Just see some of these highlights now. Started a little bit chancy. That one there from Happy Singh, sliced away, catch wasn't taken. And we just thought that once the pace was taken off, could have seen a very rare slip catch there. Ishant Patel, the captain, put in a catch down. He's normally got very good safe hands. But both Majinder Singh Lovely, who scored 13 of his 12 balls, and Happy Singh scoring 22 off 11, were going quite well once the pace was on the ball. But we knew that the introduction of spin, just because of the style of these batsmen and the way they take their guard and the lack of footwork, we thought that was going to be the downfall. And well, as the wicketkeeper Kish Patel puts his helmet on. There we go. First one to go was Happy Singh. Look at that. He makes that little bit movement outside the off stump, missing the one that's full on. And well, Mojinder Singh Lovely, he's captain. Goes the opposite way, goes down the legs to the same ball, finds the same result. His wicket is gone. This was the run out, which, well, once again we've seen a batsman running with his bat in the air, not sliding it in. That was the downfall of Rajiv Singh. Did see some nice shots. But at the end of the day, when your luck's not in, your luck's not in. Seeing captions of there, both Kuldeep Singh, Hargurjit Singh, and Ismawani coming on. He wanted to pick up wickets, and he did just that. Took 2 in his second over. That was the first good catch from Abhishek Prakar, and that was the one which brought to the end. A good cameo innings from Kuldeep Singh, trying his best to try and get his team to pass the 100 mark. He wasn't able to do so. Raval Sporting scoring a massive 160, 3 wickets down, and Fateh 92 for 5. And as we get ready to bring you the player of the match interview, give a shout out to our sponsors, Spring Productions and Sports Flick, Kookaburra Balls. Well, we've seen enough of them flying around. Speaking of flying around, Bizaway Travel, our travel partner, flying us from one destination to another in Europe. And of course, what these teams will be playing for is trophies and some magnificent silverware and medals. That's all to come on Friday, finals day. Thank you, Locker Lifestyle, our trophy partner. It's been another great day. Tomorrow we will know who are going to be the semi-finalists. It could go either way. It's going to be exciting. The top 2, you can probably know who they are. Pakai Kia and Catalonia. Who is going to be the others? That's what we've got to wait to find out. We're also waiting to find out from Michael McCann, who is the player of this match. Could be a number of people. I'm sure you have your ideas back at home. Looks like Michael McCann is getting ready. So Michael, are you ready to tell us who is the player of the match?
So what an incredibly exciting finish to day 8 of this Barcelona Bash. Another pivotal swing in the race for finals day Friday, but also at the end of the day, a big consolation win for Ravel Sporting. Just their second of the tournament, but didn't they do it in style? A quite outstanding performance by the player of the match, who is 2 to my right. What a performance it was. A stand of 116 for that 3rd wicket, the biggest partnership of the entire competition, piling up the runs, 87 off just 24 balls. Is that your best ever performance in a T10 game?
ये अपने T10 में ये आपका सबसे बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस है 24 में 87 में
ये सबसे बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस था मेरा.
Yeah, this is his best performance.
And I've been told to ask, was it the chicken biryani before the game that did it for you?
जो आपने चिकन बिरयानी खाई थी इससे पहले, उसकी वजह से ये सारे रन लगे.
उससे थोड़ा सा ताकत मिला तो अच्छे शॉट लगे.
Yeah, he gets his energy from chicken biryani, and that's what helped him to play those powerful shots.
Govinder Singh, our player of the match. And you might have seen as well, the man at the other end wasn't bad either. Kisitij Patel with 62 in that stand of 116. Just how much fun is it to bat together? You seem to have a real natural rapport. I know you've put on a lot of big partnerships in the past in key situations, and now to step up in the ECS and show us that.
आपकी वो बिट्टू के साथ भी अच्छी पार्टनरशिप रही, वो भी अच्छा खेला, 62 से मारे, तो उसके साथ पार्टनरशिप करना आपको पसंद है क्या?
बड़ी अच्छा लगा. बैट सही मिडल हो रहा था. बॉल बैट पर आ रही थी और मैंने कोई लूज शॉट मारने का कोशिश ही नहीं किया और मेरे जो ओथ्रो स्ट्राइक पर था उसने भी ये हमने यही प्लान किया था कि कोई गलत शॉट ना मारा जाए.
Well, he enjoys batting with Kshitij Patel, and they both had decided that they're timing the ball really well, so they'll look on to play the correct cricketing shots and not play any loose shots to throw their wicket away, and they did that.
So Fateh losing this game by 68 runs to Revel Sporting. Just what do you think you can do better and learn from this tournament, having fallen short of being involved in finals day Friday?
आप वैसे अच्छी टीम है जो फतेह को इतनी बड़ी मार्जिन से हरा है, पर ये टूर्नामेंट में आगे नहीं जा पाए, तो अगले टूर्नामेंट के लिए ये टीम को क्या चीज़ें सुधारनी चाहिए तो आप अच्छा खेलें?
यही बात है कि पहले तो अच्छी मैच विनिंग पार्टनरशिप करनी पड़ेगी अगर मैच जीतना है तो, और बॉलिंग में थोड़ा सा सुधार लाना होगा और स्पिनर को बॉल अच्छा फेंकना होगा.
Well, they will have to improve their bowling a bit. Sometimes the spinner is bowling loose balls. They'll have to avoid that, and he reckons that in the next tournament they'll try and look to convert the starts and make a big partnership.
So things to work on for Revel Sporting, but by golly did they give us some entertainment this evening. But now the race for finals day Friday is well and truly hotting up. Poor old Fateh have lost 6 from 6, but they're going to have a pivotal role as the kingmakers tomorrow because they play 2 of the 3 sides left in contention. We know Pakai Care and Catalunya have made it, but it starts tomorrow with Fateh against the Catalunya Tigers. It's a bit of a sandwich of the day. First and fourth games see the Tigers in action. The second and third are back-to-back games featuring the Bangladesh Kings. 3 into 2, well, it doesn't work in a relationship and it's not going to work here at the ECS. We've got to find out which of the 3 is going to miss out. Is it going to be Barcelona Shaheen, who are already finished and watching on nervously? Will it be the Bangladesh Kings, or will it be the Catalunya Tigers? The only way you can find out is to join us tomorrow. We'll see you bright and early for Thursday as we build towards the very last day before Finals Day Friday.